from Corsica to the 4th Rome. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 276, Interference of the Choiseul Family. In the dim light, Lieutenant General Jacques Philip's brows could not help but twisted into a ball. He took a long breath, stared at Clarence's eyes, and said in a deep voice, "Mr. Bonaparte, you might as well make your words clearer." For Jacques Philip, the second in command of the Choiseul faction, he had a strong hostility towards Chief Justice Morp. Even if the Marquis Morp had chosen to part ways with the Duke of Richelieu, it could only slightly dilute the hostility in Jacques Philip's heart. After all, the fundamental reason for the confrontation between Chief Justice Morp and the Duke of Choiseul was not the problem of Morp's own standing, but the judicial reform that Chief Justice Morp continued to promote, and the suppression and reorganization of the 13 high courts in France. The army and the high court are the two thighs that support the Duke of Choiseul to stand at the pinnacle of French power. Naturally, the Duke and his supporters will not have any goodwill towards Chief Justice Morp, who is keen on judicial reform. This is why Jacques Philip was so cautious and careful when he heard that Clarence had private dealings with Chief Justice Morp. He absolutely could not accept that the Corsican Prime Minister, who was once very popular in front of the king, was lured to one side of the Palace of Justice. Clarence also knew what Jacques Philip was thinking, so he smiled easily and shook his head and said, "It's just a small cooperation with the Marquis de Morp, targeting the favorite mistress of His Majesty the King." Although the conspiracy against Madame du Barry needed to be kept highly confidential, Clarence knew that Jacques Philip, as the younger brother of the Duke of Choiseul, was also one of the people who wanted the prostitute to get out of the Palace of Versailles. "Are you talking about Madame du Barry?" Jacques Philip was stunned at first, and then his tense face gradually relaxed, and he said to himself, "No wonder Morp has been avoiding Madame du Barry in the Palace of Versailles recently. He must have sensed the crisis." Jacques Philip, who had been staying in Versailles, was well aware of the latest situation in the court. Naturally, he also knew that Chief Justice Morp had been quite unhappy recently due to Madame du Barry's arrogance and targeting, and even had to go to Paris to stay in the Palais de Justice to avoid the limelight. After learning that the secret meeting between Chief Justice Morp and Clarence was to target Madame du Barry, Jacques Philip's expression relaxed a lot, but he obviously still had a grudge against the Marquis de Morp, and frowned. "Mr. Bonaparte, I think there is no need for you to confront that woman. My brother can help you block all of Madame du Barry's means." From the beginning to the end, Jacques Philip regarded Clarence as a powerful follower of the Duke of Choiseul, and naturally hoped that Clarence would continue to be committed to Choiseul instead of joining forces with the Palace of Justice to attack the prostitute in the court. "The Duke is still far away in Dijon, General Philip." Clarence rejected Jacques Philip's suggestion without hesitation, shaking his head and said, "And this is a good opportunity to get rid of Madame du Barry. Once Chief Justice Morp falls to Madame du Barry, the judge who replaces him, no matter who it is, will undoubtedly stand on Madame du Barry's side. At that time, even if His Excellency the Duke personally sits in Versailles, it will be difficult, right?" After hearing this, Jacques Philip was silent for a moment, and silently clinked glasses with Clarence, thinking about the current situation while drinking. Now, what Jacques Philip fears most is not the situation Clarence just mentioned. In his opinion, even if Madame du Barry really supports a new Chief Justice, the Duke of Choiseul, who is in the limelight, can fully cope with it. What makes him feel most cautious is Clarence Bonaparte standing in front of him at this moment. Although Clarence and Morp are only a temporary alliance this time, no one can say whether this alliance will evolve into a strong alliance between Corsica and the Palace of Justice. Neither the Duke of Choiseul nor Jacques Philip could accept that the highly regarded Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Corsica had joined the side supporting judicial reform. However, Jacques Philip did not want to interfere directly and asked Clarence to terminate his cooperation with Morp. After all, Lieutenant General Philip himself also wanted to see Madame du Barry get out of the Palace of Versailles, and such a tough approach would only damage the close relationship between the Choiseul faction and Clarence. In that case, Jacques Philip's eyes sank, and he slowly put down the wine glass at his mouth. He already had an idea in his mind. I admit that what you said makes sense. Madame du Barry is indeed a difficult existence. Lieutenant General Philip looked at Lawrence and said seriously, it is also my consistent wish to drive this prostitute away from the king. Now is indeed a good time to launch an attack on that woman. Oh. Do you support what I and the Marquis of Mopau did? Lawrence asked somewhat unexpectedly. He thought Jacques Philippe would express his protest in various ways. Of course I support you, but... Jacques Philippe nodded, and then added in a deep voice, as you said, once you miss this opportunity to join forces with the Chief Justice, it will be difficult to defeat Madame du Barry in the future. You must ensure that this action will be successful. So, I will also lend you a hand. As soon as the voice fell, Lawrence couldn't help but look at Jacques Philippe twice more, and secretly sighed, as expected of the Duke of Choiseul's brother. This shrewd political means is not inferior to his military talent. There is no doubt that Jacques Philippe wants to represent the entire Choiseul faction to join the attack against Madame du Barry. In this way, he can become the leader of this action with his status and power, and there is no need to worry that Lawrence will get too close to the Marquis de Mop. This is also a decision that kills two birds with one stone. It can not only use Lawrence as an intermediary to win the cooperation of Chief Justice Mop to deal with Madame du Barry, but also avoid excessive cooperation between Corsica and the Palace of Justice. Lawrence did not raise any objection. After all, Chief Justice Mop's main goal was to defeat Madame du Barry, so he would not mind Jacques Philippe's joining in the middle, even if it would affect his efforts to win over Lawrence to his side. Moreover, it was not the time to part ways with the Duke of Choiseul, so there was no need to reject Jacques Philippe's reasonable suggestion and stand with Chief Justice Mop. I toast you a glass for your kindness. Lawrence raised his glass to show that he accepted the other parties joining. Lieutenant General Philip finally smiled with satisfaction and gently clinked his glass with Lawrence. Lieutenant General Philip took a sip of champagne and paused, then suddenly said, it's a pity that I can't see that woman being driven out of the Palace of Versailles. I will go to Lorraine to take office after the new year. This is the latest time I have obtained from the king. My cousin will contact you by then. I think you should have met him, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Caesar Gabriel. Yes, he has helped me a lot. Lawrence nodded. The last time he designed to frame Count Falconet, it was with the help of this Minister of Foreign Affairs that he secretly signed an order to set number 10 Champs-Élysées as the Corsica embassy in Paris. Of course, strictly speaking, this should be the credit of the Duke of Choiseul. After all, the Minister of Foreign Affairs was just a puppet he supported. Lawrence was also more willing to deal with this mediocre minister in the future, rather than the extremely shrewd Choiseul or Jacques Philippe. By the way, do you have anything else to do in Paris? Lawrence suddenly asked, obviously with a hidden meaning in his words. I heard that you should go to Lorraine to take up your post in November. Although both parties knew the answer to this question, Jacques Philippe turned his head to look at Lawrence, sighed slightly and said, thank you for your concern. There are indeed some troublesome things. I'm afraid I will not have time to deal with them before leaving Paris. Is there anything I can do for you? Lawrence asked enthusiastically. Since Jacques Philippe deliberately stayed in Paris to further recruit him, the troublesome things he mentioned would not really be those trivial matters. Paris Military Academy. Jacques Philippe suddenly said this word, and then slowly explained in Lawrence's confusion. The cradle of French mid-level officers, the place where the best military talents are produced, and even many nobles will study there. Lawrence listened patiently. He still had some impression of this military academy located in the Place de la Mars in Paris. Although it is not named after the royal family, this military academy is the most outstanding and important military academy in France. In history, Napoleon came here to study after graduating from the Brienne Military Academy. A perfect version of the book 1629. As Jacques Philippe said, the officers trained here are the backbone of the French army. Graduates can be awarded the rank of lieutenant after leaving school, and then they are promoted to school-level officers at a much faster rate than others. Of course, if you want to become a general, talent and hard work alone are not enough. You also need to have some noble blood flowing in your veins to have a chance. This is the case in the feudal monarchies throughout the European continent. If you are a completely civilian, in the armies of many European countries, you can only stop at the lowest level of officer, the lieutenant. You should have heard of my brother. He is a radical military reformer. Jacques Philippe continued to explain, the Paris Military Academy is one of the centers of his military reform. He broadened the admission requirements for civilian children, and made it easier for capable graduates to be promoted in the army. The promotion method changed from bloodline examination to military merit examination. You may not have noticed it, but I know that there are more and more civilian officers in the French army. Lawrence was somewhat aware of what Jacques Philippe meant, and couldn't help but chuckled and said, if I were a civilian officer, I would probably be grateful for this. The great Duke of Choiseul gave me this supreme honor. Obviously, the Duke of Choiseul's military reform not only promoted more outstanding talents to their rightful positions, but also increased his influence on the army to a considerable level. Those civilian officers who graduated from the Paris Military Academy and then received promotions in the army almost all became solid supporters of the Duke of Choiseul. In addition to this favor, it was also because no aristocratic faction would accept them, civilians of low status. In order to maintain their status, these civilian officers also hope that the Duke of Choiseul can always control the army. Jacques Philippe couldn't help but smile. Although it's a bit exaggerated, it's true. We have a considerable number of supporters in the army. So, what is the trouble you are talking about? Lawrence asked. In addition to serving as the commander of the Paris City Defense Force, I also hold a teaching position at the Paris Military Academy. Jacques Philippe patiently explained. You also know that this is to better attract and recruit future officers. However, if I leave Paris, this job will require someone to help. At this point, Lawrence also completely understood what Jacques Philippe meant. On the surface, he was asking Lawrence to help him do things, but in fact, this was a perfect job. Although Lawrence was trying to attract those military academy students for the Duke of Choiseul, these future mainstays of the army would first establish a deep social relationship with Lawrence personally. In other words, Jacques Philippe wanted to use his influence in the French army as a gift to attract Lawrence to stand firmly on the side of the Duke of Choiseul. In Lawrence's opinion, Lieutenant General Philippe had indeed made a good calculation. If he stood firmly on the side of the Duke, the stronger his influence in the army would be, and the more powerful the Duke of Choiseul would be. And if he left the Duke one day, Jacques Philippe could easily use the Choiseul family's influence in the army to break up and suppress Lawrence's acquaintances in the army. In other words, Lieutenant General Philippe gave a gift that could be taken back at any time. What do you think, Monsieur Bonaparte? Jacques Philippe smiled with narrowed eyes. This is not a difficult thing. It is also very simple to build good relationships with those civilians. It's just that I really don't have time to do it. I can arrange a teaching position or an administrative position for you, or if you are willing to condescend, you can be a student and get along with them. After all, you are still so young. Hahaha, just kidding. Although he had seen through the other party's ulterior motives, Lawrence nodded calmly and said, since it is your request, I will naturally do my best to help. Hahaha, that's great. Thank you very much for your kindness. Jacques Philippe laughed heartily, patted Lawrence's shoulders enthusiastically and said, the freshmen of the Paris Military Academy will be enrolled at the end of January. I will write a letter to the principal and arrange a professor position for you. After all, I heard recently that you are also a member of the French Academy of Sciences. No, don't bother you so much, General. Lawrence suddenly shook his head, as if he really didn't want to cause trouble for Lieutenant General Philippe. I think it's best to get along with them as a student, but if possible, I hope you can issue 2 letters of recommendation. I want a friend to enter the Paris Military Academy. Student? This? Jacques Philippe scratched his head in embarrassment. He was just joking just now. He didn't really think of letting the Prime Minister of a kingdom go to the military academy as a student. He even felt that it was not suitable for Lawrence to be a professor. However, looking at Lawrence's firm and confident face, Jacques Philippe nodded, shrugged, and smiled. Okay, if you insist, I will prepare 2 letters of recommendation for you, and the principal will also greet you. Maybe you don't need to greet you. After all, who doesn't know your name? Lawrence Bonaparte? Hahaha. Jacques Philippe was in a very happy mood. In his opinion, he not only gained the initiative to act against Madame du Barry, but also exchanged Clarence's loyalty with a recyclable chip. It was really a great harvest. Well, please excuse me for a moment. I have to go look after little LV. Oh, it would be great if she got married. I wouldn't have to accompany her every day. Lieutenant General Philip said goodbye with a smile. Watching Jacques Philip's departing back, Clarence raised his lips, chuckled and murmured, "General Philip, once I get something, you won't be able to take it back." Chapter 277 Duke Charles. The night-long singing and dancing and the banquet continued, and colorful fireworks continued to rise into the sky, rendering the clear and windless night sky into a rainbow color that was far more brilliant than the daytime. In the lively banquet, few people naturally noticed Clarence and Jacques Philip, who walked out of the corner. The ministers, nobles, and ladies were getting into the party. Their white powdered cheeks showed a slight blush under the influence of alcohol, and their conversation and movements were no longer as restrained and cautious as at the beginning of the banquet. The single men, under the influence of alcohol, bravely invited the ladies they loved to dance. The ladies gathered in twas and threes, excitedly talking about gossip and interesting things about the French island. Even Grosso, who was originally incompatible with court life, was integrated into this happy atmosphere. People were full of curiosity about this scarred strong man from Italy and came with wine glasses to listen to his story. After all, in the court, it is rare to see a person like Grosso who climbed up from a serf to the Minister of the Navy step by step. After Clarence finished the polite conversation with several nobles who came to chat, he found his old acquaintance, Chief Justice Mop. He seemed to have little interest in fashion. Even in such a prosperous banquet, he still wore his judge's robe, but wore some gold and silver ornaments that symbolized his status. Seeing the Chief Justice coming forward, the nobles who wanted to climb up to Clarence's high branch also walked away tactfully. However, they were also very curious. The Chief Justice should still be in a hostile state with Clarence. Why did he take the initiative to greet him so kindly? Soon, many pairs of eyes focused on the old and the young. After all, the two people in front of them were the core figures in the French political circle. Any interaction between them would arouse countless people's reverie and speculation. Those quick-thinking guests even thought of the news that Chief Justice Mop went to the Champs-Élysées a few days ago, and they couldn't help but murmur in their hearts, "Mr. Mop, I'm so glad we meet again." Clarence knew that Chief Justice Mop wanted to use this banquet to announce his alliance with the aristocracy, so he took the initiative to greet him enthusiastically. "Did you have a smooth journey?" Chief Justice Mop also stepped forward and shook Clarence's hand tightly, as if he had met a close friend who had not seen him for many years. "Thank you for your concern. Everything is fine." The two people's right hands were tightly clasped together, and this sincere and hypocritical handshake lasted almost a full minute before it ended. The nobles who were spying on the two people couldn't help but reveal their surprise. Some of them didn't expect that the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Corsica would be so close to the French Chief Justice. There was even a whisper of discussion on the scene. "It's strange that Monsieur Bonaparte is so close to Marquis de Morp. The Duke of Choiseul clearly hates the Chief Justice. But there are indeed many common interests between the two. They are both trusted courtiers of His Majesty the King. It would be incredible if the two of them were together. Lawrence Bonaparte. If Marquis de Morp also stands on his side, then the power of this Corsican is probably much higher than I thought." Although he couldn't hear the content of the discussion, Chief Justice Morp still had a satisfied smile on his face. He knew that he and Clarence had attracted enough attention, and the cordial greetings between the two were enough to send a rather ambiguous signal to the outside world. At least Madame du Barry would be panicked and worried for a while after hearing the news. Clarence gently released Morp's right hand and whispered, "By the way, Lord Morp, I have some good news, or bad news to tell you." Chief Justice Morp was slightly stunned, frowned, and motioned Clarence to continue. "The people of Choiseul will join us." Choiseul? After a slight surprise, Marquis Morp also reacted immediately and guessed what happened in the marble courtyard just now. "It must be that guy Jacques Philip. You just met him. Well, in a way, this is also good news." A politician as sharp and witty as Chief Justice Morp naturally understood Jacques Philip's intentions very quickly. The German didn't want to get too close to Clarence, so he deliberately intervened and solved the big problem of Madame du Barry. and as Clarence expected, after showing a moment of disappointment, Chief Justice Morp did not show too much resistance to Jacques Philip's joining. After all, his biggest goal was to defeat Madame du Barry and maintain his lofty position in front of the throne. Although the joining of Choiseul's faction would affect his ability to win the support of Clarence through this alliance, it would indeed increase their confidence in defeating Madame du Barry. But then again, Chief Justice Mop glanced at Clarence with deep intention. "Mr. Bonaparte, how did General Philip know that we were going to attack Madame du Barry?" The Marquis Mop's question was not aggressive, and Clarence smiled easily, knowing that his intention was still seen through by the other party. "You can't hide the fact that you went to the Champs-Élysées from General Philip, and I can't lie to him. After all, he is the Duke of Choiseul's brother. Why do I feel that you can easily hide it from General Philip?" "Well, I'm not blaming you." Chief Justice Mop shook his head slowly and said with a smile, "But I still give you a piece of advice. Just as a little life experience of mine as an elder, you can't go far if you have two boats at the same time. Mr. Bonaparte, if you want to leave the Duke of Choiseul, you have to do it as soon as possible." Clarence shook his head pretending to be confused. "I don't understand what you are talking about. I have no reason to leave the Duke of Choiseul." But Chief Justice Mop chuckled and said meaningfully, "You will have it soon, Monsieur Bonaparte." "Really?" Just as Clarence frowned slightly and wanted to ask what the other party meant by this sentence, he heard the royal band in the marble courtyard suddenly change the tune. The band had just played a relaxing and melodious waltz played by violins and orchestral instruments, but it suddenly changed to a magnificent epic music with horns and snare drums as the main instruments. It sounded majestic and exciting. As the drum beats of the music became increasingly dense, the frequent guests and nobles who often came and went at the royal banquet had already skillfully ended their conversations with their companions and began to line up in two long lines in an orderly manner, waiting on both sides of the central road of the courtyard. Clarence had also attended the royal dinner in the Hall of Mirrors and knew what the change of music meant. His Majesty the King was about to arrive. As expected, the main hall of the Palace of Versailles was solemnly opened by two royal guards, and the elegant royal family members walked out of the magnificent hall and stepped elegantly and confidently onto the 6-foot wide golden red carpet. Walking in the front row was naturally the ruler of France, Louis XV, and his favorite mistress, Countess du Barry. The old king took the arm of the young lady and slowly walked towards the center of the courtyard under the attention and welcome of the nobles on both sides. The kind smile on the king's face also showed that he was very addicted to this luxurious court life. However, Clarence didn't know if it was his illusion. Although Louis XV's face was still rosy, his figure was thinner than a few months ago, and the corners of his eyes would reveal a moment of haggardness and fatigue from time to time. "Your Majesty's health seems not as good as before," Clarence whispered to the Marquis Mop beside him. Chief Justice Mop's eyes were fixed on King Louis. He nodded slowly, but he didn't care much. "This is normal. Your Majesty contracted some incurable diseases in his early years because of his romantic affairs. In addition, he is already 60 years old, but your Majesty still looks very healthy." Clarence nodded slightly. Louis XV had several serious illnesses in his childhood and almost died. Later, he contracted a sexually transmitted disease because of his frequent favors with mistresses. It is unknown whether the king's physical condition will deteriorate rapidly with age. Following closely behind the king and Madame du Barry were Crown Prince Louis and his wife. Although Crown Princess Mary still looked at Crown Prince Louis with a bit of disgust, the two at least looked like a harmonious and loving couple on the surface. After all, in this situation, their marriage relationship symbolized the alliance between France and Austria. Crown Prince Louis held Crown Princess Mary's hand, but his eyes could not wait to search for something in the crowd on both sides. Read the correct version in 16:9 book forum. When His Royal Highness finally saw the face of his closest friend in the team, he excitedly shook off Princess Mary and waved his arms to greet Clarence, who was 50 yards away. The nobles on both sides could not help but cast admiring eyes at Clarence in the crowd. They really didn't know how this Corsican was appreciated by the royal family, Duke of Choiseul and Chief Justice Mop at the same time. "Oh my god, can't you be more reserved?" Princess Mary glanced at the crown prince with resentment and quickly pulled down the arm that was waving with the conspicuous bag and whispered helplessly, "Can't you go over and say hello to Monsieur Bonaparte? Look, the nobles on both sides are laughing at you." Listening to his wife's scolding and looking at the guests on both sides who couldn't help laughing, Prince Louis took Princess Mary's right hand again in a sullen manner, muttering in a low voice, "This is friendship between men. What do you know?" Behind them were some ordinary royal family members, including Prince Louis' two younger brothers and Louis XV's princess daughters who were still unmarried in their 30s and 40s. Lawrence also looked very familiar with these royal family members, as they had all attended the banquet held in the Hall of Mirrors before. Who is that? At this time, a luxurious young man at the end of the team suddenly caught Lawrence's attention. He was not very old and looked about the same age as Lawrence, but his gorgeous clothes were no less than any minister or duke at the banquet. Moreover, although he appeared with the royal family, his clothes were not embroidered with the iconic iris of the Bourbon royal family like other princes and princesses. Instead, they were embroidered with a family emblem that Lawrence seemed familiar with. Is he also a member of the royal family? Lawrence looked at the elegant young man and asked Chief Justice Mop with a little doubt. "You mean that young man? Ah, that's Duke Charles. Strictly speaking, he is also a member of the royal family." Chief Justice Mop saw the elegant young man that Lawrence was referring to and nodded in affirmation. "Strictly speaking, yes, because he is the heir of the House of Orleans, the future Duke of Orleans. No wonder he is the House of Orleans." After learning the identity of the young man, Lawrence nodded in understanding. The Orleans family is a branch of the Bourbon royal family. When the legitimate son of their family comes of age, he will be baptized in the church and become a blood prince, which means that the church recognizes that the Orleans family also has royal blood. The heir of the Orleans family is only in his early 20s. He must be Louis Philippe II in history. Lawrence's eyes were focused on the young man at the end of the team and guessed his true identity. "Why? Are you interested in this Duke Charles?" Chief Justice Mop glanced at Lawrence and reminded him softly, "But I'm afraid you don't have much in common with him, because Duke Charles and His Royal Highness the Crown Prince are quite at odds. The relationship between the two is very stiff. Duke Charles even does not live in the Palace of Versailles, but in a manor in Paris. It's really strange. The two are cousins in terms of seniority. I really don't know why their relationship is so bad." Lawrence nodded slightly. Of course, he knew the reason why the future Duke of Orleans and His Royal Highness the Crown Prince were quite at odds. Although the Duke Charles in front of us was born into a distinguished duke family with royal blood, he was a loyal supporter of the Enlightenment. After he came into contact with the works of Jean-Jacques Rousseau, he became a loyal believer of Rousseau himself. On the eve of the outbreak of the French Revolution in history, he was the representative of the nobility in the three-level conference and stood at the forefront of the fight against the royal power. After the revolution broke out, he even took the initiative to give up the noble identity of the Duke of Orleans, which had been passed down for 5 generations, and restored his civilian identity and changed his name to Philip Equality. After being elected as a member of the National Assembly, the former Duke of Orleans also voted in favor of whether to execute King Louis XVI in the Parliament, and personally sent his cousin to the guillotine. Unfortunately, this duke, who was keen on the Enlightenment and the Republic, did not escape the terrorist purge during Robespierre's administration. He was soon pushed to the guillotine after the Jacobins came to power. What is very dramatic is that the son of this duke, who pursued the Republic, voluntarily gave up his noble status and personally voted in favor of executing the French king, became the future king of France, Louis Philippe I of the July monarchy. Of course, these are just later stories. The Duke Charles in front of us is just a 23-year-old aristocratic youth who has just been exposed to the Enlightenment. Chapter 278 A Fuse. Are you familiar with him? Duke Charles. Lawrence stared at the young duke thoughtfully for a while and suddenly asked Chief Justice Mop. Although Marquis Mop was a little surprised as to why Lawrence was so interested in Duke Charles, he nodded slightly and said, "We have only had some academic and literary exchanges. I have to say that this young man has many new ideas, but they are all too radical. I can't even give you examples here, otherwise it would be bad if others heard it and spread it to your majesty's ears." After laughing to himself twice, Marquis Mop concluded in a low voice, "But overall, I still like this Duke very much. He has very enthusiastic support for my judicial reform." Unfortunately, before he inherited the title of Duke of Orleans, his support was not of much value. After hearing this, Clarence also understood it very well. Duke Charles, who had been exposed to the Enlightenment, would naturally be disgusted with the corrupt and conservative interest group of the High Court, and it was reasonable for him to support Chief Justice Mop's progressive judicial reform. If it weren't for the position, even Clarence would have supported limiting and suppressing the power of the High Court. After all, the High Court is a bridgehead against all progressive reforms. In this sense, a considerable part of the blame for the outbreak of the French Revolution should be thrown on the High Court. If they hadn't blocked all the roads for moderate reforms, it would probably not have led to the final violent revolution. He is indeed an interesting young nobleman, but you'd better not have any dealings with him. Chief Justice Mop saw that Clarence showed great interest in Duke Charles, and couldn't help but remind him again, "His Royal Highness the Crown Prince will not be happy to see you and Duke Charles talking happily. Thank you for your advice." Clarence also knew that the Marquis of Mop's reminder was out of goodwill. It's just that a duke who is quite enthusiastic about the Enlightenment thought Clarence thinks he may get along well with him. At least, he will definitely get along well with Speaker Rousseau of the Corsica Parliament. While Clarence was talking with the Marquis of Mop, the members of the royal family also followed the convention and began to walk slowly on the carpet to greet the guests on both sides. Soon, the royal team came to Clarence. This handsome face doesn't often appear in the Palace of Versailles, but I always miss it." Louis XV took Madame du Barry's arm, stopped in front of Clarence with a happy face, and patted Clarence's shoulder with a big laugh. "My dear Clarence, now I have to call you Prime Minister, the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Corsica, which is a good title. Oh, by the way, maybe I can also call you Captain of the Guards. Ha 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 ha, I'm still your Grand Master." It can be seen that Louis XV is very satisfied with the title of Grand Master of the Knights of St. John of Jerusalem. At least this title can make him look more majestic in front of those bishops. Clarence laughed twice cooperatively, bent down and said humbly, "No matter what title I am, I'm your loyal subject." Loyal subject, outstanding subject. Louis XV personally dusted the dust off the corners of Clarence's clothes and said with emotion, "You have done a great job on the island of Malta, Clarence. You will soon get a reward that matches your merits. I swear you will be satisfied. Thunder and rain are all your grace." Clarence bent down a little lower. "Where does the difference between satisfaction and dissatisfaction come from?" "Ha ha ha, sweet talk, I like it." Louis XV couldn't help laughing after hearing this. If it weren't for Madame du Barry's support, he would probably fall down on the spot. After restraining his smile, Louis XV turned his head to look at Chief Justice Mop and greeted him kindly. "Mop, you are here too. I'm glad to see you and Clarence standing together. Both of you are my rare subjects." Obviously, Louis XV was very happy to see the royal faction loyal to him united. Seeing that Chief Justice Mop and Napoleon Bonaparte, who were at loggerheads before, could stand together in a friendly manner, Louis XV was also very happy about this. This meant that he didn't have to spend energy racking his brains to mediate the conflict between the two. Otherwise, both sides were his favorite subjects, and it would be quite difficult to mediate. Of course, if His Majesty knew that these two loyal subjects stood together to defeat his favorite mistress, I'm afraid Louis XV would not be so happy. Although Madame du Barry didn't speak, her woman's intuition still detected something wrong. The originally charming fox eyes were full of doubts at this time, and her eyes moved back and forth between Clarence and Mop, as if she realized something. The king and Madame du Barry did not stay in front of Clarence and Mop for too long. After all, this was a huge dinner party. If the king chatted with everyone for half a day, the guests would have to stand here until midnight. Crown Prince Louis, who followed closely behind, saw his relatives and friends who had not seen him for many days, and gave Clarence a warm hug. "It's so nice to see you again, Clarence. After I finish greeting several dukes and ministers, I will talk to you about the story of the South. I really want to know how you dealt with the British on the island of Malta." "With great pleasure, your highness." Clarence also hugged the Crown Prince warmly. Prince Louis wanted to say something, but Princess Mary was already urging him to move on. Well, don't block the way of the people behind you, Mr. Bonaparte. I'm also very happy to see you back to France. With a good person like you in Versailles, I feel that the air here is a lot fresher. After nearly half an hour, the royal family members finished greeting and paying tribute to the guests. Most of them didn't even get to say a word to the king. They only got a light handshake. It was a rare privilege for someone like Clarence to chat with the king for a few words. Then, Louis XV gave a short and casual speech under the gaze of all the guests. The theme was also very ordinary. He hoped that all the guests could forget their worries and enjoy themselves at this banquet. With the end of the king's speech, the banquet returned to its previous appearance. People continued to hold their glasses and exchange interesting or valuable news with their friends and colleagues in their circle. The crown prince and his wife followed the king to greet several nobles, which was also a necessary political etiquette. While Clarence and Chief Justice Mop were chatting to kill time, they heard a sharp shout from behind them. It was Madame du Barry's voice. What? That necklace is the gift that His Majesty the King promised me. Why haven't you prepared the money yet? My face has been lost by you incompetent officials. Clarence and Marquis de Maupery turned their heads to look at Madame du Barry at the same time. Many guests also cast curious and cautious glances, wondering what had made His Majesty the King's mistress so angry. Madame du Barry was scolding a blue-robed official. She seemed to have noticed everyone's gaze and realized her own gaffe. So after whispering a few harsh words, she hurriedly joined another conversation of ladies with a glass of wine. That seems to be a royal official. Chief Justice Mop looked at the blue-robed official who was at a loss and in a state of panic, frowned and said, "He is a financial director of the court. I have some impression of him. I will go and ask him what's going on." After a while, Chief Justice Mop came back with a worried look on his face. "Is it a very difficult matter?" Clarence asked. "Yes and no." Chief Justice Mop sighed and explained concisely. His Majesty the King bought a diamond necklace worth 2 million livres for Madame du Barry, but the payment for the necklace has not yet been paid to the craftsman. Madame du Barry was just questioning why the finance director had not allocated funds to buy the necklace. Clarence couldn't help shaking his head after hearing this. A necklace worth 2 million livres? Now I know where the French people's taxes are spent. Well, the problem is that the finance director does have a sum of money, but it is used to help the poor around Paris. Chief Justice Mop was also helpless. You may not know that every winter, the price of food in Paris rises very quickly. It is difficult for the poor at the bottom to survive the long winter nights without relief. Influenced by the physiocrats economists, Louis XV relaxed policy controls on grain trade. Although this lowered the price of grain most of the time, once winter came, or a disaster year occurred, the price of food would rise sharply without control. Read the correct version in 16-9 book forum. Louis XVI, who inherited this policy, suffered a lot from it. Due to the severe drought and frost in 1785 and 1788, the grain price level in France rose by nearly 50%, which was also considered one of the fatal fuses of the revolution in 1789. Do you mean that Madame du Barry will use this relief fund to buy her necklace? Clarence looked at the sparkling diamond necklace on Madame du Barry not far away, and frowned and asked, 2 million livres, if this money can be distributed to the poor, even at the price of Paris, it can ensure that no one dies of hunger throughout the winter. The entire population of Paris is 600,000. Even if half of the citizens need relief, these 2 million livres are enough to keep them alive through the winter. Chief Justice Mop sighed helplessly. In the eyes of Madame du Barry, money is money. She doesn't care about those skinny poor people. She only wants her diamond necklace. I'm afraid that in her ears, the praises of noble ladies are much more pleasant than the praises of the poor people at the bottom. Really? Clarence focused his eyes on the necklace with tassels on Madame du Barry's neck and said slowly, but this may also be an opportunity to make this necklace a fuse. Just as Chief Justice Mop wanted to ask Clarence about his thoughts, a waiter suddenly came to interrupt the conversation between the two, and said that His Majesty the King summoned them. Louis XV was chatting and laughing with several guests. Lieutenant General Jacques Philippe and Miss Elvie, including Duke Charles, who Clarence cared about very much, were also beside the king. Madame du Barry was also called back by Louis XV. This woman who was furious and bossy just now was now as docile as a white fox, leaning on the king's arm respectfully. "Ah, Lawrence, you are here." Louis XV smiled and waved to Lawrence, pointing to the nobles and ladies beside him and said, "I just talked about you with a few friends. They are all very interested in your story on Malta. Maybe you can tell us in person?" As a soldier, Lieutenant General Jacques Philippe also looked at Lawrence with great interest at this moment. Miss Elvie was even more expectant, almost with stars in her eyes. Although the young Duke Charles said nothing, he stared at Lawrence like other guests. It can be seen that he was also full of interest in this famous peer. Lawrence did not refuse, and after simply organizing his words, he began to narrate the story in vivid detail. "It is my honor, your majesty. It all started when I noticed the British's wolfish ambitions." In the process of narrating, Lawrence naturally omitted the transaction with Baron Birchiller and the little tricks on the island of Malta, and instead focused on the description of the battlefield with roaring artillery fire. After all, those nobles and ladies who had never been to the battlefield liked to listen to these military stories. After that, my soldiers, together with the knights, charged the British under the bombardment of the naval guns. It was an unforgettable hard battle in the dilapidated ruins in the rain. Gentlemen and ladies, you can find all your cruel imaginations of war there. Fortunately, we still won the final victory. The British fled everywhere like moles seeing the light, but their only direction was the boundless sea. In this way, I successfully defended the island of Malta. As Lawrence finished his narration, the nobles and ladies who had been fascinated by his story came to their senses and expressed their heartfelt admiration and praise to Lawrence one after another. After all, not everyone has the courage to command the army, to charge the enemy with swords in the midst of artillery fire. What a dangerous battle, sir. Oh my god. Even if I knew the outcome in advance, when I heard that the British were coming back, I couldn't help but sweat for Mr. Bonaparte. Too outstanding. I couldn't even hold a sword when I was 20 years old. Listening to the praises of several people around him, even Louis XV couldn't help but show a satisfied expression on his face. After all, in the king's view, such an outstanding minister as Lawrence Bonaparte also came to him on his own initiative, because he admired his reputation. The more sincere people's praise for Lawrence, the more it can show his reputation. And just when everyone was praising Lawrence's courage and wisdom, a gentle voice suddenly sounded. "Mr. Bonaparte did a great job, but I don't know if what you said is true." Chapter 279, The Gamble with Madame du Barry. It was the Countess du Barry who spoke. She leaned on Louis XV's shoulder delicately and pretentiously, and her tone was full of sarcasm. "Mr. Bonaparte's story is very interesting, but if it is true, I think it would be even more exciting." Before Lawrence could respond, Miss Elvie pointed at Madame du Barry and said coquettishly, "Jean Baker, what nonsense are you talking about? You are maliciously slandering the reputation of Mr. Bonaparte." As the legitimate daughter of the Duke of Choiseul, Miss Elvie was also one of the few women who dared to call Madame du Barry by her name. Louis XV, the person in charge, frowned slightly and looked at Lawrence and Madame du Barry. Both sides were his subjects who had received his favor. Before clarifying the situation, the king did not want to stop one side rashly. Lawrence looked at Madame du Barry without changing his expression. He certainly knew that the story he told was full of fiction and deletions, but Madame du Barry, who was far away in Versailles, should not be able to know the details of what happened on the island of Malta. Especially at that time, Lawrence secretly traveled to the island of Malta on a merchant ship and was surrounded by his confidants and subordinates. The news that Madame du Barry received was just a rumor that spread to France after the battle. In other words, this woman is just attacking me simply. After reaching a conclusion, Lawrence's eyes sank, and he said seriously, "Madam, do you want to say that my personal experience is fictional?" "I didn't say that." Madame du Barry laughed contemptuously. Her voice was very sharp. "It's just because you have done some fraudulent things that make me doubt your character, hypocritical Mr. Bonaparte." Lawrence said in a deep voice, "Please tell me, madam, have I, Lawrence Bonaparte, ever done any fraudulent things?" Although Lawrence did do a lot of such things, Whether it was deliberately creating a crisis during hunting to get closer to the crown prince, or the false financial statements of the Corsica National Silver Company, he believed that those things were handled perfectly. At least Madame du Barry would not know about it and have evidence. Haha, do I need to say it clearly? Just tell me one thing. Madame du Barry laughed proudly. I heard that you were recently elected as a member of the French Academy of Sciences. I didn't expect that Monsieur Bonaparte was also a natural philosopher, and I also heard that among the 3 academicians who recommended you, 2 are very close to you. One is Lavoisier and the other is Goethe. Even the academic work you submitted to the committee seems to have many similarities with the previous works of academician Lavoisier. The nobles and ladies around couldn't help but frown slightly after hearing this. Although they all supported Monsieur Bonaparte very much, they couldn't help but admit in their hearts that Madame du Barry was right. A 20-year-old young man can govern the country and march and fight, but he also has a good attainment in natural philosophy. I'm afraid that even an all-round talent of the Renaissance could not do this. In addition to the problem of favoritism mentioned by Madame du Barry, although people admired Laurence Bonaparte, they also felt that Laurence might have used some dishonorable means on the issue of the identity of an academician of the Academy of Sciences. Even Louis XV could not help but nod slightly, somewhat leaning towards Madame du Barry's side. Lieutenant General Jacques Philip's face was even more ugly. At the beginning, Laurence was able to pass the review of the Academy of Sciences committee because the Duke of Choiseul exerted a little influence on the Louvre. Lieutenant General Jacques Philippe naturally knew that Laurence did not become an academician by real talent. As the focus of the scene, Laurence listened silently to Madame du Barry's series of accusations, secretly lamenting that this woman might have come prepared, and it was estimated that she was instructed by the Duke of Richelieu or the Duke of Aiguillon to deliberately attack his character. After all, Laurence at this moment was still very similar to Madame du Barry. They both rose to high positions by relying on the king's favor. Once they lost the king's trust, Laurence, who had no other political foundation, would fall into a slump. Ahem. Louis XV deliberately coughed twice, walked between Laurence and Madame du Barry, and persuaded them in a peacemaker's manner. Okay, my dear Jean, don't be so aggressive. Laurence too, I will grant you the title of honorary academician regarding the French Academy of Sciences. On the surface, Louis XV was mediating the conflict between the two, but he was actually more inclined to his mistress's side. After all, his act of granting Laurence the title of honorary academician was equivalent to affirming Madame du Barry's series of moral accusations against Laurence. Hearing the king's words, Madame du Barry's smugness on her face became even more intense. Her purpose was not to exempt Laurence from the status of academician, but to take this opportunity to expose the hypocrisy of this damn Corsican. And this is not even slander, because everyone knows in their hearts that it is almost impossible for a 20-year-old young man to become a member of the French Academy of Sciences, and it is completely impossible for a 20-year-old politician to enter the French Academy of Sciences based on his talent. Everyone looked at Laurence with a little more worry and sigh. They didn't expect that Mr. Bonaparte would also be frustrated in front of the king. However, just when everyone thought that this confrontation would end with Madame du Barry's complete victory, Laurence suddenly said in a deep voice, "Wait, your majesty, please forgive me for rejecting your kindness." "Oh, dear Laurence, what do you mean?" Louis XV asked with some surprise. Laurence slowly walked to Madame du Barry and said in a serious manner, "Madam, if you doubt that my academician status is due to some dishonorable behavior, you can directly file an impeachment against me to the Academy Committee. I will use a public defense to prove my innocence." What? Madame du Barry couldn't help but show her complete surprise. She never expected that this Corsican would take the initiative to escalate the situation. You mean, you are willing to accept a public defense? After a brief moment of surprise, Madame du Barry immediately became ecstatic. She had long concluded that Laurence did not enter the French Academy of Sciences by virtue of his talent. Whether it was the recommendation of Lavoisier and Goethe, or the academic work that was obviously written by Lavoisier, it undoubtedly proved this point. In other words, a public academic defense would only make more people aware of the hypocrisy of this Corsican. Madame du Barry did not directly initiate impeachment at the beginning because she was afraid that the matter would be magnified and cause dissatisfaction with King Louis, and she never expected that Clarence would take the initiative to request such a defense. Humph, it's just bluffing. Looking at Clarence's firm expression, Madame du Barry became even more contemptuous and excited and said repeatedly, "Mr. Bonaparte, are you sure?" Even the guests around, including Louis XV, couldn't help but frown slightly and looked at Clarence, wondering why Mr. Bonaparte, who was known for his rationality, suddenly made such a foolish move. A public defense would only make him more embarrassed and embarrassed. Moreover, Clarence took the initiative to request an academic defense in front of His Majesty the King, which means that he has no chance to bribe the members of the manipulation committee. Louis XV will definitely ensure the fairness and truthfulness of this defense. Whether Clarence could pass the committee's assessment would depend entirely on his real talent and knowledge, and few of the guests present thought that the 20-year-old Prime Minister Bonaparte had the natural philosophy knowledge to join the French Academy of Sciences. Even Miss Elvie, who supported Clarence wholeheartedly, could not help but clench her handkerchief tightly, with worry between her pretty eyebrows. "I'm quite sure, ma'am, this is to defend my reputation." Clarence nodded firmly to confirm, and then changed the subject. "But, if I successfully pass the committee's evaluation, how will you compensate me for my loss of reputation?" Madame du Barry was slightly stunned. She had already concluded in her heart that Clarence was bluffing and would not pass the impeachment, so she said directly, "You can make any conditions, Mr. Bonaparte, because I can't be maliciously slandering your reputation. In this case, why not treat this as a gamble, ma'am?" Clarence pointed to the necklace on Madame du Barry's chest and said, "If I pass the evaluation, please use this diamond necklace of yours as compensation for my loss of reputation. I see that you seem to like this necklace very much." "Necklace? Oh, of course, no problem." Madame du Barry only showed a moment of reluctance. Although this was indeed a precious necklace that she loved very much, she still said anxiously, "Then what will you bet?" "This necklace is worth 2 million livres. If I don't pass." Clarence turned his head to look at Louis XV and said in a deep voice, "That means that I, Clarence Bonaparte, have problems with my character and morality, and such a person is naturally not qualified to continue to accompany His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Therefore, if such a terrible thing really happens, I will resign from the position of the Crown Prince's first attendant." A perfect version of the book in 1619. As soon as the words came out, everyone present, including Louis XV, looked at Clarence in shock. "You know, the position of the Crown Prince's first attendant is something that many people would try their best to get. This is the position that is closest to the future king. No one thought that Clarence would bet on it in a losing bet. Are you serious? Okay, I agree, no problem at all." Madame du Barry's heart suddenly surged with ecstasy, and she agreed repeatedly, as if she was afraid that Clarence would regret it. Lieutenant General Jacques Philippe on the side had a completely dark face. He absolutely could not accept that Clarence threw away the position of the first attendant. "Your Majesty." Jacques Philippe stepped forward and whispered anxiously in Louis XV's ear, "Please stop this absurd gambling. Your chief mistress and the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Corsica are gambling in the Palace of Versailles. If this matter gets out, it will be laughed at by other countries." Louis XV glanced at Madame du Barry, then stopped his gaze on the confident and determined Clarence, and then slowly shook his head, with a faint smile on the corner of his mouth. "They both want to do it. There's nothing wrong with that, and I also want to see what my dear Clarence is sure of." Looking at Louis XV's interested smile, people all knew that His Majesty the King must be interested in the gambling between the two, because such fun is rare even in the Palace of Versailles. Jacques Philippe wanted to persuade him, but was interrupted by Louis XV. "Lawrence, Jean, since you want to solve this dispute by yourselves, I will not intervene, but I will be your witness in this bet." Madame du Barry and Clarence agreed in unison. With His Majesty the King as a witness, the fairness of this bet must be beyond doubt. "Then, please excuse me for a moment, Your Majesty." After officially establishing the bet, Clarence politely said goodbye to Louis XV and left the circle of nobles around the king. As soon as Clarence left, Marquis Demup and Lieutenant General Jacques Philippe rushed to catch up with him. Lieutenant General Jacques Philippe was so anxious that a thin layer of cold sweat appeared on his forehead. He grabbed Clarence's shoulder and whispered, "Mr. Bonaparte, I thought you were a calm and rational person, but I didn't expect you to be so impulsive." Chief Justice Mop on the side also rarely echoed Lieutenant General Philippe and said worriedly, "That's right, Mr. Bonaparte, although we are in a hurry to deal with Madame du Barry, we don't need to be as radical as you. You don't have to risk your life for a necklace worth 2 million livres." Looking at the two people who were in a mess, Clarence just smiled easily, slowly put Lieutenant General Philippe's hand down from his shoulder, and comforted him. "Don't worry, gentlemen, this is just a sure bet." Lieutenant General Jacques Philippe looked at Clarence suspiciously, thinking that he wanted to bribe the members of the Academy of Sciences in advance like last time, and said anxiously with a burning heart, "A sure thing. Monsieur Bonaparte, my people will no longer be able to help you deal with the French Academy of Sciences Committee. Since His Majesty the King has boasted that he will act as a witness, he will definitely supervise the defense in person. Of course, although this means that Madame du Barry will not have the opportunity to trip you up, it also means that you must rely on your knowledge to conquer the best group of natural philosophy scholars in France. I don't think this is a sure thing at all. Relax, General, I graduated from a Grand Academy after all." Clarence shrugged. "Grand École? Every member of the French Academy of Sciences can be a senior professor. Not to mention those people on the committee." Lieutenant General Jacques Philippe rubbed his head in disappointment and sighed worriedly. "My brother will be furious if he knew about this. If he also knew that you lost the position of first attendant, I can't imagine his angry expression." One of the main reasons why Duke Choiseul valued Clarence was because he valued the relationship between Clarence and the Crown Prince. If Clarence really lost the bet and was forced to leave the Crown Prince, Jacques Philippe, as the second in command of the faction, felt that he had no face to face his brother. "I've told you, I haven't lost the bet yet, General." Clarence patted Lieutenant General Philippe on the back affectionately, "And if the Duke of Choiseul knew that I got rid of Madame du Barry for him, he might happily drink 3 glasses of brandy." Lieutenant General Philippe couldn't help rolling his eyes. "Get rid of Madame du Barry? Even if you really win the bet, you can only get rid of the necklace on Madame du Barry's chest. Alas, I don't know why you use that thing as a bet. Don't you still have the Corsica National Silver Company in your hand? You can't be eyeing this mere 2 million livres, right?" "No, General, of course not." Clarence stood between the two of them and said in a low voice, "In my eyes, it is not a diamond necklace with tassels at all, but a heavy noose. If everything goes well, I will let it be placed around that woman's neck just right." Chapter 280 Public Opinion Offensive. The news of the gambling between Clarence Bonaparte of the Kingdom of Corsica and the Countess du Barry, the chief mistress of His Majesty, soon spread throughout the Palace of Versailles. In the second half of the banquet, the topic of discussion among the guests was almost inseparable from the gambling between the two. Even in the court, these nobles and ministers rarely saw such a big gambling. One side bet a diamond necklace worth 2 million livres, and the other side even bet on the first attendant position that everyone was looking forward to and had a bright future. Some guests even set up their own gambling games in addition to discussing, and used the bets in their hands to express their support for one side. Although many guests expressed their hope to see Mr. Bonaparte give the arrogant and debauched prostitute a little punishment through that public defense, in many such private gambling games, Clarence Bonaparte's odds were more than 1 to 10. In the face of their own interests, these gamblers still chose rational minds. After all, no one would think that a 20-year-old young man is really capable of passing the assessment of the best scholars in France. At this moment, Countess du Barry could hardly hold back her smug expression, and excitedly found the nephew of Duke Richelieu, the Duke of Aiguillon, who was also the leader of the entire faction, since the Duke of Richelieu was placed under house arrest. "I can't believe that the Corsican would come up with such a stupid move." Madame du Barry clinked her glasses with the Duke of Aiguillon vigorously and laughed shrilly. "I originally just wanted to dampen his prestige and let people see his hypocritical and hateful true face, but I didn't expect him to come to me on his own initiative. To be honest, I didn't expect it." The Duke of Aiguillon's face was also very ruddy. Like Madame du Barry, he had already regarded himself as the winner of this gamble. "I think he just wanted to bluff and force me to apologize to him at the beginning. Madame du Barry proudly recounted her victory story. In the end, I didn't buy his tricks at all. Since he asked for a public defense, then let's do it. Haha, that Corsican must have been panicked when he couldn't get off the stage. Duke Gillen laughed happily, took a sip of champagne and said, it is also possible that he is used to relying on others for power and thinks that everything will be fine with the help of Duke Choiseul. He thinks that Choiseul's people can help him pass the assessment easily. Humph, what a fool. If anyone dares to help him bribe the members of the Academy of Sciences Committee now, it would be a blatant slap in the face of His Majesty the King. Haha, such stupidity is very possible for a Corsican. Madame du Barry laughed and fell backwards. It took a long time before she stopped laughing. She seemed to suddenly think of something and asked seriously, what will happen after Bonaparte loses this bet? Did he just lose the position of first attendant? Madame du Barry, who was extravagant and licentious, put almost all her energy into jewelry and garden villas. She knew almost nothing about politics and had to consult an old fox like the Duke of Aiguillon on such issues. No, madam, it's far more than that. The Duke of Aiguillon couldn't help laughing, as if he was talking about a bright future. Once Lawrence Bonaparte loses his position as the first chamberlain, he will have no suitable reason to stay in Paris for a long time, and the Duke of Choiseul will certainly not value him as much as before. Even His Majesty the King is likely to have a different opinion of this barbarian. But isn't the Crown Prince very close to him personally? Madame du Barry asked with some concerns. Oh, my lady, although they have a good personal relationship, they have known each other for less than a year after all. The Duke of Aiguillon laughed nonchalantly. As long as Lawrence Bonaparte cannot stay in Paris for a long time, this friendship will fade. At that time, the Prime Minister of this tiny country will be isolated and helpless. Dealing with him will not be much more troublesome than shooting a dying deer. Hearing the words of the Duke of Aiguillon, Madame du Barry was relieved. A hint of ferocity and viciousness appeared on her fair and tender cheeks. That's great. I'm going to hire someone to skin him, roast him on the fire, and then drown him in a pool of poison. I will make that kid pay double for what Jane du Barry has suffered. Jane du Barry was the biggest benefactor of Madame du Barry, who enabled her to enter the upper class and even become the king's mistress. He also held many of Madame du Barry's secrets. Although there was no substantial evidence, she knew that Jane du Barry was still kidnapped and controlled by Lawrence and Choiseul's men. Just for this personal vendetta, Madame du Barry would never let Lawrence Bonaparte go. Putting this Corsican to death was her biggest goal. The Duke of Aiguillon grinned. Although it is a bit difficult according to your method of execution, it is not impossible. Oh, by the way, I have to find that damn financial director again and ask him to allocate funds to buy this necklace as soon as possible. Madame du Barry stroked the pure gold necklace inlaid with 22 crystal diamonds on her chest, in a good mood. Although Lawrence Bonaparte is destined not to get this treasure, since it is a bet, he can't even pay the balance. The Duke of Aiguillon nodded. I will go with you, madam. The director should give me some face. Besides, even His Majesty the King has acted as a witness to this bet. He should dare not delay the allocation of funds for this necklace. 3 days later, on the afternoon of December 21st, Lawrence left Versailles and returned to number 10 Champs-Élysées. Lawrence did not return to Paris immediately after the banquet to prepare for the academic defense. Instead, he stayed in the Palace of Versailles for 2 days to accompany Crown Prince Louis to study the mechanical design of the new spring lock. The two had not seen each other for several months, and they needed time to maintain their close friendship. After all, investing in the future king must be a sure win. Lieutenant General Jacques Philippe was extremely anxious, especially when he saw that Lawrence could still discuss the mechanical design drawings with Crown Prince Louis in a relaxed manner, and he felt that he was going to faint from anger at this kid. Mr. Bonaparte, are you going to show the academicians of the Academy of Sciences how to build a new lock? Lawrence still looked calm and did not feel anxious about the upcoming public evaluation. Any future scientific knowledge in his mind was enough to be regarded as an insight beyond the times. The only problem now is how to convince the academicians at the defense meeting. After all, if I tell the scholars of the 18th century about the knowledge of quantum mechanics and relativity that is too advanced, I'm afraid that I will only be regarded as a clown who is sensational. As for this problem, Lawrence has gradually come up with a perfect plan after 2 days of careful consideration. Before leaving, Lawrence deliberately handed a set of detailed design drawings to Crown Prince Louis, asking him to make some basic parts for him. Crown Prince Louis is an excellent craftsman. In history, he is even the best locksmith in the whole of France. In addition, his workshop has almost any material that can be produced in this era. It is more appropriate for him to make those small parts. If people outside the court knew that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince was actually used as a craftsman, they would be surprised. But Crown Prince Louis himself did not mind at all. In his opinion, it was just a small favor for his close friend, not to mention that Lawrence even put his life in danger several times for himself. Well, Mr. Bonaparte, we say goodbye here for now. In front of the gate of number 10 Champs-Élysées, Lieutenant General Jacques Philippe in the carriage looked at Lawrence seriously and said in a deep voice, I will keep an eye on the developments at the Louvre for you, but I can't have any influence on that defense. I hope you are really sure. Lawrence jumped out of the carriage, waved with a smile and said, please believe me, General, I won't do anything stupid to dig my own grave. Lieutenant General Philippe didn't say anything else, but nodded heavily twice, then closed the door and left the Champs-Élysées with the sound of crisp horse hooves. The old butler of the number 10 mansion soon noticed Lawrence's return and immediately went out to greet him respectfully and anxiously. Sir, you are back. Is it true that you had an affair with Madame du Barry in the Palace of Versailles? Ah, I made a bet with that woman. Lawrence walked slowly into the mansion and asked as he walked, why, has this matter spread all over Paris? The old butler's brows unconsciously frowned and nodded in response, yes, sir. Almost everyone who pays attention to Versailles knows that you and Madame du Barry are betting against each other. Such a high stakes bet is rare, especially a bet with the king as a witness. That's great. Lawrence smiled slightly. The spotlight is a good place to perform. The old butler's eyebrows were full of worry. Even he, a confidant who stayed beside Lawrence, believed that Madame du Barry could easily win the bet. After all, Mr. Bonaparte had never conducted any scientific research in the mansion on weekdays. However, since the bet had been set under the supervision of the king, the old butler could no longer interfere with the master's decision. He could only sigh slightly and ask diligently, you have been hard on the bumpy journey. Do you need afternoon tea for you? No, no need. Lawrence walked straight into the reception room and sat down. After thinking for a moment, he ordered, I need to see two people now. One is President Haytham of the Observer Daily, and the other is Academician Lavoisier of the French Academy of Sciences. Send someone to pick them up. Yes, I'll go right away. A perfect version of the book in 1619. More than an hour later, President Haytham arrived at the Champs-Élysées first and rushed into the reception room under the guidance of the servants. The once down and out middle-aged editor now seemed to be in a much better situation. He was wearing a well-tailored suit and a custom-made bowler hat. Even his complexion was much more energetic than before. He no longer looked haggard or worried, but only satisfied with his work. Such a change was normal for President Haytham. Previously, he was a down-and-out journalist who ran a bankrupt marginal newspaper and was heavily in debt. But now, his newspapers have appeared in the mailboxes of thousands of households, and the profit dividends from the newspaper itself are enough to make him a well-off middle-class person. Of course, President Haytham will never forget who made him achieve this dreamlike success. That's why when he received the summons from Lawrence, he immediately put down all his work and stepped on the carriage to the Champs-Élysées. Ah, sir, good afternoon, I'm Haytham Depp. You may not even remember me, haha. Walking into the golden reception room, President Haytham nervously greeted Lawrence, who was resting with his eyes closed. I am editor-in-chief and president of the Daily Observer, my sponsored person. Lawrence smiled and asked President Haytham to sit down, adding, of course I remember. You've done a great job in the newspaper. I can see the Daily Observer in many places. Please sit down. President Haytham hurriedly said, flattered. All this is inseparable from your contribution. Without the financial support and those heavy news you provided, the Daily Observer would now only appear in the toilet with those trash tabloids, and they wouldn't be read. Your work is also excellent, Haytham, but I didn't call you here today about the newspaper. Lawrence sat up straight and became a little more serious. Regarding Countess Dewberry, what do you, or the press, and the general public, think of this woman? Hearing this question, President Hatham couldn't help showing an embarrassed expression and hesitantly said, Madame Dewberry, Your Excellency, you should know her much better than me, but I haven't even met this lady. Even if you haven't met her, you still know this name, right? Lawrence smiled slightly, motioning President Hatham to continue answering his question. The reason why Lawrence specifically asked this question was naturally not because he lacked understanding of Madame Dewberry. With the historical memory in his mind and the intelligence network of Duke Choiseul, Lawrence knew this woman better than Madame Dewberry's personal maid. But what Lawrence wanted to know at this moment was what the public opinion image of this woman was in the hearts of the Parisian people, which was why Lawrence asked this question to President Hatham, a middle and low-level person. Well, okay, Madame Dewberry, she. President Hatham could only recall and say, I know very little about her. I only know that she is the king's official mistress and lives a very extravagant life. She has several garden villas in Paris. By the way, she often spends a lot of money to order jewelry. It can be said that she alone supports half of the jewelers in Paris. That's about all I know. She is just a beautiful woman who is extremely luxurious. The common people basically think so. In the eyes of ordinary people in Paris, Madame Dewberry is just a mistress of the king with a luxurious style. There is nothing surprising and noteworthy about her. Few people will mention this woman in the chat in the tavern. After all, luxury is not Madame Dewberry's personal style. The style of the entire royal family is the same. Only some citizens with a strong sense of justice will deliberately criticize Madame Dewberry as a typical example when criticizing the extravagance of the royal family. Apart from that, there is nothing special. The ordinary people will not notice the powerful influence of this woman in politics. Of course, in recent days, Madame Dewberry's name has become well known in Paris. President Hatham observed Lawrence's expression and said carefully, because of the bet between her and you. Many political newspapers reported this news as headlines, and even those gossip tabloids basically published this news. Lawrence smiled and asked casually, isn't anyone curious about Madame Dewberry's bet? You mean, her diamond necklace worth 2 million livres? President Hatham asked puzzledly, that is indeed a rare treasure. I heard that it took the craftsman 5 years just to collect those gems. Ordinary people don't even have the opportunity to see them in their lifetime. But since it is Madame Dewberry's collection, no one finds it strange. This woman's wealth can be said to be endless. I don't know how many gold mountains it can be piled up into. Listening to President Hatham's typical petty bourgeois speech, Lawrence couldn't help laughing, waved his hand and said, no, Mr. President, no one's wealth is endless, not even the king. And as far as I know, the source of Madame Dewberry's funds to obtain this necklace is not very glorious. Not very glorious? What do you mean? President Hatham asked subconsciously, and his tone became excited. His intuition as a journalist told him that the Observer Daily would soon have new exclusive news. It seems that I can bring you another piece of blockbuster news, Mr. President. Chapter 281, Pleading for the People. President Hatham clenched his fists in excitement and looked at Lawrence intently, not intending to miss a single word uttered by this gentleman. The reason why the Observer Daily was able to grow rapidly into a new newspaper with a subscription volume that was not inferior to those old newspapers, in addition to Lawrence's investment regardless of cost, the most important reason was the exclusive first-hand information that President Hatham had previously obtained from Lawrence. Whether it was the exclusive secrets before the Corsica National Silver Company went public, or the gossip and scandals inside the Versailles court, or even the experience stories of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince himself, these were not news that those old newspapers had channels to obtain. In order not to miss these exclusive news, the gentlemen of the upper class would naturally add the Observer Daily to their mailing list, and the lower class citizens also favored this new newspaper because of the low price and outstanding readability of the Observer Daily. Lawrence looked at President Hatham and stopped keeping the secret. He said directly, Madame Dewberry bought this necklace with the royal grant, which was supposed to be used to help the poor in Paris. What? You mean, the necklace was bought with the winter subsidy? As soon as the voice fell, President Hatham opened his mouth in surprise and frowned instantly. As early as when he founded the Observer Daily, President Haytham set a very righteous purpose to speak out for all kinds of injustice in this society. Therefore, although President Haytham is also a well-off citizen, he still has a deep understanding of the lives of the poor at the bottom. Winter subsidies are a sum of money specially set up to help the citizens who are struggling for food and clothing in the slums in winter. More than a decade ago, when Louis XV discovered that his physiocracy policy would lead to rising food prices in winter, in order to appease the people, he established this relief policy at the suggestion of the Minister of Finance. President Haytham was certainly aware of this policy. During the period when the newspaper was on the verge of bankruptcy and he was in debt, he even received winter subsidies several times. Although each time he was given only a £4 piece of moldy black bread and a small bag of firewood, for those poor people who were barely clothed, many of them could not survive without the help of this subsidy. I think so. Lawrence shrugged and said affirmatively. Madame du Barry took this money from a financial director of the royal family to pay for the necklace. As for whether the royal family can draw out another fund to fill this gap, I think it is basically impossible. Although the royal family has always lived a luxurious life, it does not mean that France's financial situation is very healthy. On the contrary, France's fiscal deficit has continued to deteriorate for decades. And if nothing unexpected happens, as long as the government and the royal family cannot reform the taxes on the nobles and clergy, this huge fiscal deficit will be an unsolvable problem and paradox, and it will continue to deteriorate until Louis XVI ascends the throne. Therefore, it is almost impossible to divert the funds for this year's winter subsidies from the budgets of other departments. The government's top officials are probably not going to do anything about it. After all, Chief Justice Mop only expressed regret and sorrow after hearing the news, instead of trying to help the poor who were about to die of hunger and cold. This is simply too much. President Hayes could not help but punch the coffee table in front of him. After remembering that this was Lawrence's reception room, he quickly apologized and said, "Oh, sorry, Your Excellency, I just think that woman is too much. The funds for winter subsidies are not only from fiscal appropriations, but also from donations from many kind-hearted citizens. My wife once brought their leaflets home, and I donated 5 livres at that time." When he thought that his donation had turned into a gold thread in Madame du Barry's necklace, and thought about how many poor people would freeze to death or starve to death in Paris this year after a snowy night, President Hayes could not sit still and sighed helplessly from his mouth one after another. Lawrence just nodded calmly. This kind of scandal was normal in his opinion. Not to mention at the end of the 18th century, even in later generations, no citizen of any country could fully understand what their hard-earned money had turned into. In short, Mr. President, I believe this will be a big news. Countess du Barry misappropriated relief funds to buy luxury jewelry. I don't think such reports are often published in Parisian newspapers. Lawrence leaned back on the sofa and said slowly, "That's true, sir." President Haytham's expression also became solemn and nodded heavily. Gossip about the royal family is the content that all major newspapers are competing to report. After all, the petty citizens are full of curiosity about this ruling group that is above their heads. They are happy to spend a few coppers to spy on the luxurious life of the mysterious royal family members. Especially for a woman like Madame du Barry who is favored by His Majesty the King. Her scandal will undoubtedly attract the attention and concern of the citizens, especially the ladies. Lawrence looked at President Haytham and asked softly in a gentle but irresistible tone, "I hope this news will appear on the front page of the Observer Daily as soon as possible. Should there be any problem?" In front of this explosive exclusive news, President Haytham did not immediately agree, but bit his lips tightly, looking tangled. He certainly knew that reporting this news could bring another round of sales carnival to his newspaper. But correspondingly, this also meant that he would completely offend Countess du Barry. Although President Haytham, as a middle-class citizen, did not understand the political influence of Madame du Barry, he also knew that it would be easy for His Majesty the King's official mistress to attack a powerless tabloid president like him. "I still have a wife and 3 children. For the sake of my family, perhaps I should refuse Mr. Bonaparte." President Haytham secretly glanced at Lawrence's expression. Mr. Bonaparte in front of him still had a faint smile on his lips and did not continue to force him to make a decision. In early winter, the air in Paris was already a little chilly, but at this moment, President Haytham's brow was still oozing with a layer of hot sweat. He certainly knew how dangerous it was to lift the bright and beautiful curtain and reveal the darkness underneath, especially when the curtain was printed with the royal emblem. But if I don't speak out, how will those people in the slums and sewers survive this winter? President Haytham's mind flashed through scenes, including Mr. Bonaparte in front of him, including his wife and children. But what finally made him make up his mind were those poor people at the bottom of society who were half-dressed and still hurt his heart. Thinking of their pale and skinny faces, their hunger, and their naked bodies digging for voles in the 3-foot deep snow, President Haytham clenched his fists again, recalling his original intention of founding the newspaper, and then gritted his teeth and said, "I understand what you mean. You will see this news in the morning paper tomorrow. Time is running out. I have to rush back to the newspaper to do editing and typesetting. Please allow me to say goodbye to you." After that, President Haytham stood up resolutely and bowed to Lawrence to say goodbye, as if he was afraid that he would regret it. Lawrence nodded slightly, watching President Haytham walk out of the reception room with a somewhat stiff movement, and sincerely praised what an upright and brave man. Of course, he could see why President Haytham did not agree to his request at the first time. Madame du Barry's revenge was not something that such a newspaper president could bear. However, what surprised Lawrence was that President Haytham actually decided to stand against Madame du Barry before he promised to protect her. This really required a lot of courage. After all, for an ordinary citizen like Haytham, even if he got a promise of protection from one of the parties, it would still be extremely dangerous to get involved in the struggle between such big figures. If it were in front of some cold-blooded decision makers, I'm afraid that, after using President Haytham to attack Madame du Barry, they would directly abandon this little person as a useless chess piece. Of course, Lawrence still admired this president very much, and naturally he would come forward to block Madame du Barry's revenge. As President Haytham left quickly, the old housekeeper of the mansion came in again to report, "Sir, I have sent someone to send Mr. Haytham back. In addition, Academician Lavoisier, whom you want to see, has also arrived in the waiting room. Do you want to meet him now? Of course, please bring that talented scholar here." After a while, Academician Lavoisier, who had not seen Lawrence for a long time, sat on the sofa on the opposite side of the reception room. He was obviously in a hurry. It was probably because he received Lawrence's invitation and rushed over directly. Unlike the elaborate dress he wore when he came to visit for the first time, Lavoisier only wore a white shirt this time, a plain brown vest on the outside, and ordinary black trousers on the bottom, with many small holes on them that were not sure if they were corroded by chemicals. "It's really nice to see you again, sir. Today, the weather is really nice." Lavoisier greeted Lawrence incoherently, and even after sitting on the sofa, he looked very terrified, as if he was not in the reception room of number 10 Champs-Élysées, but in the prison of the Paris High Court. Lawrence did not respond immediately, but looked carefully at Lavoisier's messy hair and haggard eyes, and then smiled and greeted, "It's been a while since we last met, Mr. Lavoisier. You look much more haggard. Have you been working hard on your recent experiments? Read the correct version in the 16:9 book forum." "No, sir, it's not about research." Seeing Lawrence's kind smile, Lavoisier finally squeezed out a bitter smile from the corner of his mouth, and said with self-blame and worry, "There are some troubles in the Academy of Sciences." Lawrence glanced at Lavoisier's worried and anxious expression, chuckled and said, "Let me guess, it should be related to me, right? It's Monsieur Bonaparte, about you and Madame du Barry." Lavoisier looked at Lawrence carefully, and nodded in acknowledgement. Thinking about it a little bit, Lawrence could also guess why Lavoisier had been so haggard and self-blaming in the past 2 days, especially when he showed a panic expression after seeing him for the first time. After all, it was Lavoisier who helped Lawrence enter the French Academy of Sciences, but now Madame du Barry questioned and impeached Lawrence's academician status, and set up a bet that almost made Lawrence lose, which made Lavoisier feel very self-blaming. especially after meeting Lawrence. Lavoisier was even more worried that the powerful Lord Bonaparte would blame him for all this, because it was his incompetence that led to Lord Bonaparte's predicament. Moreover, in addition to the pressure from Lawrence, Lavoisier also suffered a lot of contempt and disdain within the French Academy of Sciences. His colleagues attacked him, and even some colleagues who had never dealt with him threatened to impeach Lavoisier and expel him from the French Academy of Sciences. Although Lavoisier did make this deal with Lawrence in order to expand his tax farming area, he did see Lord Bonaparte's far-sighted vision in chemistry during his communication with Lawrence that day. Therefore, Lavoisier repeatedly stated that he made the recommendation after he had academic exchanges with Lord Bonaparte and believed that Lawrence had the corresponding profound knowledge. But this weak statement could only become a laughingstock in the end. No one believed that the 20-year-old Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Corsica still had the natural philosophy knowledge to become an academician. It seems that I have caused you a lot of trouble. I need to apologize to you for this, Lawrence said softly. Hearing that Lawrence apologized to him, Lavoisier stood up in panic and said repeatedly, "No, no, no, how can I accept your apology, sir? This is all my problem. If I had been more careful at the time, I might not have dragged you down and left you with these handles. Please sit down, Mr. Lavoisier." Lawrence smiled and patiently comforted him. Now that things have come to this, there is no point in entangled in the previous behavior. We should focus on the academic defense itself. Is there any news from the Louvre? Lavoisier nodded, his face a little ugly. The Academy of Sciences Committee has determined the time for the defense, which is set for 3 or 4 days after the New Year. After the New Year? Only about 2 weeks. Lawrence was not particularly surprised. Although this time was a bit tight, it was enough for him. Yes, the committee does not intend to give you too much preparation time. They think that, if you are really capable of passing, it doesn't matter, even if you defend tomorrow. Lavoisier sighed and continued, and I have bad news to tell you, because His Majesty the King personally sent someone to supervise the entire process of the defense. The committee's evaluation standards are much higher than normal. If you continue to use the paper I submitted to participate in the defense, I'm afraid it will be very difficult to pass. Although Lavoisier did hear a lot of inspiring knowledge from Lawrence, he, like most citizens, did not think that Mr. Bonaparte could pass the high standard defense, especially when time was so tight and he had to submit an academic paper again. Lavoisier even felt that, if such conditions and standards were used as the assessment of academicians of the French Academy of Sciences, I'm afraid that more than half of the current academicians would not be able to pass. However, Lawrence waved his hands nonchalantly and said, "Resubmit a paper. That's fine. I had this plan anyway, and I've even come up with the outline in the past 2 days." "What did you say?" Lavoisier thought he had misheard at first, and said in surprise, "You want to write an academic paper yourself, and within 2 weeks? And you have to use it to participate in the academic defense at the French Academy of Sciences?" Not to mention Lawrence, even Lavoisier himself felt that it was impossible for him to write an academic paper of sufficient quality to pass the defense within 2 weeks, not to mention the tedious experiments and data collection. Of course, I have even designed the experimental device and am entrusting a craftsman to help me build it. Lawrence looked at Lavoisier's surprised expression and said with a smile, "However, I still need a capable assistant. I wonder if Mr. Lavoisier is willing?" Lavoisier seemed to have not recovered from this absurd idea. He was stunned for a moment before asking hurriedly, "Of course I'm willing to provide you with all the help, but please forgive me for asking, what is the object of your research? It is difficult to explain it to you in a few words, Mr. Lavoisier." Lawrence thought for a while and said slowly, "In short, it is a brand new power that can illuminate the entire world. It is so powerful that it can even make those roaring steam engines withdraw from the stage of history one day." Chapter 282, Fire Under the Ashes. Time flies, and the white horse passes by in a flash. As the snowflakes fall over Paris and the 12 bells of the New Year sound from Notre Dame de Paris, the citizens can finally tear off the last page of the calendar of 1770 and turn the new calendar to January 1771. From Christmas to the New Year, the vibrant city of Paris also showed her peaceful side. There are fewer people on the streets than usual. Compared with celebrating in the biting snow and wind, people are more willing to stay at home and spend this warm moment with their relatives and friends. After all, apart from this statutory holiday, Parisians don't have much time to rest in a year. Of course, not everyone can enjoy their Christmas holiday in front of the hot fire. At least for the officials of the Paris City Hall, they are quite busy this week. Almost every day, you can see the bureaucrats of the City Hall shuttling through the streets, repairing roads, clearing snow everywhere, and even sending people to knock off the icicles under the eaves of houses on both sides of the road. Even the soldiers of the Paris police force patrolled the streets in full gear every day in the snow and wind, instead of wearing uniforms and getting drunk in warm taverns as in previous years. These bureaucrats and policemen, who are usually arrogant and domineering, do not do these hard and tiring municipal work out of enthusiasm. There is only one reason that can make them voluntarily give up their Christmas holidays. His Majesty the King will come to Paris after the new year. For Louis XV, who loves court life, the last time he came to Paris can be traced back to nearly 10 years ago. This long-awaited visit naturally made the bureaucrats of the City Hall feel like they were facing a great enemy and dared not neglect it at all. At the same time, the citizens of Paris also vaguely sensed the tense atmosphere in the air. The purpose of His Majesty's coming to Paris was probably for the gambling between Mr. Bonaparte and Madame du Barry. He wanted to see the outcome of this rare and interesting gambling game with his own eyes. As the news of His Majesty's arrival in Paris spread, the gambling game between Lawrence and Madame du Barry once again heated up, and even many citizens who were not interested in political affairs learned about it. However, for those ordinary citizens at the bottom of society, they don't care who won this boring gambling game. Instead, they care about the priceless diamond necklace that was one of the stakes. Hoo-hoo. My ears are about to be frozen off. Damn it, why haven't the winter subsidies been distributed yet? If it's delayed any longer, all the firewood will have to be kept for my cremation. Hey, what subsidy? There is none this year. Didn't you see what was written in the newspaper? It was reported more than 10 days ago. Do you think I'm someone who has money to buy newspapers? But what did the newspaper say? Why is there no subsidy this year? Countess du Barry, that bitch. She used the money to buy a necklace. The necklace she used to gamble with the Corsicans. What? Buy a necklace? How many people will freeze to death or starve to death this year without the relief subsidies? So many lives are not worth as much as a necklace? Oh, don't say it. Our cheap lives are really not worth as much as that necklace. Fuck you, I don't think so. How much did that bitch spend on the necklace? Who knows, but the newspapers say that Madame du Barry embezzled at least 3 million livres, and the necklace should have cost 2 million livres. At least 3 million livres? This is simply too hateful. Spending millions of livres just to put a few broken stones in front of her neck. Doesn't this woman know how many lives this money can save? She is a noble countess, the king's mistress. Man, you'd better say less. Anyway, nothing can be changed. Maybe a passing patrolman will hear and put you in jail. The blood-soaked necklace, the evil deeds of the glamorous Countess du Barry, was the front page news published by The Observer 2 weeks ago. In the report, The Observer said that they had received a revelation from an unknown but reliable informant that Countess du Barry embezzled more than 3 million livres of relief funds to purchase jewelry, including the highly anticipated diamond necklace. At the same time, the report also used half of its space to describe the hard life of the poor people at the bottom of the slums, saying that if there were no previous relief policies, more than 5,000 poor people in Paris would die completely this winter. In the upper class, this report did not cause a particularly strong response. They had long known that Countess du Barry must have received a lot of money from the royal family to maintain her extravagant life. Although the misappropriation of relief funds was unexpected, it was also reasonable. And in the final analysis, these gentlemen did not care about the lives of the poor at the bottom. They were just a little surprised that this recently emerging newspaper had the courage to expose Madame du Barry's scandal. After all, the vindictive woman would definitely not let the tabloid have a good ending after learning about this report. However, among the ordinary citizens of Paris, this report undoubtedly caused an uproar. The Observer was almost sold out that day, and President Hatham had to print several more batches of newspapers urgently. Even the next morning, the newspaper office was still printing yesterday's newspapers. The common people waved the newspapers in their hands and angrily accused Madame du Barry of her evil deeds. Before, when they talked about the extravagant life of the ruling class, their hearts were not too touched, and they did not realize that the gold and silver squandered by the king and the nobles actually came from their own blood and sweat, and were all the benefits they deserved. But now, the newspaper has clearly stated in black and white that Countess du Barry spent the relief funds that should have belonged to them on a set of meaningless pearls and gems. The citizens immediately became angry. Some people stood up and proposed to hold a protest march to let His Majesty the King of Versailles hear their anger. On the second day after the newspaper went on sale, hundreds of indignant people gathered in the Champ de Mars. They gave speeches in the square and accused Madame du Barry of her disregard for human life and decadent life in the most fierce words. Not only the poor who were worried about their livelihoods participated in the rally, but also many petty bourgeoisie and wealthy workers joined the protest. They hoped that the huge wealth controlled by the royal family could flow more into the ordinary people like them. After all, no one wanted to see a quarter of the tax revenue of the entire French kingdom flow into the Palace of Versailles and turn into a string of meaningless diamond necklaces. At the end of this spontaneous rally, the excited citizens even decided to go together to surround the Paris City Hall and ask the officials of the City Hall for an explanation. Of course, this flame of resistance was extinguished before it burned. The Paris police force soon noticed the boiling public opinion. A large number of police soldiers were quickly dispatched. The fully armed soldiers easily broke up these citizens' assemblies and arrested hundreds of demonstrators on charges of disrespect. In the days that followed, which lasted until the new year, the police force increased martial law on the streets and squares to prevent such treasonous gatherings from happening again, especially at this critical juncture when His Majesty the King was about to arrive. At the same time, in order to prevent the situation from escalating and affecting His Majesty the King's arrival, the officials of the City Hall also hurriedly stood up and wrote a blank check to the citizens, saying that they would ask His Majesty the King to allocate a sum of money as soon as possible to pay winter subsidies. Anyone with a discerning eye could see that the City Hall was stalling for time, trying to use a delaying tactic to prevent the citizens' protests from affecting His Majesty the King's arrival. However, this two-pronged approach of hardness and softness was still quite effective for the ordinary citizens. Most people gave up the idea of continuing to protest, chose to succumb to the force of the police force, and hoped that the City Hall would really allocate a sum of relief funds in time as they promised. When the new year arrived, although there was still no sign of the City Hall's promise being fulfilled, the 2-week martial law had made the citizens no longer have any expectations for public gatherings and protests. They had no choice but to bury their hatred for Madame du Barry deep in their hearts, just like a dark fire under the ashes that had not yet been burned out. As the initiator of all this, Napoleon Bonaparte stayed dormant in his mansion without leaving his house, silently waiting for the opportunity to rekindle the remaining fire under the thousands of ashes. January 2nd, 1771, the second day of the new year, in the Tuileries Palace, the former royal palace of the Kingdom of France, Paris, even covered in silver, is so beautiful, worthy of being the jewel in my crown. On the balcony of the top suite of the Tuileries Palace, Louis XV comfortably looked at the snowy scenery of Paris and drank a cup of fragrant black tea while sighing. In the early morning of today, Louis XV's carriage arrived in Paris. As for the reason why His Majesty came to Paris after a long absence, it was consistent with the speculation of the outside world. Louis XV did have a strong interest in the gambling game between Lawrence and Madame du Barry. In the eyes of this pleasure-loving king, this rare and interesting event is totally worth the trip to Paris. Besides, staying in the palace all day is somewhat boring. Louis XV is also full of expectations for this trip to Paris, looking forward to finding some fun here. Check out the correct version in 1619 book bar. Louis XV gently put down the teacup, exhaled a breath of white air comfortably, and asked the press secretary who was serving beside him, "Is there anything important in Paris recently?" The press secretary took 2 steps forward and leaned forward respectfully to answer, "Your Majesty, there is nothing worth noting. Paris is as peaceful and prosperous as before. It's just that before the new year, some uneducated and unruly people held several annoying protest rallies, but the mayor of Paris has handled this matter perfectly. Originally, such a small matter would not be told to His Majesty the King, but since Louis XV specifically asked about the affairs of Paris, the press secretary remembered that there was such an unpleasant thing. Louis XV's comfortable expression faded a little, and he asked with some displeasure, "Protest rally? What's it about?" The press secretary leaned over and licked his lips. As a press officer directly under the king, he still told Louis XV the whole process of the protest in an objective and fair manner, from the sale of the Observer Daily to the clearing and martial law of the Paris police force. Louis XV felt a little upset after hearing this, smacked his lips, and said to himself, "It's really annoying. These newspapers only know how to find fault with the royal family. If they reported more of my great achievements, there would be no such trouble. Your Majesty, do you want to close down that newspaper?" The press secretary asked carefully. "Forget it. I understand those newspapers. If I shut down one, 10 more will pop up. I can't shut down the entire press." Louis XV waved his hand generously. Although he did not inherit the civil and military achievements of his great-grandfather Louis XIV, he also did not inherit his tyranny and brutality. He only complained about these newspapers that attacked the royal family. But Louis XV recalled the press secretary's story and suddenly frowned and said, "My dear Jean embezzled the winter subsidy funds without authorization? How could I not know about this? Tell me to summon Countess du Barry and the financial director to see me immediately." Just a few minutes later, Madame du Barry, who was dressing up in the room, and the anxious financial director stood in front of His Majesty the King. As soon as she walked into the door of the suite, Madame du Barry pretended to be weak and leaned on the king's arms. Pointing to the large white area on her chest, she asked delicately, "I wonder what your Majesty summoned you for?" "I was just changing in the room. I heard that this dress is the new fashion in Paris. Do you like it, your Majesty?" Feeling Madame du Barry's soft and delicate skin against his arm, Louis XV, who had been extremely serious just now, couldn't help but smile. He put his arm around Madame du Barry's shoulders and said softly, "It's nothing serious, my dear Jean. I just heard that you took a sum of money. When did this happen? Why didn't you tell me?" Without waiting for Madame du Barry to reply, the financial director on the side hurriedly stepped forward and explained with a stiff upper lip, "Your Majesty, Countess du Barry asked me to transfer the royal family's 4 million livres to her 2 weeks ago to purchase jewelry. I have reported this to you." Louis XV thought about it for a while and remembered that this was indeed the case. He always agreed to Madame du Barry's requests directly, but he did not notice that the funds were used as relief funds for the citizens of Paris. Seeing the king reminiscing, Madame du Barry took the opportunity to press her whole body against Louis XV's chest and said charmingly, "You promised me to buy those gems half a year ago. See, your Majesty." Madame du Barry deliberately put the king's hand on her chest and said in a delicate voice, "This brooch is made of some of the gems. I like your gift very much, but the craftsman has not paid the money yet. I found the supervisor and hope he can ask you to settle the balance as soon as possible." Louis XV needed it twice, carefully felt the exquisite craftsmanship of the brooch, and laughed and said, "Haha, so that's the case. I'm glad you like these jewels, dear Jean. The money should indeed be paid to the craftsman earlier, your Majesty." Seeing the affectionate look of His Majesty the King and Madame du Barry, the financial director became more anxious and said repeatedly, "But in this way, the funds used to provide relief to the citizens of Paris will be." Louis XV slowly turned his head and glanced at the financial director, which immediately made the director shudder all over. "What? You want me to return all the jewelry of my wife and then give the money to those unruly people who were still rallying against me 2 weeks ago? No, your Majesty, of course I don't mean that." The financial director's forehead was full of sweat. Although Louis XV usually showed a kind and benevolent face, he was a king who held supreme autocratic power after all, and no one wanted to anger such a ruler. Louis XV waved his hand unhappily and dismissed everyone, and then smiled and looked at Madame du Barry. "That's enough. You can leave, and we will talk about the relief funds later. Come, dear Jean, enjoy the snow scene in Paris with me." Chapter 283. A terrible paper. Alas, as soon as he walked out of the door of the suite, the financial director could not help but sigh. This sigh was long and heavy, mixed with countless helplessness and sadness. The press secretary who came out with him couldn't help but patted his colleague on the shoulder. Both of them were officials of the royal family, so they could naturally understand each other's mood and situation. He whispered to comfort him, "Relax, sir. His Majesty the King is not angry. His Majesty just wants to show his respect for her in front of Madame du Barry." "Thank you, sir, but I'm not worried about His Majesty." The financial director smiled bitterly and shook his head and said, "If the hole in the relief fund is filled, the people of Paris will." Although the press secretary was also a little worried about the situation of the lower class people in Paris, he still consoled optimistically, "You are really a noble person. I believe there will be a way to solve it." In the eyes of this secretary, the royal family's wealth is almost inexhaustible, and it is just a piece of cake to transfer millions of livres to help the victims. However, only the director who actually managed the royal family's wealth knew that this was not as easy as outsiders imagined. "Please forgive my pessimism, sir, but it is really difficult to fill this gap." The financial director did not get better from the other party's comfort and explained with a sigh, "According to past experience, starting from mid-January, the temperature in Paris will drop sharply and the annual winter subsidies will be distributed before then, but this year's, alas, the current working capital has been allocated to Madame du Barry to purchase jewelry. I can't persuade His Majesty the King to sell some fixed assets to raise this fund, not to mention that it will be too late." The two walked side by side, and the financial director continued to express his helplessness. "I also went to the First Minister of Finance and asked him to allocate a sum of money from the government budget, but you also know that the fiscal deficit, especially at the end of the year, the Minister of Finance does not have any extra cash flow unless the first batch of taxes are collected after the spring, but by then there will be no idea how many people in Paris will have frozen to death or starved to death." The press secretary looked at his colleague with deep sympathy, and after thinking for a while, he suggested, "By the way, I heard that the royal family still has shares in the National Silver Company. If they can be cashed out, this hole can be filled." "You mean the Corsica National Silver Company?" The financial director's eyes lit up at first, but after careful consideration, he still shook his head worriedly. "It's still difficult. Those are stocks worth millions of livres, not a small amount. It will take some time to cash them all out, and Mr. Bonaparte will not agree to the royal family selling off the shares of the National Silver Company at will. That will only undermine the confidence of investors." "Maybe you can talk to Mr. Bonaparte?" the press secretary suggested seriously. "I heard that he is a very good person and may agree." "That's good. I will find time to visit him and try my luck." The financial director hesitated for a moment and nodded, but he didn't seem to have much hope. Alas, if this year's subsidies really can't be paid, it's still a small matter to starve or freeze a few thousand people to death, but if it provokes a civil uprising, it will be a big deal. About half an hour later, Madame du Barry, with a flushed face and disheveled clothes, walked out of the king's suite holding the handrail. It can be seen that His Majesty not only enjoyed the snow scenery of Paris with Madame du Barry, but also enjoyed the beautiful spring scenery of the next season. After bidding farewell to Louis XV, Madame du Barry did not return to her room, but left the Tuileries Palace with the help of her maid, and stepped into a luxuriously decorated and golden four-horse carriage in front of the palace. The coat of arms painted on the wall of the carriage was the classic inverted triangle on a white background, the coat of arms of the Richelieu family. Of course, the Duke of Richelieu, who was under house arrest in Versailles, naturally did not come to Paris with Louis XV. The owner of this carriage was his nephew and successor, the second in command of the Richelieu faction, the Duke of Aiguillon. In 1771, Duke of Aiguillon had begun to enjoy the fruits of the Duke of Choiseul's fall with Chief Justice Maupe, and was appointed French foreign minister right after Maupe was appointed chief minister. At this moment, although Duke of Choiseul was still in his heyday and showed no signs of falling, Duke of Aguilon was still famous for his noble status and outstanding political influence. Duke of Aguilon smiled and pulled Madame du Barry into the carriage. "You are late, madam. I'm afraid that several of our old friends are waiting impatiently." Since Madame du Barry rarely came to Paris, Duke of Aguilon also wanted to take this opportunity to take her to several salons and banquets to enhance the relationship between members of the faction. "Let them wait." "Humph, His Majesty the King suddenly summoned me. I can't do anything." Madame du Barry was not as gentle and charming as she was around Louis XV in front of outsiders. Her tone was also extremely arrogant. "But it's really strange today. Why did the king suddenly ask me about buying jewelry?" "Oh, that should be because His Majesty also learned about what happened in Paris 2 weeks ago." The Duke of Aguilon was not surprised. He said with a smile, "This is not a small matter. After all, there haven't been such protests in Paris for many years." "Protests? What happened?" Madame du Barry was stunned for a moment and asked hurriedly. She didn't care about political affairs in the first place. In the past few days, she spent all her thoughts on how to show off the set of jewelry she had just received. Naturally, like the king, she didn't know about the protest that took place in Paris some time ago and was quickly suppressed. "Don't you have the habit of reading newspapers, madam?" Duke Aguilon was also stunned, then smiled helplessly, fumbled in a small wooden box in the carriage for a while, and handed a few clippings to Madame du Barry. The first clipping was the front page of the Observer Daily that attacked Madame du Barry that day, and the following were the subsequent interviews and reports of the protesting people in other newspapers. "I never read those rubbish tabloids." Madame du Barry took the clipping with disdain and glanced at it casually. However, as the words on the clippings came into her eyes line by line, Madame du Barry soon froze in place. Although her brain was blank, the black ink dots still pierced Madame du Barry's eyes like a sharp sword. Immediately, her fingers holding the newspaper clippings began to tremble with anger, and a siren-like scream rang out from her throat. "This? Who wrote this? How dare they? The money for the purchase of jewelry was given to me by His Majesty the King. What has the freezing to death of people in the slums got to do with me? How dare they say that I take human life lightly, that I'm cruel and vicious? This is simply the most vicious slander and defamation. My reputation. The Duke of Aguilon shrugged and stopped him helplessly. All right, madam, if you speak any louder, His Majesty the King and the palace will hear you." But Madame du Barry's screams showed no sign of stopping. "Which newspaper is this? I'm going to arrest everyone in the Daily Observer. Emmanuel Armand, did you hear me? Everyone. I want to see everyone in this newspaper in jail." The Duke of Aguilon's mouth twitched, and he quickly spread his hands to dissuade him. "Calm down, madam. The last time we used the connections of the Paris police force, we were tricked by Bonaparte. We have to keep quiet for a while. I don't care about that. I want everyone in this newspaper to never step out of the cell in their lifetime." Madame du Barry grabbed her long golden hair tightly, stared at the Duke of Aguilon and screamed, "Emmanuel Armand, if you can't even do this, don't expect me to cooperate with you anymore, and don't expect me to speak well of you in front of the king and excuse you." "Okay, I'll try." The Duke of Aguilon nodded helplessly. Although Madame du Barry has never been involved in political affairs, this woman is undoubtedly a core figure of the entire faction. With Madame du Barry whispering in the king's ear, the members of the entire faction are equivalent to having an extra death-free gold medal, including the time when Count Falconard was so infatuated that he sent people to attack Clarence's convoy. The reason why Louis XV has not received a true investigation report so far is, on the one hand, because Clarence deliberately wanted to keep this handle, and on the other hand, it was because of Madame du Barry's obstruction, which saved Count Falconard's life. Between offending the Paris police force and offending Madame du Barry, the Duke of Aguilon wisely chose the former. After getting the Duke of Aguilon's promise, Madame du Barry gradually calmed down, but her violent ups and downs of her chest still showed her anger and indignation at the moment. "Please calm down, madam." The Duke of Aguilon regained his smile on his face, and he said slowly, "At least we didn't get all bad news." Madame du Barry leaned against the carriage like a faint holding her forehead and complained, "You'd better tell me some really good news." "I will, a very good news, madam." The Duke of Aiguillon smiled mysteriously and only said after Madame du Barry showed a hint of impatience, "I got the news from the Louvre that Laurence Bonaparte has submitted his academic paper for defense to the French Academy of Sciences for preliminary review by the judges. You may not know that the preliminary review before the defense basically determines the final evaluation result." "Then what?" Madame du Barry frowned and asked, "What happened to the paper submitted by Bonaparte? Check out the correct version at 1619 book bar." "Ha ha ha ha, please forgive me for letting me laugh for a while." The Duke of Aiguillon laughed regardless of Madame du Barry's disgusted expression and continued after a long while. "According to the committee member who leaked the news, the paper was a mess and made no sense. It is completely inconsistent with the theories of the predecessors." "Really?" Madame du Barry immediately turned her anger into laughter, and after a brief distraction, she also laughed with the Duke of Aiguillon, even louder than the Duke. "I knew it, I knew it. I said long ago that Bonaparte was just bluffing. His little Corsican head can be called a genius just because he can understand addition and subtraction. How can he even dream of entering the French Academy of Sciences?" The Duke of Aiguillon agreed with him. "I really want to know what expression Laurence Bonaparte would show when he hesitated and said nothing in front of the king. No matter what expression it was, I will remember that moment forever." Madame du Barry smiled triumphantly. If she had some concerns about the bet before, now that she had received the information provided by the Duke of Aiguillon, she had a 100% chance of winning the bet. At the same time, at 10 Champs-Élysées, "Welcome General Philip." In the reception room of the mansion, Laurence smiled and asked Lieutenant General Jacques Philippe, who came to visit, to sit down, and greeted him cordially. "Are you finally going to Lorraine? Are you here to say goodbye to me?" Jacques Philippe couldn't help rolling his eyes and said unhappily, "Originally, I was planning to leave after the new year, but seeing the trouble you caused, I'd better try to stay in Paris for a while longer." "Trouble? I've been staying here these days to prepare for the defense the day after tomorrow. General, don't blame me." Laurence was still smiling, looking innocent. "Come on, Monsieur Bonaparte, the Daily Observer, this newspaper is closely related to you, right?" Lieutenant General Jacques Philippe said incisively. "Thanks to you, the Paris Defense Forces have also been under martial law for the past 2 weeks. Although the relationship between Laurence and the Daily Observer has not been made public until now, a figure of Jacques Philippe's status can naturally infer that Laurence is a patron of this newspaper. After all, under normal circumstances, a tabloid does not have the courage or channels to obtain and disclose such top secret information." Laurence smiled, tacitly acknowledging that the protest rally a few days ago was the result of his own instigation. "Your troops are also under martial law? I thought only the police force was dispatched." Lieutenant General Philippe sighed helplessly. "After all, His Majesty the King is coming. Those guys in the city hall dare not make the slightest mistake at this critical juncture. I heard that the mayor of Paris almost fainted when he learned about the large-scale protest rally. Although we do not obey the city hall, we will just give them face. In addition, if a riot really breaks out in the city of Paris, the city defense forces will intervene immediately. Is that so?" Laurence nodded thoughtfully. "Let's not talk about the city defense forces for now. Someone else will take over this mess soon anyway." Lieutenant General Jacques Philippe waved his hand, looked up and stared at Laurence. "How about your bet with Madame du Barry? You will have a defense the day after tomorrow. You should know that the position of the Crown Prince's first attendant must never be handed over to anyone else." Laurence said confidently, "Everything is going well. My assistant, Academician Lavoisier, is debugging the last instrument in the basement." "Academician Lavoisier? Assistant? I think you will be his assistant." Lieutenant General Jacques Philippe sighed with a black face. In his opinion, he could only pin his hopes on the famous scholar named Lavoisier. "Whatever you say, General, please believe me." Laurence calmly took a sip of hot tea. "I really want to believe you, but I got bad news from the Louvre." Lieutenant General Jacques Philippe supported his chin with both hands and said in a deep voice, "The academic paper you submitted was not favored by the Academy of Sciences committee at all. One committee member even said that what you wrote was a mess, nonsense, and did not match the theories of predecessors at all. I really don't know who gave such a harsh evaluation. Lawrence shrugged and said nonchalantly, but I think I will change his opinion in the defense the day after tomorrow. Jack Phillips' eyes were focused on Lawrence's cheek. At this moment, even he could not figure out what this young man was thinking. Ahem. Lord Bonaparte, Lieutenant General Phillips said in a heavy voice, you should know that my brother needs a middleman to mediate the tense relationship between him and His Majesty the King, and you are undoubtedly the most suitable person at the moment, so we are willing to entrust you with full trust and responsibility. However, if you lose this bet and then lose your position in front of the throne, I'm sorry to say that you will lose everything you have. After the words fell, Lawrence's expression remained unchanged, and he responded with a relaxed smile. Let's wait and see, General. You and your brother will receive a perfect New Year's gift. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 284. Did he bring the sun into the synagogue? Exclamation mark. In a blink of an eye, January 4th, 1771 was a sunny winter day. The snow clouds that had been covering Paris for weeks finally dispersed, allowing the rare winter sun to shine on the snow-covered Paris. The Louvre, this magnificent palace located on the north bank of the Seine in the east end of the Champs-Élysées, was the seat of the royal court when Louis XIV ascended the throne. After the Sun King moved the court to the Palace of Versailles, this ancient palace, which was once crowded with people, gradually lost its glorious color. On weekdays, the Louvre is extremely deserted. As the headquarters of the French Academy, even members of the Academy usually only come here when meetings are held. But today, this French academic sanctuary is even more lively than the Christmas performance of the Paris Comedy Theatre. The outer arena square has been full of carriages of various styles since the morning, so that later visitors have to park their carriages at the Bastille Square in the east and then walk back. Many citizens who were not qualified to enter the Louvre and were turned away did not leave, but crowded outside the palace fence in groups, curiously and expectantly watching everything going on in the palace. Not to mention the reporters from the newspapers. Although journalists in the 18th century were not qualified to enter such a serious occasion for on-site interviews, they were not discouraged and waited at the door of the palace early in the morning, ready to get the latest news, and reported to the newspaper. Almost half of Paris knew that the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Corsica was going to have a bet with the mistress of His Majesty the King, and the outcome of all this would be decided in the Louvre today. Even though most citizens did not care much about this bet between upper-class people, due to the protest rallies before the new year, the name of Madame du Barry had become a synonym for vicious, cruel, and ruthless among the petty citizens. Therefore, most of the citizens gathered outside the palace hoped that the damned woman would lose the bet. However, hope is hope. In the gambling games, set up privately by the people, the odds of Lawrence Bonaparte were nearly 120. In the afternoon, in a large dome hall in the west wing of the Louvre. The layout of this hall is very similar to that of a step theater, which can ensure that more than 1,000 spectators can have a clear view of the podium in the center of the hall. The building structure has also been cleverly acoustically designed, so that the voice of the central speaker can be clearly transmitted to the ears of everyone present after several reflections. At this moment, the academic defense against Lawrence Bonaparte has not yet begun, and the hall is already full and full of people. Those who are qualified to sit here and accompany the king to watch the outcome of this gambling game are naturally those who are well known in the upper class. They chatted and laughed. Anyway, few of these nobles, ministers and wealthy bourgeoisie had great achievements in academic research. They just regarded this defense as a special salon to show their status. What they cared about was who won the bet in the end. Unlike these relaxed and leisurely audiences, the more than 20 scholars in the front row were solemn and ready. These people were the most qualified and knowledgeable scholars carefully selected by the Academy Committee. Almost every one of them was a lifelong secretary of the French Academy of Sciences. If this defense had not alarmed His Majesty the King, the Academy would not have sent such a luxurious lineup for any academician's defense. In this sense, it was also a special honor. Of course, in this hall, the most eye-catching thing was not the speech table in the center of the hall and the experimental instruments covered with black cloth, but the marble stand above the hall. It was the exclusive stand for members of the royal family. Louis XV still hugged Madame du Barry, enjoying the tenderness of the beauty in his arms, while waiting for the defense to begin. The king, like the audience, was full of curiosity about the final result of the bet. Especially as a witness to the birth of the bet, Louis XV wanted to know what the young Clarence was sure of. The Crown Prince Louis and his wife followed closely behind the king. Although the couple were not particularly harmonious in their relationship, they were quite consistent in their disgust for Madame du Barry and their concerns for Monsieur Bonaparte. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince pulled up the corner of his clothes nervously and worriedly. He had previously helped Clarence create a batch of strange and bizarre gadgets. From the painted silver coils wound into hundreds of turns to the carbonized bamboo wire covered with glass. Although the Crown Prince Louis made them one by one according to the drawings, he did not think that these gadgets could help his friend pass an extremely rigorous academic defense. Time passed by minute. Just as the audience was getting impatient, Clarence slowly opened the door of the preparation room at the back and confidently walked up to the podium in the center of the hall, facing thousands of expectant eyes. Following closely behind him was his assistant, academician Lavoisier. Both of them were wearing a set of red bachelor's robes. This robe with a very bright color and style has always been a symbol of the identity of members of the French Academy. As the two stepped onto the podium, the entire hall immediately fell silent. The relaxed atmosphere that had just filled the place was instantly replaced by a solemn and tense feeling. People subconsciously stopped talking to their companions and held their breath, waiting for the defense to begin. On the marble stand, Madame du Barry glanced at Clarence's robe with contempt and laughed to herself. "You are still dressed up seriously, huh? Wait a minute, I will let you, a barbarian, take off this robe on the spot. Just wait and see." Academician Lavoisier stood beside Clarence and took a deep breath nervously. He had given several speeches in this hall, but it was undoubtedly the first time for him to give a speech in front of almost the entire Parisian upper class like today. However, although Lavoisier's eyebrows revealed a little nervousness, he did not have the slightest intention of retreating. After working with Mr. Bonaparte for several weeks, he finally understood why this gentleman was so sure of this bet. He turned his eyes away from those elegant nobles and ladies and focused his eyes on the more than 20 judges in the front row. Many of them were quite familiar to Lavoisier, all of whom were at the top of the French academic community. "Oh, God." Lavoisier suddenly poked Clarence and exclaimed in a low voice, "I saw Academician d'Alembert. He seems to be the chief judge today. This is not good. He is notoriously strict in his academic work." "D'Alembert? Are you talking about Jane Laurent d'Alembert?" Clarence followed Lavoisier's gaze and looked at the serious man in the middle of the first row with a silver wig and a serious expression. He nodded slightly. In Clarence's memory, this academician d'Alembert was completely qualified to be called a scientific master in history. He was a pioneer and founder of mathematical analysis, and he also had a deep attainment in physics and astronomy. Unlike many scientists, who were frustrated during their lifetime, d'Alembert had already achieved a lofty position in the academic world when he was alive. Even among the lifelong secretaries of the Academy of Sciences, he was one of the most respected ones. Combined with what Lavoisier said, he was extremely strict and serious about academics. It was no wonder that he was selected as the chief judge of this highly anticipated defense. As if he had noticed Clarence's gaze, Academician d'Alembert looked up and briefly exchanged glances with Clarence. His calm and clear eyes contained almost no emotion, just like a just and selfless judge. Academician d'Alembert looked away, slowly stood up, coughed twice to clear his throat, and then said in a deep voice without any delay, "Mr. Bonaparte, in view of the impeachment report you were reported, after being elected as a formal member of the French Academy of Sciences, the Academy Committee hereby holds this academic defense to publicly prove whether you are qualified to be elected as an academician. If you and your assistant academician Lavoisier are ready, we can start." Clarence nodded, indicating that they could start directly. "Very good." Academician d'Alembert did not sit down. Instead, he picked up the paper submitted by Clarence to the Academy of Sciences on the table, flipped through it and said, "The committee has received your academic work a few days ago and conducted an initial review. Well, the paper you submitted is called On Electricity and Magnetism." Listening to Academician D'Alembert reading out the title of this paper, the more than 20 evaluation committee members in the front row couldn't help showing a strange expression on their faces, and even Lavoisier scratched his head a little embarrassedly. In the eyes of these professional scholars, those who dare to use such a name to name their academic works are either natural philosophy masters standing at the top of the academic world, or sensationalists who don't know the height of the world. As for whether this young Corsican belongs to the former or the latter in their hearts, it is self-evident. Academician D'Alembert kept a serious expression and continued, after the discussion of the evaluation committee, "Mr. Bonaparte, we believe that there are quite a few errors and omissions in your paper. The theories you put forward in your paper have no practical basis at all. Rather than saying that they are unproven scientific theories, they are fantasy works full of unfounded reverie." The whole hall was in an uproar after hearing the conclusion drawn by Academician D'Alembert in his opening remarks. People thought they would see a debate of equal strength, but they did not expect that the evaluation committee of the Academy of Sciences would almost sentence Lawrence to immediate execution right from the start. On the stands, even though she had already known the result, Madame du Barry's smile was still overflowing. She even ignored the etiquette of a lady and laughed out loud in the king's arms. Louis XV looked at Lawrence on the podium with great doubt. At this rate, Lawrence might not even need to debate, and could take off his bachelor's robe and return it to the Academy Committee. Hundreds of doubtful, sarcastic and worried eyes rushed towards Lawrence like a whistling mountain wind. Although most of the audience had never experienced such a defense, they could see that under normal circumstances, the evaluation committee would not completely deny the work of the respondent at the beginning. Facing the uproar, Lawrence smiled and shook his head, saying loudly, "Since all the committee members are full of doubts about my work, I think we can start the defense process." Academician D'Alembert frowned slightly. In his opinion, there was no need to continue defending this nonsense paper. If a defense was really to be held, it would probably start from the first sentence of the first section of the first chapter. However, this was, after all, a defense supervised by His Majesty the King himself, and Academician D'Alembert could not, according to his temper, drive this young man who was cheating and trying to get into the Academy of Sciences out of the Louvre. So he winked at a member of the committee beside him, and the member stood up helplessly, holding up a 5-foot-long list of questions in his hand and said, "Well, Monsieur Bonaparte, we do have many questions to discuss with you regarding your paper." The member looked at the first question on the list and read aloud. "The first and most important question is that you claimed in your paper that electricity and magnetism are one. This is a complete fallacy, Monsieur Bonaparte. Haven't you read Dr. Gilbert's work? Electricity and magnetism are not related at all." Dr. Gilbert was a 16th century British physicist and royal physician. In his book on magnetism, he stated that, although electricity and magnetism have certain similarities, there is absolutely no causal relationship between the two. Since Gilbert had a considerable authority in magnetism, when the reviewer saw that Lawrence confused electricity and magnetism at the beginning of his paper, they immediately determined that it was an unfounded nonsense. Facing the aggressive questioning, Lawrence still smiled and spread his hands and said, "It may be difficult to explain this problem to you in vain. Perhaps I can use experiments to prove my point of view." Academician D'Alembert, the chief reviewer, took a look at the experimental equipment covered with black cloth behind Lawrence. After a little hesitation, he allowed Lawrence to demonstrate the experiment, although he did not think that Lawrence could perform any tricks to prove the absurd paper. Louis XV immediately focused his curious eyes on the long table behind Lawrence. The king, like most nobles of this era, had no interest in academic research, but would watch scholars conduct scientific experiments in order to seek fresh excitement. Before this, Louis XV had watched a discharge experiment of a Leyden jar. At that time, more than 700 monks held hands and lined up in a long line of more than 200 meters. When the monk at the head of the line was discharged, more than 700 people were shocked almost at the same time and jumped up. It is said that the king himself was surprised by the scene at that time. Lawrence turned around and took off the black cloth on the table. in addition to a pile of mechanical parts and several laden jars whose use could not be seen. The most eye-catching thing was the 2-foot-high metal piles. Academician D'Alembert frowned slightly, pushed up the glasses on the tip of his nose, and looked carefully at the metal piles. The metal piles were made of multiple layers of silver and zinc, separated by substances impregnated with some chemical agents, and each metal pile was connected to 2 painted silver wires. Academician D'Alembert frowned and observed for a while. Even though he was knowledgeable, he could not see what the purpose of these tower-like metal piles was. It seems to be getting a little dark. Lawrence turned his head and glanced out the window. After all, it was winter, and the sun was about to set behind the West Mountain before dusk. Academician D'Alembert looked at the slightly dim hall. Such light really made it difficult for the audience in the back row to see the actions on the podium, so he nodded to an official of the Academy of Sciences and ordered, "Go and get a few kerosene lamps and put them on Mr. Bonaparte's desk." Before the official left, Lawrence suddenly waved his hand and said, "Don't bother, Mr. D'Alembert, I have a light source here. Mr. Lavoisier, please help me install it." After that, under the puzzled gaze of D'Alembert and a group of nobles, Lawrence handed a few fist-sized spherical glass covers to Lavoisier beside him. "Is this a new type of oil lamp?" Academician D'Alembert stared at the sealed glass covers and saw that there seemed to be a carbon-colored filament in the glass cover. He had never seen any lamp with such a shape. The audience in the front row and the judges were also somewhat puzzled. They could see clearly that there was no lamp oil in the glass cover, and the glass cover was completely closed. How could the wick keep burning? Lavoisier skillfully dismantled 2 layers from the tower-like metal pile, and then connected the silver wire extending from the bottom to the contact under the glass cover. Under everyone's astonished gaze, the carbon filament in the glass cover quickly turned red. In just a few seconds, the filament was like coal that had been burning for an hour. However, before people could see the dark red color carefully, the filament quickly heated up and turned into a dazzling incandescent color. At the same time, the light emitted was like several small suns, instantly illuminating most of the dome hall. In the audience, as the light was reflected in every corner of the hall, the sound of inhalation one after another immediately filled the entire hall. This was not a deliberate cheer from people, but a subconscious exclamation from the heart. In the eyes of these nobles and gentlemen, even the 3-story crystal chandelier with a diameter of 5 meters in their own mansions would be extremely dim in front of the light emitted by these glass balls. On a marble stand, Louis XV was even more blinded by the dazzling white light. In the king's 65 years of extravagant life, he had seen countless rare treasures and experienced the feeling of being as bright as day in the Hall of Mirrors countless times, but it was the first time he saw a few fist-sized glass covers that could reflect such dazzling light. Oh my god, did Lawrence bring the sun into the hall? Chapter 285. The strike penetrates completely. What on earth is this? Lawrence has this ability? The crown prince sitting behind the king couldn't help but open his mouth wide, looking at the podium that was as bright as day, and didn't come back to his senses for a long time. When Lawrence took out the glass covers, Crown Prince Louis immediately recognized them. These were small parts he had made a few days ago. As the maker, the Crown Prince knew very well that there was nothing special about the glass covers. They were just a sealed glass bowl with the air sucked out, and a carbonized bamboo filament was inserted in the middle. My god, how did Lawrence make it emit such a strong light? Crown Prince Louis stared at his friend blankly, and was so surprised that he couldn't say anything. In the front row of the audience, the more than 20 judges were even more restless. As the saying goes, laymen watch the excitement, experts watch the doorway. These masters of natural philosophy also searched various existing theories in their minds, and then whispered to each other solemnly, is this an oil lamp using some special fuel? How can it be so bright? Not really. I've been watching Academician Lavoisier's actions carefully just now. He didn't use fire to ignite those glass balls at all. Maybe there is some chemical coated in the glass balls. White phosphorus can also emit a similar light when it burns. Well, many circus tricks are like that. It doesn't look right either. This light is much more stable than the burning white phosphorus. Didn't you notice? It has been glowing for more than a minute, but the brightness of those glass balls still hasn't changed. That's right, and those glass balls are completely sealed, which means that the air inside is very limited. It is impossible for such a strong light to be emitted by burning. Hiss, isn't it relying on a combustion reaction? How is this possible? Even the sun above our heads relies on endless burning to emit sunlight. What are these glass balls? For a moment, the judges had different opinions, and no one could give a reasonable explanation for the scene in front of them. Academician D'Alembert, the most prestigious among the committee members, looked at the podium without saying a word. Unlike the others, he was not looking at the glass balls that looked like little suns, but staring at the metal piles that looked like tall towers. What are these things that look like metal towers? Electricity and magnetism. Is there any connection between this and electromagnetism? Academician D'Alembert's face showed an unprecedented solemnity. Even with his profound knowledge, he could not explain clearly how these glass balls lit up, and why those glass balls could emit such a strong light once they were connected to the metal piles. On the podium, Lawrence's eyes swept across the shocked faces, and he smiled as expected. The glass covers he asked Crown Prince Louis to make were actually just a few simple incandescent bulbs. The manufacture of these bulbs was not difficult. Whether it was high-strength heat-resistant glass or vacuum extraction skills, these processes were already very mature at the end of the 18th century. As for the most important filament, although Lawrence could not find the most suitable tungsten filament to act as it, the use of carbonized bamboo filament was enough to keep these bulbs lit for dozens of hours. After all, before Edison improved the light bulb, the carbon filament light bulb was the most mature design on the market at that time. And the metal battery piles on the desktop that are like towers are used to power these bulbs. These battery piles are not too advanced works. In history, Italian physicist Volta invented the primary battery in 1800 and designed a more stable and higher voltage Volta battery pile based on the principle of the primary battery. Napoleon once watched Volta use these battery piles for experimental demonstrations and was shocked. He excitedly rewarded Volta with a medal and tens of thousands of francs to fund his continued electrical research. The battery piles made by Lawrence also adopted Volta's design. Although this design is still very primitive compared with the later batteries, it is more than enough to cope with this academic defense. Academician Lavoisier carefully hung the bulbs on the four corners of the long table, and he could naturally see the expressions on the faces of the dignitaries in the audience. For the young academician Lavoisier, he had never imagined that one day he would be able to make those unattainable bigwigs show such a surprised expression on such an occasion. Even as an assistant, Lavoisier felt that this would be the most unforgettable moment in his life. Lawrence stepped forward and clapped his hands, which made the audience who were still staring at the incandescent bulbs come back to their senses. Please be quiet for a while. My experimental demonstration has not started yet. Upon hearing this, thousands of audiences, including the more than 20 judges, became even more restless. These glass balls that seemed to be cast with magic witchcraft were not even considered as the content of the experimental demonstration. How shocking would the real demonstration content be? Exclamation mark. This was what most of the audience thought at this moment. They had already forgotten the bet between Lawrence and Madame du Barry, and forgot that they actually came for the result of the bet. They all sat up straight and focused all their attention on Mr. Bonaparte, who was bathed in brilliant white light. Academician D'Alembert couldn't help but twitch his lips. He and the judges hadn't even studied those magic glass balls clearly, and this young man actually said that his experiment hadn't even started yet. Please be quiet. Academician D'Alembert first asked the audience to keep quiet, and then looked at Lawrence with a complicated expression. His eyes were no longer as calm as at the beginning. Mr. Bonaparte, you can start your experimental demonstration. The question we asked you just now is how to prove that there is indeed a connection between electricity and magnetism. I hope your experiment can prove your point of view. I will, Mr. D'Alembert. Soon, as people focused their attention on Lawrence again, Academician Lavoisier, as an assistant, also understood and ran into the preparation room at the back of the hall. In the expectation of the crowd, Academician Lavoisier came out holding a heavy armor stand. On the armor stand hung an iron breastplate, which was the standard equipment of the French cuirassiers. Many noble audiences who had military careers were very familiar with this breastplate. Lavoisier simply showed the cavalry breastplate to the audience. It was a well-made, well-maintained and undamaged breastplate, and it was coated with anti-rust maintenance oil. It looked like it had just been taken off the anvil by its maker. Huh. What is this kid doing with a breastplate here? Lieutenant General Jacques Philippe in the crowd looked at Lawrence on the stage in confusion. He didn't think that a cavalry breastplate could be used in experiments related to electromagnetism. There were many audiences who had the same idea as Lieutenant General Philippe. They all stared at Academician Lavoisier with great confusion, watching him move the armor stand to one side of the long table with difficulty and constantly adjust the position of the breastplate. While Lavoisier was adjusting his breastplate, Lawrence picked up a long stick-like object on the laboratory table, walked down the podium, handed it to Academician D'Alembert, and said, "This is the experimental instrument I will use soon. You can check it in advance." Academician D'Alembert quickly took the long stick-like instrument. The other judges, including the audience in the front row, came over curiously, wanting to see what kind of magical item it was. Those judges who were sure that Lawrence had just used some magic tricks were now staring at the long stick, trying to see if there was anything wrong with it. It was an ordinary hollow copper tube, about 4 feet long. The only special thing was that the copper tube was wrapped with densely packed painted silver wires, probably hundreds or thousands of turns. This should be a long tube of pure copper. Are these wires silver wires? It seems to be painted with something like paint. There is nothing special. Academician D'Alembert looked at the coil tube in his hand and discussed with several members beside him in confusion. The rest of the committee members also took the coil tube and observed it carefully and came to the same conclusion as Academician D'Alembert. There is nothing special about this long coil tube. It is nothing more than a hollow copper tube wrapped with silver wires. These materials are also easy to buy on the market. What is so special about these things combined together? Academician D'Alembert took a final look at the coil tube, but still did not find anything unusual. Finally, after more than 20 judges unanimously agreed that this was just an ordinary copper tube wrapped with silver wires, Academician D'Alembert handed the coil tube back to Lawrence in great confusion. At this time, not only the judges, but also the audience looked confused. A hollow copper tube wrapped with silver wires, a cavalry breastplate. Is this Mr. Bonaparte going to use these things to prove the relationship between electricity and magnetism? There is not even a magnet on his experimental table. Madame du Barry on the stage snorted coldly, pretending to be calm, and turned to the king and said sarcastically, "Your Majesty, I don't think Mr. Bonaparte wants to perform a big stick-hitting armor show. I've seen enough of such performances in the circus, and I don't want to see it again in the Louvre." However, Louis XV, who always doted on Madame du Barry, seemed not to hear it at this moment, and his eyes were fixed on Lawrence below. The king was obviously fascinated by it, and was completely immersed in this tense and expectant atmosphere. Madame du Barry was stunned for a moment, looking at Louis XV with a lost expression, and very tactfully did not say anything else. Then, "Please allow me to start the demonstration." A correct version in 1619 book and bar. Lawrence took the coil tube and walked back to the experimental table under everyone's nervous gaze. He placed the coil tube on the table and accurately aimed it at the cavalry breastplate at the other end. Then, Lawrence connected the wires under several battery piles in pairs, making the whole series connected into a more powerful battery pile. Except for Academician Lavoisier, no one knew what trick this young man was going to perform, but everyone was looking forward to his every move. Lawrence picked up a small steel ball on the table and gently placed it on one end of the coil tube. Thousands of spectators couldn't help but hold their breath and concentrate, and almost only the sound of people's breathing could be heard in the whole hall. Academician D'Alembert and the audience in the front row stared at the steel ball that Lawrence placed on the tube mouth, not knowing what kind of magical use this ordinary copper tube could have. Lawrence put the steel ball steadily, then picked up the 2 silver wires under the battery pile and connected them directly to the contact of the coil tube. Bang! There was a loud noise. In this moment, no one reacted to what happened. Academician D'Alembert was startled, because at the moment, when Lawrence connected the silver wire to the coil, the steel ball that he was staring at disappeared out of thin air. The huge dome hall was silent, with only the sudden loud noise still echoing and lingering in people's ears. What happened? Exclamation mark. What was that sound? Exclamation mark. This was the question in the minds of all the audience and judges at this moment. At this moment, a cry from above suddenly broke the silence. Jesus! Look at the breastplate. I can't believe it. People subconsciously raised their heads and were shocked to find that the one who made the cry was King Louis XV on the marble stand. Louis XV jumped up from his seat, leaning most of his body out of the guardrail of the stand, pointing his finger at the breastplate below and exclaiming. The audience reacted and turned their heads to look at the cavalry breastplate on the side. Academician Lavoisier also stepped forward and took off the cavalry breastplate and held it in his hand so that everyone could clearly see the appearance of the breastplate. In the middle of this fine cavalry breastplate, a fist-sized dent appeared at some point, as if it had been smashed by a heavy hammer. Those who were close enough could clearly see that there was a bullet hole that was completely penetrated in the center of the dent, and the size was almost the same as the marble that Lawrence had just placed on the other side of the copper tube. After a dizzy period of thinking, the audience finally realized that the bullet hole and dent on the breastplate were caused by the steel ball that Lawrence had gently placed. Lieutenant General Jacques Philippe opened his mouth in shock and did not close it for a long time. As a general who had experienced many battles, he knew very well that, although the cavalry breastplate of this era was only a thin layer of iron compared to the medieval knight armor, the only way to penetrate it was to shoot with a musket at close range. However, what was in front of him now? A hollow copper tube like a toy. No guns, no gunpowder, no explosion, and a small steel ball actually penetrated a hard cavalry breastplate? Lieutenant General Philippe leaned back in his chair with a dull look, thinking that he must be in an extremely real dream. My dear little Elvie, pinch me, I don't want to dream anymore. Miss Elvie, on the side, stared at Lawrence on the stage with a smile and joy, completely ignoring her uncle's request. In the judging panel, the brains of more than 20 members almost became blank at the same time. Even these top scholars could not explain what happened. From their perspective, Lawrence just put a steel ball on one end of the copper tube and then touched the copper tube with 2 silver wires, and the cavalry breastplate was instantly pierced by the bullet. If some members could still insist that Lawrence used some chemical reactions to perform a trick when the incandescent bulb was lit just now, then at this moment, no member could give even a conjectural explanation for what they saw. Wait. I remember. Academician D'Alembert was the first to wake up from his shock. He suddenly raised his head and looked at the hollow copper tube wrapped with coils. He suddenly felt familiar with it. Then he picked up the academic paper submitted by Lawrence on the table and flipped through it quickly like a madman. The other committee members couldn't help but look at Academician D'Alembert in surprise. In their memory, this serious and dignified scholar had never lost his composure like this. Yes, it's here. Academician D'Alembert turned to a section of the paper and read it eagerly. A wire with electricity will generate a magnetic field. If the wire is wound into a coil, the magnetic field can be superimposed to form a powerful electromagnet. The direction of the magnetic field of the electromagnet can be determined by the right-hand rule. Could it be that what was just now was an electromagnet? Academician D'Alembert raised his head in a daze, looked at the instruments on Lawrence's table, lowered his head, and closed the paper, and glanced at the title. On electricity and magnetism. In other words, what this paper says is true. Chapter 286, The Supreme Glory of the Academy of Sciences. Academician D'Alembert looked down at the paper in his hand, and all kinds of thoughts came to his mind at once. He didn't know what to say. Just a few days ago, when he read this unorthodox and nonsense paper, Academician D'Alembert even grew a little angry. He was very angry at Napoleon Bonaparte's behavior of being ignorant and greedy for fame and fortune, and wanting to squeeze into the French Academy of Sciences. At that time, Academician D'Alembert even threatened with several friends that he would not only kick the Corsican out of the academic temple, but also Academicians Lavoisier and Guta, who recommended Lawrence would be kicked out of the Louvre. As for this worthless paper, he decided to throw it into the furnace immediately after the defense. D'Alembert believed that letting this kind of academic garbage exist in the world is the greatest insult to all scholars. However, now, after witnessing these two demonstrations that can be called witchcraft, Academician D'Alembert no longer knows what to say. The paper that he regarded as rubbish a few days ago now seemed as heavy as gold. Academician D'Alembert even had an impulse to go to the printing house immediately, to copy the paper hundreds of times, and distribute one to every natural philosophy scholar. At this moment, the audience was boiling. These dignitaries did not care about etiquette and embarrassment. They stood up and stretched their necks to see what the cavalry breastplate that was pierced looked like. Academician Lavoisier also proudly raised the armor in his hand so that everyone could see the achievements of himself and Mr. Bonaparte. After all, he was also the co-achiever of all these miracles. I believe that after today's defense, the name of Antoine Laurent Lavoisier will shock the academic community of France and even Europe along with Laurence Bonaparte. At the review table, a member racked his brains to recall what he had just seen, but he could not think of a suitable theory to explain this miraculous scene. He had to look to the highly respected D'Alembert for help. Mr. D'Alembert, did you see what happened? What is going on? The other members also cast the same look. Although they had discussed it in groups of 3 or 5, they could not come up with a bold idea. They had no idea at all. Looking at the confused and expectant eyes of the reviewers, Academician D'Alembert sighed and handed the paper in his hand to the members. Perhaps this paper is not nonsense. This. The members could not help but look at each other. Could it be that Academician D'Alembert, as the chief reviewer, has already admitted the authenticity of this academic paper? However, since the most prestigious Academician D'Alembert said so, the members still took Clarence's paper with doubts, flipped through the contents on it, and fell into deep thought together. Laurence, who was on the podium, looked at the thoughtful committee members and asked with a smile, "Gentlemen, do you have any questions? I think my demonstration can prove my point, as long as you have read my paper." As Laurence asked the question, the discussion of the audience gradually subsided. They knew that the defense was about to enter the final stage, and the bet between Laurence and Madame du Barry was about to be revealed. Although in the minds of most of the audience, they had already awarded the victory of the bet to Laurence. Academician D'Alembert slowly stood up, thought for a moment and asked, "I only have one question. The metal piles you made seem to contain some kind of energy that can be used to emit light and shoot projectiles. What kind of energy is that?" "This is electricity, sir. Flowing electric charge. You should know about electric charge, right?" Laurence answered calmly. D'Alembert frowned even more. "I do know about electric charge, but you say that kind of energy is electricity? This seems a bit arbitrary." Laurence smiled and took a Leyden jar and placed it in front of D'Alembert and all the audience. He knew that it was normal for D'Alembert to have this doubt. After all, human beings' understanding of electricity had not made any progress for a long time. It was not until the middle of the 18th century that the study of electricity was gradually put on the agenda after the invention of the Leyden jar that could store static charge. Nearly 20 years ago, Franklin in North America discovered that lightning in the sky could actually charge the Leyden jar, and thus conducted the famous kite-induced lightning experiment, which proved that the thunder in the sky and the static electricity generated by friction are essentially the same concept. Therefore, it was difficult for D'Alembert to accept for a while that the energy contained in those metal piles was actually the same thing as the lightning in the thundercloud and the charge in the Leyden jar. Laurence did not waste any words and directly displayed a Leyden jar with closed parietal lobe and no charge in front of everyone, and then touched the iron ball on the top of the Leyden jar with the wire of the voltaic pile. Under D'Alembert's stunned gaze, the parietal lobe of the Leyden jar opened up in mutual repulsion the moment it touched the wire, indicating that the Leyden jar had been charged. This little experiment was far less eye-catching than the two demonstrations just now, and most of the audience didn't even know what happened. But in the eyes of D'Alembert and the more than 20 natural philosophers, the open parietal lobe in the Leyden jar was much more shocking than the glowing glass bowl and the pierced breastplate. This only meant one fact: the energy in the stacked metal piles was essentially the charge in the Leyden jar, and also the thunder on the horizon. Oh my god. Academician D'Alembert stared at the Leyden jar and felt his head explode. Countless thoughts rushed through his brain, as if many unrelated concepts had established connections with each other. Flowing electric charge, electric current, magnetism, luminescence, electricity, and magnetism. He seemed to see the door to a new world explode in front of him. Behind the door was an endless wasteland that few people had set foot on, a new mountain in the field of natural philosophy. and the Napoleon Bonaparte in front of him. He had already stood at the end of the wasteland and the top of the mountain before people opened this door. Academician D'Alembert was sure that the Corsicans' research on electricity had surpassed scholars in France and even in Europe. When he thought of this pioneer-level figure standing in front of him to accept an impeachment defense, Academician D'Alembert instantly felt his face burning, and endless shame was boiling in his heart. Ahem. Lawrence looked at D'Alembert, who was obviously distracted, and asked softly, "Do you have any other questions to ask?" Academician D'Alembert, who had regained consciousness, just looked up at the charged-laden jar again, and did not speak for a long time. The committee member next to him thought that their chief judge had forgotten the content of the question, and quickly stuffed the long list of questions into D'Alembert's hands. However, under the surprised gaze of all the judges and all the audience, Academician D'Alembert crumpled the list in his hand into a ball without even looking at it, and then threw it directly on the ground, as if it were waste paper. The committee member at the side was startled and asked in surprise, "Mr. D'Alembert, what are you doing? There are still many questions to come. Let's not show off our ignorance in front of Master." D'Alembert shook his head, then slowly bowed his body, and said in a heavy tone, "Mr. Bonaparte, the entire French Academy of Sciences feels extremely honored to have a scholar like you. I also apologize for holding this stupid defense meeting for you. Please accept my apology." At this moment, Academician D'Alembert did not want to stay in this hall for another second. He just wanted to take Lawrence's paper back to the laboratory immediately, and then copy every word and every phenomenon on it by himself. The words of the presiding judge also caused an uproar in the hall. It was the first time for the audience to see the high and mighty presiding judge bow and apologize to the person being tried in an impeachment defense. The committee members who knew D'Alembert well were even more surprised. In their impression, Academician D'Alembert was a man who was arrogant because of his talent. They didn't expect that he would bow down to apologize to a 20-year-old boy in an academic defense. On the marble stand, Louis XV also watched with interest as D'Alembert bowed respectfully to Lawrence. He didn't expect that even these old-fashioned people in the academic world would be convinced by Lawrence. A perfect version in 16-9 book bar. Especially for scholars like D'Alembert, he didn't bow down to Lawrence because of his power and reputation. There was only one reason that could make him voluntarily lower his proud head. He was completely convinced by the theories and experiments of this Corsican, and vaguely foresaw how these theories would bring about amazing changes to the world. As for Madame du Barry next to the king, her originally fair cheeks were now as pale as lime, and there was no trace of blood. She didn't understand, and she couldn't understand it at all. Didn't they say that the Corsican's paper was a mess and made no sense? Exclamation mark. Why did he just perform a few magic tricks and make the chief judge bow down? Exclamation mark. What top scholars of the French Academy of Sciences? A bunch of rubbish. Madame du Barry clenched her fists and stared at D'Alembert in the audience with a vicious look. If she hadn't been next to His Majesty the King, she would have rushed up and pointed at D'Alembert's nose and scolded him. Louis XV seemed to feel the trembling of Madame du Barry's body and looked at her meaningfully. "Oh, dear Jean, are you feeling unwell?" "Yes, your Majesty may have caught a cold." Madame du Barry forced a smile on her face, and every second in this hall made her feel like sitting on pins and needles. "I want to go back to the Tuileries Palace first. It's warmer there." The corners of the king's mouth rose slightly, as if he had already seen through Madame du Barry's little thoughts. "Ah, no problem, dear Jean. Take care of yourself." Before Madame du Barry got up, Louis XV suddenly raised his hand and pressed it on her half-exposed shoulders and beautiful back. This strong and powerful hand slowly slid down, passed over Madame du Barry's soft breasts, and played with the diamond necklace decorated with tassels on her chest. "However, Jean, as a witness to your gambling game with Lawrence, I seem to have to hand this necklace over to him." Louis XV pinched the necklace and said softly. Even in front of His Majesty the King, Madame du Barry could not control her emotions. She clenched her teeth so tightly that even King Louis could hear the friction and collision of her teeth. When she was getting dressed to go out today, Madame du Barry had specially ordered her servants to put on this priceless necklace for her in order to severely humiliate the damned Corsican in this winning bet, so that everyone could see that the Corsican had no ability to take anything from her. However, even in the most absurd and bizarre dreams, Madame du Barry had never thought that she would lose so miserably in this way. The 22 diamonds on the necklace looked more crystal clear than usual under the light of the incandescent bulb. Even in Madame du Barry's collection, this necklace was a treasure that she loved very much. Since becoming the king's mistress, she had never suffered such a setback. Everyone in the court was extremely respectful to her. Even the Duke of Richelieu and the Duke of Aiguillon, who were once as powerful as gods in her eyes, had to speak softly to her. But now, she had to humiliate herself and hand over her most cherished necklace to that Corsican. To be honest, Madame du Barry would rather throw the necklace into the cesspool than give it to Clarence. Madame du Barry, who was on the verge of collapse, looked at the smiling king, but she did not lose her mind after all. She gritted her teeth and took off the diamond necklace and threw it into the hands of Louis XV. Then, Your Majesty, I will take my leave first. The sun set in the west, the bright moon rose in the east, and time soon came to night. The much anticipated academic defense in the Louvre finally came to an end with Academician D'Alembert's unprecedented bow and apology. After all the judges of the Academy of Sciences left, most of the audience in the hall still did not leave. They cheered loudly, wanting Napoleon Bonaparte to demonstrate the miracle just now again. Even the king himself excitedly joined the cheering. Clarence also reluctantly obeyed the wishes of the crowd and demonstrated the process of lighting the incandescent bulb and shooting the breastplate with steel balls again. He also added a few small experiments prepared in advance, such as demonstrating the use of energized wires to interfere with the turning of the compass. Although Clarence's simple electromagnetic gun did not completely penetrate the breastplate in the following demonstrations, when the audience looked at the raindrop-like dents on the breastplate, they were completely convinced of the ability of Mr. Bonaparte. Academician D'Alembert, who was being interviewed by a newspaper reporter at the gate of the Louvre at the time, left the reporter who was asking questions and ran back to the hall without looking back after hearing that Mr. Bonaparte was conducting a new experimental demonstration just to see the miracle-like phenomenon again with his own eyes. As for another important figure in this defense, Madame du Barry, in front of the unprecedented magical demonstration, the audience almost forgot the existence of the bet and did not even notice Madame du Barry's early exit. It was not until Louis XV personally handed the sparkling diamond necklace to Clarence that people remembered that this Mr. Bonaparte was also the final winner of this gamble. This kid, I really don't know when he hid this trick. Could it be that he really learned this in the graduate school? Oh, come on. I don't believe that kind of nonsense. Lieutenant General Jacques Philippe looked at the diamond necklace in Clarence's hand and finally breathed a sigh of relief, laughing and cursing to himself. However, just winning this bet cannot make Lieutenant General Philippe completely relieved. In his heart, there is a question that cannot be said in public, but Clarence Bonaparte, now that the diamond necklace you mentioned has been obtained, how are you going to put Madame du Barry to death? Chapter 287 Prostitutes in the Palace of Versailles. This glass is for our hidden scholar, ha ha ha. Inside number 10 Champs-Élysées, although it was late at night, the banquet hall of the mansion was still filled with the aroma of champagne and the tempting aroma of a large feast of cream, sardines, baked snails, foie gras, etc. Lieutenant General Jacques Philippe raised his glass and shouted to Clarence, I didn't expect such a wonderful ending. Mr. Bonaparte, I apologize for questioning you a few days ago, ha ha ha. Even Chief Justice Mop, who had always been at odds with Lieutenant General Philippe, echoed and raised his glass to Clarence, laughing and sighing. The only thing that makes me feel sorry is that I didn't see that damn woman hand the necklace to you with my own eyes. Otherwise I would be so excited that I couldn't sleep tonight. For the two people who lived in the Court of Versailles, they almost watched Madame du Barry go from an unknown countess to a famous socialite in the aristocratic circle, and then jumped to become the mistress of the Duke of Richelieu, and finally was sent to the king by the Duke of Richelieu, becoming the most powerful woman in the country. In this process, Madame du Barry was always smooth sailing, and almost encountered no obstacles. Especially after gaining the favor of His Majesty the King and the support of the Richelieu faction, this woman became even more fearless. In some cases, her orders were even second only to the king's decrees, and could be unimpeded throughout the Versailles court. However, today, Madame du Barry, who had been smooth sailing for 3 years, suffered such a big setback for the first time. Although losing this bet did not affect Madame du Barry's status at present, being able to severely crush the spirit of this arrogant woman in front of the entire upper class was already hard won in the eyes of the two. Facing the toasts from the general and the chief justice, Lawrence also smiled and raised his glass to respond, taking a sip. Lieutenant General Jacques Philippe was in a good mood. He raised his hand and poured the whole glass of champagne into his mouth. He didn't care about the wine spilling on his beard. Then he asked excitedly, "Oh, by the way, Mr. Bonaparte, how did you demonstrate that in the Louvre just now? Just a copper tube can penetrate the armor? Can that thing be equipped in the army?" Even a soldier like Lieutenant General Philippe, who has served in the army for most of his life, was shocked by the dense dents on the breastplate just now. It was hard to believe that the power of such an ordinary copper tube could be comparable to that of a musket. Moreover, unlike those traditional and conservative generals, Lieutenant General Philippe's thinking was as innovative and reformative as his brother, Duke Choiseul, and naturally he would not reject the progress of military technology. "I'm afraid that won't work." Lawrence smiled bitterly and explained, "The key to that demonstration is not the copper tube, but the pile of metal on the table. If you want soldiers to use this weapon to fight, they have to carry a metal block weighing more than 100 kilograms at all times, not to mention the probability of failure and reliability. Until 200 or 300 years later, humans have not yet produced and designed reliable individual electromagnetic weapons with practical significance, let alone the current situation at the end of the 18th century. Including other applications of electrical engineering, even if they are practical applications, Lawrence does not expect to achieve large-scale popularization in a short period of time. After all, it is still the era of the steam revolution. Only when the steam engine is popular enough and the social productivity develops to a certain bottleneck stage, the whole society will have the endogenous motivation to seek a higher stage of production. Otherwise, even if Lawrence uses the rest of his life's energy to promote the electrical revolution and directly provide scholars with the right ideas and directions, it can only make electrical equipment appear in the laboratories of scholars and the collection halls of nobles in a very small range. For example, if there were no revolutionary production efficiency improvement brought by steam engines to the mining industry, the raw materials such as copper, iron and coal for building power plants and transmission lines would be in short supply, not to mention the production of subsequent equipment. The reason why Lawrence chose to demonstrate electrical experiments to the judges in the Louvre was purely because this field was not particularly advanced, but had broad prospects, and he could easily win the bet with Madame du Barry through this defense. Really? What a pity. Lieutenant General Jacques Philippe shook his head slightly disappointed. He also knew that it was impossible to let the soldiers carry more than 100 kilograms of power supply equipment to fight. Those skinny farmers recruited from the countryside might not even weigh 100 kilograms. Chief Justice Mop drank a sip of wine slowly and suddenly asked, "Mr. Bonaparte, you have won Madame du Barry's necklace. What are your next plans?" Because he was worried that Madame du Barry could support another Chief Justice in a short time, Chief Justice Mop was also very concerned about Lawrence's next plan. He had no extra time to waste. Lieutenant General Philippe also looked at Lawrence curiously. At the beginning of their cooperation, the three of them had already tacitly agreed that Lawrence was the main attacker who personally charged at Madame du Barry with a spear. After all, Lawrence was the most favored by the king among the three during this period. Therefore, Lieutenant General Philippe and Chief Justice Mop were also willing to follow Lawrence's plan and assist them. Lawrence pondered for a moment, waved his hand gently to dismiss the servants, leaving only the three of them in the empty banquet hall. "Before that, I have a question for you two." Lawrence did not answer directly, but asked the two people in front of him, "Do you know anything about Madame du Barry's background?" "Oh, background?" Chief Justice Mop frowned slightly, not knowing why Lawrence asked this question specifically, but he still cooperated to recall it, and said puzzledly, "It seems that there is nothing special. She is just the daughter of an unknown declining nobleman, and then she married a count." "That's right. Lieutenant General Philip also thought about it and added, her husband, at least her nominal husband, is Jane du Barry's brother. Then she entered the aristocratic circle with the help of Jane du Barry. At that time, she was still called Miss Lange. Later, she relied on her beauty to climb up step by step. Listening to the answers of the two, Lawrence nodded without surprise and said thoughtfully, that's right. What? You want to attack Madame du Barry from her background? Lieutenant General Philip was a little confused and shook his head to dissuade. I don't think this is a good idea. Madame du Barry didn't get to the king by her family background. If it was really a matter of family background, my sister should be the king's official mistress. After the death of Louis XV's former mistress, Madame Pompadour, the Duke of Choiseul wanted to send his sister, the Duchess of Gramont, to the palace to replace Madame Pompadour. But no one expected that this noble duchess would be defeated by the previously unknown Madame du Barry. This was also one of the main reasons why the Duke of Choiseul hated Madame du Barry. He could not accept that his sister of noble descent was replaced by a lowly socialite. Chief Justice Mop also supported Lieutenant General Philip's opinion and said worriedly, that's right, Mr. Bonaparte. Madame du Barry originally came from a small noble family. It's meaningless for you to attack her from her origin. After all, how bad can her origin be? Although for the petty citizens and farmers in the countryside, the noble blood marked on the birth certificate can bring them many fame and privileges, which they dream of getting. But for politicians like Chief Justice Mop and Lieutenant General Philip who stand at the top of the Kingdom of France, noble blood is just the most basic ticket to the Palace of Versailles. The people who can appear in the Palace of Versailles are all dignitaries born in the Purple Room. Even Lawrence, who does not have a noble title for the time being, is the second son of the old Count Bonaparte. Therefore, in the eyes of the two, it is unquestionable that Madame du Barry has noble blood. In addition, her family is not a famous family, so it is unnecessary to attack her from her origin. Lawrence smiled and shook his head. What if I say that her actual background is far worse than this? Lieutenant General Jacques Philip and Chief Justice Mop could not help but be stunned for a moment, not knowing what Lawrence meant. Lieutenant General Philip frowned and said bluntly, are you going to spread rumors and slander her? No, not to spread rumors and slander, but to reveal the truth. Lawrence chuckled and said, General, Jane du Barry should still be in your hands, right? Lieutenant General Philip hesitated for a moment, and his eyes unconsciously glanced at Chief Justice Mop, seemingly unwilling to mention this matter in front of this outsider. However, since Lawrence asked this question in person, Lieutenant General Philip nodded and admitted, yes, the pimp was put under house arrest by my people. Since Jane du Barry was a direct participant in the attack on Lawrence by Count Falconet, Lawrence also attached great importance to him, and specially handed him over to the control of Duke Choiseul when he left Paris last time. Read the correct version in 1619 book bar. Chief Justice Mop glanced at Lawrence with a little surprise. You actually kidnapped Jane du Barry? I thought he was really missing. Speaking of which, Chief Justice Mop looked at Lawrence with a hint of complexity in his eyes. He didn't expect that the scheming Monsieur Bonaparte would have such a swift and resolute action. And Lawrence didn't say anything. The reason why he didn't mind revealing this secret to Chief Justice Mop was that the two of them would remain allies in a short period of time. If there was a day when the two of them stood on opposite sides again, Jane du Barry would have been dealt with by Lawrence long before that. Why do you ask about the pimp? Wasn't he a participant in that incident? Lieutenant General Philip asked obscurely. He is not just a rich property owner, General. Lawrence recalled the historical memory in his mind and said in a deep voice, he did not just bring Madame du Barry into the Parisian aristocratic circle. Jane du Barry sent Madame du Barry from the brothel to the Palace of Versailles. Brothel? Hearing this, Lieutenant General Jacques Philip and Chief Justice Mop's expressions froze for a moment, as if they did not understand what Lawrence said at all. When the two of them completely reacted to Lawrence's words, they all opened their mouths in shock, even more than the shock they had just received in the Louvre. Many nobles who have a negative opinion of Madame du Barry would contemptuously call her a prostitute, but this is just to satirize Madame du Barry's fickleness and the many boyfriends she has dated in the aristocratic circle. No one would understand this word as its own meaning. After all, how could His Majesty's official mistress be a prostitute who came out of a brothel? Exclamation mark. The French are indeed romantic by nature, especially after the spread of the Enlightenment. Men can directly and generously declare that they have several mistresses, and married women can also openly linger in various houses with the title of Mrs. So-and-so. However, no matter how this romantic and free-spirited fashion spreads, the concept of class is still deeply rooted in the hearts of every citizen of this feudal kingdom. People will never believe that His Majesty's official mistress, the most powerful woman in the Palace of Versailles, is actually a commoner. Commoner women are fine, but the key is that she is a prostitute who came out of a brothel and has been picked up countless times. If this news was known by envoys from various countries, they would probably laugh and send people to pass the news back to their own countries to let their monarchs have a good time. The King of France welcomed a prostitute to the Palace of Versailles as if she were a treasure. Wait a minute. Lieutenant General Philip slapped his head repeatedly, not daring to believe Clarence's words for a moment. You said that Madame du Barry came from a brothel? Even if her family was in poverty, they would not sell their daughter to a brothel, right? Clarence shook his head and explained, no, Madame du Barry was not from a noble family. Her birth certificate was forged by Jane du Barry later. Jane du Barry also arranged for her to marry Count du Barry and send her into the Parisian aristocratic circle. It's just that this pimp probably didn't expect that the woman could enter the Palace of Versailles. Lieutenant General Philip took a breath in shock, then raised his eyebrows and said quickly, if this is true, Jane du Barry must still have evidence of her forged identity. Madame du Barry was not a kind-hearted woman who would repay a favor. The reason why she did not turn around and get rid of Jane du Barry was probably because Jane du Barry still had the fatal handle on Madame du Barry, which made Madame willing to be his backer. That's right. Clarence nodded in agreement. Those evidences are Jane du Barry's greatest wealth. In order to control Madame du Barry and provide him with support, Jane du Barry will definitely keep the evidence quite intact and hidden, and it is impossible for anyone else to know. Lieutenant General Philip snorted disdainfully. Humph, that kid is in my hands now. I will make him tell everything. But, Mr. Bonaparte, Chief Justice Morp, who had been thinking, suddenly interrupted. Even if we get the evidence, it will probably be very tricky. This is a big scandal for the royal family. Even if His Majesty the King believes the evidence, he probably won't publicly admit that Madame du Barry is really a prostitute. If the rumors about Madame du Barry really spread all over the city, then it is very likely that her current position will be consolidated. After all, Louis XV will not allow such a scandal to spread widely. If he expels Madame du Barry from the palace, it will confirm these rumors. However, Clarence had already included these consequences in his plan. That's right, Your Excellency, that's why I need your help. Our help? Clarence said in a deep voice. To be precise, it's the help of the Paris City Defense Force, the Paris High Court and the Palace of Justice. Chief Justice Mop nodded slowly without saying anything more. Lieutenant General Jacques Philippe looked at Clarence with a playful look on his face, squinted his eyes and nodded. The army, the court, the legislature. Your Excellency Bonaparte, I really want to know what you want to do. Chapter 288, Inside the Palace. This grand celebration lasted until late at night. Since Clarence had already finalized the follow-up plan, Chief Justice Mop and Lieutenant General Philip also gave him full trust. After all, this young man had just won a complete victory over Madame du Barry in the afternoon. Lieutenant General Jacques Philippe got drunk at the banquet. Even Chief Justice Mop, who didn't drink often, drank 5 large glasses of brandy in excitement. It was not often that such a celebration made Madame du Barry embarrassed. In addition, the two of them got a heavy news from Clarence. His Majesty the King's official mistress was actually a street prostitute. This made the two of them, especially Chief Justice Mop, much more excited. Although this handle could not completely knock down Madame du Barry, Chief Justice Mop had begun to feel fortunate that he had chosen the right ally, which made his eyes look at Clarence more enthusiastic. At midnight, the two drunken men left the mansion on the Champs-Élysées with the help of their respective attendants, and Clarence personally escorted them to the gate of the courtyard. Then, General Philip, we'll see you another day. Clarence worked with the groom to lift the sturdy Lieutenant General Philip into the carriage, looked helplessly at the drunken general and said, when I need your help, I will let you know in advance. Lieutenant General Philip, who was drunk, muttered something incoherently, saying that he would do his best to help. Although Chief Justice Morp was a little dizzy under the influence of alcohol, he was not as confused as Lieutenant General Philip. He whispered goodbye to Lawrence. "Goodbye, Mr. Bonaparte. The scales of the Palace of Justice will always be with you." After that, Chief Justice Morp also climbed into his carriage tremblingly and slowly left the Champs-Élysées. Watching the two carriages driving away one after the other, Lawrence yawned a little sleepily. At this moment, Lawrence suddenly noticed that not far from the gate of the courtyard, there was an inconspicuous and very simple two-horse carriage parked. The carriage was completely black, and there was no paint on the walls. If it were not for the oil lamp hanging on the carriage, it would be difficult for people to detect its existence in the dark. Lawrence frowned and glanced at the carriage, but felt that the style was very familiar. After a simple recollection, he remembered that this should be the standard carriage used exclusively by the court, that he had seen in Versailles before. "Someone from the court? Are you here to see me?" As if answering Lawrence's question, or perhaps seeing that General Philip and Chief Justice Morp's car drove away, a somewhat panicked man jumped out of the black carriage and walked towards Lawrence hesitantly. Mr. Bonaparte. When the man came closer, Lawrence could see clearly that he was wearing a dark blue robe, which was very similar to the robe of the judge of the High Court. The royal iris emblem was embroidered on the chest of the robe, which also showed that he was an official of the royal family. After staring at the familiar face of the man for a while, Lawrence suddenly remembered that he had seen him at the banquet before Christmas. This was the royal financial director who was scolded in public by Madame du Barry. "Did we meet at the Palace of Versailles?" Lawrence took the initiative to stretch out his right hand and said, "Before Christmas, at the banquet in the marble courtyard." "Ah, yes, I did attend that banquet. Thank you for remembering me." The man hurriedly held Lawrence's hand. His hand was very cold, and his ears were blown red by the whistling winter wind. It seemed that the carriage was not warm. After paying his respects enthusiastically, he continued excitedly, "I'm Jonah Adrien de Dauphinal, a court director of His Majesty the King, mainly responsible for managing His Majesty's wealth. I'm sorry to bother you so late, but can I discuss something with you?" Lawrence glanced at the carriage parked not far away. It seemed that Director Jonah had been waiting at the door of the mansion for a long time. Since the other party was so sincere, Lawrence could not refuse, so he nodded and took the initiative to invite Director Jonah to come in for a discussion. Sitting by the warm fireplace, Director Jonah let out a long breath of relief. The heat radiated by the leaping flames made his frozen limbs feel much better. Lawrence brought 2 cups of hot tea, placed one in front of Director Jonah, and greeted him patiently. "You seem to have been waiting for a long time. The weather outside is not warm today, so warm yourself up for a while." "Oh, thank you, your generosity." Director Jonah quickly took the teacup and took a sip. Then he turned his head and looked around, shook his head and said, "It is indeed a bit cold today, sir. After all, it snowed last night. Fortunately, I didn't wait too long, no more than 2 hours. On a winter night like this, it's a bit hard to stay outdoors for 2 hours." Lawrence glanced at the snow covering the banks of the Seine outside the window and echoed casually, "It's indeed a bit hard." "But," Manager Jonah suddenly sighed, his tone sad and meaningful, "fortunately, I only have to endure these few hours, but many people have to endure the entire winter like this." Lawrence frowned slightly and did not respond rashly, but after hearing this, he immediately guessed the purpose of Manager Jonah's visit to him. Seeing that Lawrence didn't say anything, Director Jonah continued to sigh. "It is not uncommon for people to freeze to death in Paris in winter, especially this winter. Alas, in a week or two, when the snow and wind intensify, I don't know how those citizens living in thatched huts and shacks can survive." Lawrence took a sip of tea and said slowly, "I heard that His Majesty the King gives subsidies to those people every year. This should make the situation of those people a lot better, right?" Hearing that, Lawrence took the initiative to get to the point. Director Jonah hurriedly put down his teacup and said excitedly, yes. In previous years there have been subsidies issued in the name of His Majesty the King. This is really a great policy that can reflect His Majesty's kindness. But this year, Mr. Bonaparte, have you read the recent newspapers? Especially the Daily Observer." "The Daily Observer? I think I have read some of it." Lawrence shrugged. Oh, great. Then you must know that Countess Dewberry, the woman who made the bet with you, embezzled all the funds for the subsidy from me. Director Jonah was filled with grief and anger, and clenched his fists to accuse, and I can tell you privately, that the amount embezzled by Madame Dewberry was not about 3 million livres as the newspaper said, but a full 4 million livres. Alas, but even His Majesty fully supports that woman. Lawrence looked at Director Jonah with some sympathy, knowing that his current situation was indeed very embarrassing and dangerous. Although the embezzlement of relief funds to Madame Dewberry was approved by Louis XV himself, Director Jonah did not dare to really ignore it and turn a blind eye to the cancellation of winter subsidies this year. In case the cancellation of subsidies caused some more serious consequences, whether it was protests, rallies, or even riots, Director Jonah, as the financial director of the royal family, would most likely be used as the first scapegoat. After all, the reason why the subsidies could not be issued was that there was no money. As for why there was no money, Louis XV would not admit that he had used the money to buy jewelry for Madame Dewberry. Almost no king would be willing to take the initiative to blame himself. This was not simply a matter of face, but a fundamental issue related to the legitimacy of rule. The same principle applies to the Eastern dynasty. The emperor on the throne would not make any mistakes. All the mistakes were caused by treacherous officials. At that time, the king would only blame all the responsibility on Director Jonah, who was the person in charge of finance. When necessary, he would even accuse him of several unfounded crimes to guide public opinion and calm public grievances, such as the king's original intention was good, but Director Jonah's execution was bad. Therefore, even if Director Jonah knew that Louis XV knew that Madame Dewberry had misappropriated the relief funds, and even if he knew that the people knew that Madame Dewberry had misappropriated the relief funds, he still did not dare to be a hands-off manager. Instead, he was the one who was most anxious about the relief funds. However, despite having seen through Director Jonah's situation, Lawrence still cooperated and pretended to admire him. I didn't expect you to be such a noble person, Mr. Director. I'm really ashamed to say that I didn't even notice those poor people. No, you're too much, sir. Facing Lawrence's praise, Director Jonah also hurriedly declined. In fact, I also have some selfish motives. If the winter subsidy cannot be paid, and some serious consequences are aroused, I'm afraid you will only be able to find me in the cemetery of Stafford Church in the future. His Majesty the King will definitely blame me for the financial deficit of the royal family. So, what do you mean? Lawrence asked calmly. A perfect version of the book in 1619. The most urgent task now is to raise funds for the subsidies. A few years ago, the citizens had already made a big fuss about the subsidies. If the subsidies are really cancelled at that time, who knows what chaos will arise. What's more, His Majesty the King will stay in Paris during this period of time, which will be a big problem. Director Jonah's tone was very anxious, and worried wrinkles appeared on his cheeks unconsciously. His body even trembled slightly, not knowing whether it was because of the chill that had not yet faded, or the fear that lingered in his heart. Now I can only ask you for help, the kind Lord Bonaparte. The royal family still has half of the shares of the Corsica National Silver Company. If these shares are converted into cash, it will be enough to pay this year's subsidies. Please, sir, this is not only for my humble life, but also for the thousands and tens of thousands of civilians struggling on the brink of life and death. Lawrence glanced at Director Jonah, then closed his eyes, and pondered for a moment, neither accepting nor refusing. Director Jonah, who was standing by the stove, was concentrating on watching Lawrence's every move. His clenched fists were sweating from nervousness, and even his heartbeat was pounding faster. In Jonah's opinion, the Corsica National Silver Company was the cash cow of Mr. Bonaparte. If he sold the company's shares on behalf of the royal family, it would undoubtedly shake the market's confidence in the National Silver Company. Investors would begin to wonder whether the National Silver Company had severed its relationship with the royal family, or whether the royal family knew some inside information and chose to sell it off. Once such rumors spread, the stock price of the National Silver Company would inevitably fall to the bottom. After all, a considerable number of investors generously donated money because they valued the company's strong political background. However, despite knowing that this was a proposal that was quite unfavorable to Lawrence, Director Jonah really had no other choice. Whether it was seeking help from the finance minister, or trying to borrow money from other accounts, or even seeking loans from commercial banks at the expense of personal reputation, these methods were either a drop in the bucket and not enough to fill the gap in winter subsidies, or the waiting period was too long and it was impossible to raise funds before the cold wave hit in mid-January. Only the shares of the Corsica National Silver Company in the hands of the royal family could be quickly converted into cash or securities assets, and the asset scale was large enough to fill the gap in subsidies. Moreover, the person in charge of the royal family's assets in the National Silver Company was Prince Louis, who came to Paris to learn business knowledge. As long as Director Jonah persuaded Lawrence to agree to sell his shares, then with Lawrence's status as the first attendant and his personal relationship with Prince Louis, His Royal Highness would directly agree to Director Jonah's stock cashing behavior. Mr. Bonaparte, Director Jonah's lips trembled, as if he wanted to say something to persuade Lawrence, but he didn't know how to make the other party accept such an unfavorable plan. He felt that he was a humble royal supervisor. Although he seemed to have a great reputation in front of outsiders, he was actually just a senior servant in the royal court. He could not offer anything valuable to impress the Prime Minister, Mr. Bonaparte. At this moment, his only hope was that Mr. Bonaparte was really a good person as rumored. Compared to this, Mr. Director, Lawrence opened his eyes, but changed the subject and said, "I have some questions to ask you. If you find it inconvenient to answer, forget it." Director Jonah seemed to have grabbed a life-saving straw and said in a trembling voice, "You can ask as much as you want. As long as I know, I will not hide anything. You can't be so absolute, Mr. Director." Lawrence smiled and shook his head and asked softly, "Since Madame du Barry has embezzled money from the royal accounts more than once, then you should have records of her embezzlement, or evidence, right?" Director Jonah was stunned for a moment. This was indeed a very private question, but he still gritted his teeth and nodded, and responded in a deep voice, "Yes, sir. Madame du Barry is deeply loved by His Majesty the King. Many of the funds she used to purchase jewelry villas were even directly approved by His Majesty, so I have kept the receipts and records." "Very good, Mr. Director, then we might as well make a deal." Lawrence supported his chin with both hands, squinted his eyes, and smiled and said, "I need those records and vouchers in your hands, and maybe I need you to do some extra small things, and in return, you won't have to worry about the subsidy this winter, and you will see a sufficient amount of livres appear in the royal account within a week." Listening to Lawrence's proposal, Director Jonah couldn't help but open his mouth wide. "You mean those of Madame du Barry? But, if royal secrets are leaked, compared with leaking secrets and losing your head, do you prefer the latter?" "Losing my head is right. You are right. I. Director Jonah gritted his teeth, thinking of Madame du Barry's hateful face in his mind, and promised in a firm voice, "I accept your proposal. I will prepare what you want as quickly as possible, and I will also stay in the Tuileries Palace with the royal family during this time. You can find me at any time." Looking at Director Jonah's resolute expression, Lawrence also stood up with satisfaction and shook hands with him again. "I'm glad that you made the right choice, Mr. Director. You will get what you want soon. I believe in you, sir." Director Jonah nodded heavily, raised his hand, and drank the hot tea in the cup, then said goodbye to Lawrence, and left the mansion. Through the French window, Lawrence watched Director Jonah's carriage slowly leave in the fluttering snow, and raised a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. The appearance of this director saved a lot of troublesome preparations for his plan. As for solving the problem of winter subsidies for the poor in Paris, this was originally part of Lawrence's plan. After all, as long as it was properly operated, this was a great opportunity to win people's hearts. The transaction with Director Jonah seemed like a gift that was delivered to the door. Of course, Lawrence would not raise funds by selling shares of the National Silver Company as Director Jonah said. Before Lawrence squeezed out the last bit of value from this shell company, he didn't want any problems to occur in this company. As for who should take out this huge sum of money, Lawrence already had the right person in mind, the capitalist who possessed unprecedented wealth. "Come here, tell Mr. Montmartre of the Bank of France that he has always wanted to squeeze into the aristocratic circle. Now he has the chance. Chapter 289, The Duke's Counterattack. The next day, January 5th, the weather was much worse than yesterday. The stingy god seemed unwilling to give the warm winter sun to the world for a long time. It started to snow in the city of Paris last night. Several thick snow clouds covered the sun tightly. It was not until 9 o'clock in the morning that the lamplighters in blue uniforms carried ladders to extinguish the kerosene street lamps on both sides of the road one by one. The dry and cold air and dim sunlight made it difficult for people who lived here for a long time to face the hard life in Paris in winter. Especially those poor people with limited income. They got up from the cold and leaky shacks early in the morning and began to work hard for a day's livelihood in the cold night that had not yet completely dissipated. But as the temperature gradually dropped, the prices in Paris were gradually rising. A £4 loaf of bread only cost 8 sous in the autumn harvest, but now the baker's sign has a frightening price of 12 sous. Every time the bakery owner changes his sign, he will be scolded by the citizens. And 1 livre can only buy 2 bundles of firewood now. Seeing this price, the poor people who have nothing would rather run to the woods outside Paris to pick up the firewood in person in the snow. These petty citizens do not understand what the physiocratic school of economics is, nor do they understand what free trade is. They only know that the soaring prices in Paris in winter are likely to strangle them to death on their cold iron beds on an ordinary night. When some middle-class people who are not afraid of talking read about the plight of the poor in newspapers or magazines, they will laugh at these idiots, thinking that these idiots do not know how to stock up in advance to survive the long winter. However, what these middle-class people may not know is that for the poor at the bottom, being able to survive until midnight today is already the biggest goal. They have no energy or ability to make any plans for the future. Among these poor people, the most discussed topic these days is undoubtedly the winter subsidy that concerns their lives. Before the new year, the Paris City Hall had promised the citizens that the City Hall would issue winter subsidies on time, but today is the 5th, and there is not even a shadow of a relief station in Paris. Many citizens have begun to spread that Madame du Barry has already put all the subsidies into her own pocket, and it is absolutely impossible to issue subsidies this year. Such rumors spread rapidly after the new year and have become common sense in the eyes of most citizens. They have to survive this cold winter on their own. Some angry people believe that they have been deceived and are preparing to organize a second large-scale protest rally. Unlike the last impromptu rally, the citizens who participated this time even printed leaflets in advance, calling on people to gather in front of the town hall square, planning to publicly question the municipal officials when the subsidies would be issued, and whether Madame du Barry had really embezzled all the subsidies. However, although the rally plan this time was much more mature than the last time, the Paris police force, which had long been on guard against martial law, quickly arrested a large number of leading demonstrators and put out the flames of resistance before the citizens gathered. After all, His Majesty the King will stay in Paris during this period of time, and the police force dare not relax in the slightest. Especially for the colonel commander of the police force, Colonel Giovanni. This colonel with a criminal record dare not make even the slightest mistake in his work. Number 28, Rue de Tagus, is a single-family villa located on the north bank of the Lower Seine. The villa is not big, with only 2 floors and a small attic, but the red tiles and white bricks look very delicate from the outside. There is also a beautiful small garden on the west side, although there is only a layer of white snow in the garden in winter. Obviously, this is the residence of a wealthy citizen with a good family, and the neighbors nearby also know that the owner of this house is the famous Colonel Giovanni. Of course, it may not be appropriate to say that he is famous, because Colonel Giovanni's most famous deed is that he and Count Falcone broke into the Corsica embassy and later received a letter of forgiveness from Monsieur Bonaparte. However, for the ordinary citizens living nearby, a colonel commander of the police force with considerable power is also a big shot. It was noon, lunchtime. "I'm back, dear." Colonel Giovanni opened the door, stood outside the house and shook off the snow on his body, and then hurriedly dragged his tired body into the warm house and greeted his wife who was busy in the kitchen. "Dad is back." A little boy of about 5 or 6 staggered to the colonel, hugged the colonel's thigh and laughed innocently. His wife in the kitchen had just finished cooking. She came out wearing thick cooking gloves and holding a pot of steaming cream stew. sneering and saying, "Okay, Jack, come here quickly. Dad doesn't have time to play with you. He has to finish his meal and go to work." Looking at the happy and carefree smiles on his wife and children's faces, and the warm burning fireplace at home, Colonel Giovanni couldn't help but smile, and suddenly felt that his hard work in the police force was worth it. The little boy bit his fingers and repeated his mother's words in confusion. "Work." Colonel Giovanni smiled kindly, picked up his son, and put him on the dining chair, and explained with a smile, "Dad is a soldier, Jack, and he can't stay at home every day." After that, Colonel Giovanni served himself a large bowl of stew and ate it greedily without paying attention to the boiling soup. Seeing her husband wolfing down his food, his wife complained with some heartache, "Oh, I don't know what's going on. You were still on vacation at this time of year in previous years, but now you have to go to work before sunrise every day. Even the time to go home for lunch is so tight. There's nothing we can do about it. Our supreme commander, the Lieutenant General of Police, is an aristocratic general who was transferred back to Paris to retire. His beard is all white, and he basically doesn't care about anything. The same goes for the other two major general commanders. It's us colonel commanders who are the ones who really do things." Colonel Giovanni wiped the soup from the corner of his mouth with his hand and said while eating, "Besides, before the new year, some people wanted to gather and cause trouble. I arrested a large number of troublemakers at that time. As a result, they became restless again a few days ago. This time they even wanted to gather and protest in the city hall square." "Is it that serious?" the wife asked curiously, while feeding little Jack with a soup spoon. "Of course, this hasn't happened in Paris for several years," Colonel Giovanni said helplessly. "What's more, His Majesty the King will be staying in Paris for a while. If we allow a protest or even a riot to happen under the King's nose, the senior police officers, including me, will be prepared to go to Dauphiné to guard the border for the rest of our lives. So now there are patrols everywhere outside, and even General Philip's city defense forces are always on guard." His wife also served herself a bowl of stew, frowned, and said, "As an ordinary citizen, are so many people outside going to catch protesters? If your police force maintained law and order like this on weekdays, there would probably be no thieves in Paris." Colonel Giovanni touched his head awkwardly and explained quickly, "It's not all because of the protesters. The public security in many places in Paris has been bad recently. Many poor people who are desperate have chosen to join gangs to do some stealing and robbery. There is especially a gang leader called the King of Beggars, who has given me a headache for a while. I really don't know how many men he has recruited during this period. Dear, don't go to the slums during this period. I think those people have their own difficulties." The wife sighed softly, put down the spoon, propped up her chin and said, "I heard that the subsidy money was taken away by that lady, and the prices in Paris have risen so fast. I feel distressed every time I go to the market to buy things. I remember it was not like this before." Colonel Giovanni still had some understanding of economic policies and explained, "The trade control on grain has been lifted, isn't it like this? Those big industrialists have been hoarding grain since the fall, preparing to make a fortune in the winter. I really don't know why the control was lifted. I don't know. Maybe it's for the sake of free trade or something like that. Those physiocrats say that this can promote agricultural development." Colonel Giovanni obviously didn't care much about these matters. He was a police soldier and was only concerned about maintaining order. Freedom, freedom, oh, our money flows freely into the pockets of capitalists. Don't say these things outside, dear. It's a special period now. Colonel Giovanni ate the stew in the bowl in 2 bites like a whirlwind, took out his pocket watch to check the time, and sighed. "Okay, I'm going back to work soon. Be careful on the way," his wife advised helplessly. Just as Colonel Giovanni put on his uniform coat and put on his rank ribbon and prepared to leave, he heard someone knocking on his door rudely. "Is Colonel Giovanni at home?" The colonel was stunned. He didn't remember anyone sending him a visiting card. His wife behind him was also confused. She didn't know who was so rude to come to his house. Check out the correct version on the 16 to 9 book forum. He opened the door in confusion, only to see a noble steward standing outside, looking at the colonel and his family with contempt. Colonel Giovanni did not recognize the man's appearance, but he was very familiar with his clothes. The attendants of the dukes and princes often wore such a pure black dress to show their status. "Who are you?" Colonel Giovanni frowned. The way this man looked at his family made the colonel very disgusted. The steward in black finally withdrew his prying eyes and turned his eyes to Colonel Giovanni in front of him. "There is no need to reveal my name. I'm the Duke of Aiguilon's man." Duke of Aiguilon. Colonel Giovanni's pupils shrank. As a police colonel supported by the Duke of Richelieu, he certainly knew the Duke of Richelieu's nephew. However, since the attack on the Corsica embassy that shocked Paris, Colonel Giovanni had severed his ties with the Richelieu faction. He was badly harmed by Count Falcon at that time. If it weren't for the letter of forgiveness issued by Lawrence, Colonel Giovanni would have been hanged on the gallows long ago, not to mention keeping his current position. After all, even Count Falconet, who was so noble, was sentenced to life imprisonment by the furious Louis XV. A civilian colonel like him had no chance of surviving after causing such a disaster. Colonel Giovanni didn't know how the Duke of Aiguilon had the nerve to send someone to find him. The steward at the door ignored Colonel Giovanni's shock and walked straight into the house without even shaking off the snow on his body. "Wait. What are you going to do, sir?" Colonel Giovanni flashed in front of the steward and shouted angrily, then turned his head and winked at his wife, indicating that she should take the children upstairs first. HMPH. The black-clad steward snorted coldly, sat down on the sofa beside the fireplace, and said, "His Excellency the Duke needs you to do something." "Do something? Do you think I'm an idiot?" Colonel Giovanni stared at the steward angrily and said hatefully, "The last time the matter between Count Falconet and I came to the attention of His Majesty the King, if the King knew that I'm still working for you, wouldn't that be pushing me into danger?" Louis XV was already very dissatisfied with the Duke of Richelieu's interference in state affairs. Colonel Giovanni could also guess the king's thoughts a little, and naturally would not want to have any dealings with the Richelieu faction again. "Don't worry, Colonel." The black-clad butler crossed his legs and said slowly, "This is not an embassy attack. It's just a simple matter. His Majesty the King won't know about it." Before Colonel Giovanni could accept or refuse, the butler had already started talking. "There is a newspaper called the Daily Observer. They have spread many rumors against Madame du Barry these days. I believe you should also know that the unrest in Paris is mostly related to these rumors." Colonel Giovanni did not speak, but he also admitted in his heart that the other party was right. The newspaper has been continuously reporting news about Madame du Barry recently, which has caused a strong response among the citizens. Among the arrested demonstrators, Colonel Giovanni was able to find the recent Daily Observer in their homes. Although Colonel Giovanni did not like this newspaper as a job requirement, as it had added endless troubles to his work, but from a personal perspective, Colonel Giovanni, who still had a sense of justice, still had some sympathy for the newspaper. There were not many newspapers in this era that dared to expose the darkness. Ban this newspaper and arrest everyone who has anything to do with it. This is the intention of the Duke of Aiguilon and Madame du Barry. The steward's eyes always carried an overbearing contempt, and his tone seemed arrogant and frivolous. "Colonel, you don't want to offend both of your superiors at once, do you? You." Colonel Giovanni clenched his fists so tightly that even his joints crackled. His brows were twisted into a ball, and he shouted in a low voice, "I tell you, I don't care about these. If it weren't for the letter of forgiveness issued to me by Mr. Bonaparte last time, my body would have turned into half bones. You go back and tell the Duke of Aiguilon that at most you can transfer me to the Alps to guard the border area, and I won't be his running dog anymore." However, the steward in black remained calm, poured himself a cup of hot coffee, took a sip, slowly stretched out his right hand, and pointed upwards. "You'd better think about it carefully, Colonel. Your wife is so beautiful, and your children are so lively and cute. If you are transferred to Dauphine to guard the border, who will take care of them?" Colonel Giovanni was startled, and then he realized that this was a naked threat. He became angry and punched the glass coffee table and growled, "You dare? We dare." The black-clothed steward still drank a sip of coffee slowly and said lightly, "If you refuse a request, the Duke will just find someone else to do it, but this will also let the Duke know that you betrayed him. In that case, you will have to pay the price soon, Colonel. After that, the steward drank the last sip of coffee, stood up, glanced at the disconsolate Colonel Giovanni, and said as he walked out, "Hurry up, Colonel. If a new issue of the Observer Daily appears on the market tomorrow morning, things will be difficult." Chapter 290. Tell me, what is support? At the same time, in the private office of Mr. Montmartre on the top floor of the Bank of Commerce of France, this big banker, who is well known in the financial world of Paris, showed a very nervous look on his face. He was dressed in a formal dress, standing in front of a floor-length silver mirror with gold-rimmed patterns, and was constantly adjusting the tightness of the wig on his head. At the same time, he asked his assistant anxiously, "Is my striped scarf a little too fancy? And these boots, maybe I should change to a pair of high heels? The nobles like to wear that." The assistant seemed a little undecided, so he could only help Mr. Montmartre to straighten his clothes while responding, "Well, maybe you can try it. I think those people in the palace should like a more conservative style." "That makes sense. Hurry up, go get me a plain scarf, and high heels too." Mr. Montmartre anxiously pulled off the scarf that had just been tied on his chest and ordered loudly. The assistant searched in the closet for a while and said with embarrassment, "Sir, there seems to be no plain scarves or high heels in your office." "You idiot. Then go buy them." Mr. Montmartre scolded impatiently. Yes. The assistant lowered his head and was about to go out when he suddenly remembered something. "By the way, sir, what is your shoe size?" "How should I know? Buy me all sizes. There is no time to waste." After a long time of tossing and turning, Mr. Montmartre finally changed into a dress that satisfied him, a wig sprinkled with silver powder, a white beaver cape, a brown flannel coat, leather trousers that just reached the knees, paired with the popular white long stockings, and a pair of thick soled high-heeled cavalry boots that the nobles all wore. As long as Mr. Montmartre could stand there solemnly, anyone who saw him would think that he was a majestic count. Of course, as soon as he opened his mouth, his flattering smile and shrewd eyes would reveal that he was just a rich Navo-rich banker. And the reason why he spent so much energy to dress himself up like this today was only one reason: Mr. Bonaparte is really a fool. He notified me so hastily that I would have lunch with His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, and it was in the palace, so I didn't even have time to go home to change clothes. Although he said so, there was no trace of blame in Mr. Montmartre's words, but full of gratitude and pride. Just this morning, before dawn, a servant from number 10 Champs-Élysées came to the Bank of Commerce of France and told Mr. Montmartre that he would be invited to have lunch with His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. At the same time, the servant also revealed to Mr. Montmartre that this lunch would be a great opportunity for him to squeeze into the aristocratic circle. This made Mr. Montmartre happy for the whole morning, and he was not so excited even when he recovered a loan with an interest rate of 12%. For the top bourgeoisie like him, wealth is no longer the only direction they pursue. Even if their assets increase by a few million or tens of millions of livres, it will not bring any particularly big changes to their lives and social status. Therefore, those top bankers, big businessmen, and industrialists will strive to integrate into the second class, hoping to be accepted by the real upper class. This is not only for a higher status, but also to exert more influence on national politics. Otherwise, even if the bourgeoisie is rich, they are weak in political power and are just like rich lambs in front of the nobles. The government or the royal family only needs to issue a decree to determine the rise and fall of a large number of capitalists. Of course, the bourgeoisie is not weak and has no power to fight back. If the ruling class wants to plunder the wealth of the bourgeoisie forcefully, it will inevitably lead to unrest. Therefore, the royal family and the government have also come up with other milder ways to reap the wealth of these fat sheep. The most typical example is selling official positions and titles. It only takes 2 million livres to qualify for large-scale royal meetings, and thus automatically obtain the title of Minister of State. As for some low-level, unlanded honorary titles, although the royal family did not clearly mark the price, they can be bought with a little effort. This behavior of selling official positions and titles began to appear in the Louis XIV period, and until the Louis XVI period, due to the overly tight royal finances, a considerable number of honorary titles were sold. According to statistics, on the eve of the Great Revolution, 95% of the nobles, of course most of them were small nobles, did not inherit their titles, but were titles bought by the middle class. However, for Mr. Montmartre, he certainly did not want this kind of honorary special treatment. Those false names and titles would only make others change their titles from Mr. to Your Excellency when addressing him, or just be eligible to enter certain banquets as marginal figures, without any substantial help at all. What he really wanted was an opportunity to thoroughly integrate into the aristocratic circle, and be fully accepted by the upper class. But this is easier said than done. As a banker without the blood of the purple chamber, he does not even have the basic admission ticket. He cannot let Mr. Montmartre give up business and join the army and be promoted to the nobility with military merits. As for entering the Palace of Versailles as a ruler of a country like Clarence, it is even more impossible. Only today, when he heard the news from Mr. Bonaparte, did Mr. Montmartre suddenly feel that a shining golden light finally fell from the dark clouds. Oh my god, it's already this time, hurry up. Prepare my carriage and set off for the Tuileries Palace now. The King's Palace in Paris, a side hall and the Tuileries Palace. Clarence and Crown Prince Louis have already sat at a small round dining table. There are only 3 sets of silver tableaux on the round table. The dishes on the table can only be regarded as light soup compared to the banquet in the Palace of Versailles. After all, it was a temporary invitation to Crown Prince Louis and Mr. Montmartre for lunch, and Clarence did not have extra time to prepare. My god, these people have such a hard time. While waiting for Mr. Montmartre, Crown Prince Louis read today's edition of The Observer with a frown on his face, sighing with compassion from time to time. The front page of The Observer today is about the current situation of the slums in the southeastern part of Paris. The newspaper describes in detail how a family of 6 struggles on the edge of survival relying on the labor of the mill owner. The editor of the newspaper also attached several carefully drawn illustrations, vividly depicting the dilapidated appearance of the leaky shack where the family lives, and the miserable state of the 3 children who are as skinny as mummies. The young crown prince is a kind-hearted and ambitious successor to the kingdom. When he read articles about the living conditions of the poor in the newspapers over and over again these days, the crown prince who has lived in the palace for a long time and has never set foot in the slums can't help but feel a little disturbed. Clarence leaned over and glanced at the contents of the newspaper, sighed and agreed, "Yes, Your Highness, it is indeed not easy, and this is not an isolated case. Such misery and pain have long been commonplace among those people. Oh my god, this is just in Paris. How many such tragedies will there be in the whole of France under our feet?" Crown Prince Louis bit his lip lightly, unable to bear to read the newspaper in his hand. After sighing again, he folded it and put it aside, saying, "Isn't there anything we can do, Clarence? It's a bit difficult, Your Highness." Clarence waved his hand helplessly and explained, in previous years, His Majesty the King would provide subsidies to those in need, which would give them a big sigh of relief. But this year, you may have heard that the money has already flowed into Madame du Barry's pocket. Listening to Clarence's explanation, the always docile and respectful Crown Prince Louis suddenly slapped the table. The majesty of the royal family immediately frightened the waiters around him. The Crown Prince gritted his teeth and said, "This woman is harming the entire kingdom of France." Crown Prince Louis and his wife, Crown Princess Mary, both hated Madame du Barry very much. This is why after the Crown Prince ascended the throne, he immediately exiled Madame du Barry to the monastery at the suggestion of the Queen. Clarence looked at the indignant look of Crown Prince Louis, and a faint smile rose at the corner of his mouth, and he comforted him softly. "Please calm down, Your Highness. Things are not without hope." "Oh." The Crown Prince hurriedly looked at Clarence expectantly. He knew that this good friend would always live up to his expectations and trust. "Mr. Montmartre, whom we are about to meet, and his banker friends are worth a lot of money." Clarence pointed to the empty seat beside the round table and said with a smile, "As long as they contribute money to rescue the citizens of Paris, everything will be fine." Montmartre. Crown Prince Louis stared at the empty seat and frowned slightly. "I don't like this person very much. He is too flattering. A perfect version in 1619 book bar." During the time when Clarence left Paris, Crown Prince Louis, as the nominal royal financial director and the royal head of the Corsica National Silver Company, also had several contacts with Mr. Montmartre in order to learn business knowledge. However, Crown Prince Louis, who was born in a royal family, did not seem to like the bourgeoisie like Mr. Montmartre. Their flattery and shrewdness made His Royal Highness very disgusted. Your Highness, national interests and personal feelings are two parallel evaluation systems. Lawrence smiled and comforted. Sometimes, we have to get rid of those we like for the sake of interests, and get close to those we hate for the sake of interests. Crown Prince Louis rolled his eyes and thought for a while, smiled and nodded. Then how should I treat you who is in line with my interests and my feelings, my dear Lawrence? It all depends on you, my Highness. Lawrence smiled and didn't say much. Okay, let's meet Mr. Montmartre. After understanding that this was for the sake of thousands of lives, and for the benefit of France, Crown Prince Louis was no longer so resistant, but he still asked nervously, but how should I talk to him later? Directly ask him to pay money to help the poor? I have never done such a thing before. Lawrence shook his head, picked up the napkin folded into a flower shape, and tied it around his neck, and laughed softly. Your Highness, this matter should be left to your humble servant. All you need to do is nod your noble head. The nervous Crown Prince Louis immediately breathed a sigh of relief and sighed repeatedly. I don't know what to do without you, Lawrence. Although this made him look like a vase, Crown Prince Louis quickly threw this strange idea out of his mind. After all, who doesn't want to throw these troublesome and difficult things to a loyal and capable subordinate to complete? It would be great if governing a country could be as simple as this. Prince Louis couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The two waited for more than 10 minutes before the waiter of the palace came in to announce the arrival of Mr. Montmartre. Your Highness, Monsieur Bonaparte, I'm so sorry that I'm late. It's because I was too excited. The thought of seeing your face again almost made me unable to walk. Before entering the door, the tenor-like flattering voice of Mr. Montmartre had already come in. Prince Louis looked at Montmartre, who was dressed in a gorgeous dress, and pointed to the empty seat at the small round dining table with some helplessness, motioning him to sit down. Thank you for the seat, Your Highness. Mr. Montmartre shouted, flattered, deliberately slowing down his movements to sit on the dining chair. Although he had met Prince Louis several times before, Monsieur Bonaparte specifically said today that there would be an opportunity for him to enter the aristocratic circle at this lunch, which could not help but make Mr. Montmartre excited. You are on time, Mr. Montmartre. Lawrence was very polite. He used a butter knife to spread sweet oil on the white bread and said, I heard that your banker's time is very precious. 1 minute is thousands of livres. I'm embarrassed to waste your time. Let's get down to business. Mr. Montmartre waved his hands and laughed. No, you are joking. Ha ha ha. But what are you talking about? While speaking, the alert Montmartre was also observing Lawrence and the Crown Prince. The banker was very surprised to find that it seemed that Mr. Bonaparte was the leader at this table, while the real superior Crown Prince Louis was silent on the side, eating pre-meal fruits like an ordinary diner. Lawrence gently put down the butter knife and said in a deep voice, My lord, the benevolent Crown Prince, he is extremely worried about the living conditions of the poor at the bottom of Paris, especially when the subsidies cannot be issued this winter. His Highness wants to do what he can for those suffering people. Crown Prince Louis on the side nodded very cooperatively. Noble, too noble, Your Highness. Your love for the people really moved me and touched me. Mr. Montmartre praised sincerely. Lawrence chuckled, took a small bite of the buttered bread, and said, Then, you must be very supportive of this noble cause? Mr. Montmartre's mouth twitched, and he quickly smiled and said, Ha ha ha. Of course I support it, but my support is a spiritual, influential, intangible, and cannot be judged by material. It benefits all classes through social division of labor and wealth flow. Support. Crown Prince Louis tightened his face to prevent himself from laughing directly. You don't seem to have a unified definition of support, Mr. Montmartre. Let me give you a definition. Lawrence smiled and shook his head, and then the smile gradually faded, and then he said in a deep voice, 6 million livres in 3 days. This is support. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel. Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 291, the second phase of the plan. 3 days. 6 million. Mr. Montmartre's pupils trembled, and the flattering smile on the corners of his mouth disappeared without a trace. He put on a bitter face in an instant, as if changing his face, and cried, "My good Mr. Bonaparte, this is not a small amount of money. You know, the cash flow of the French commercial bank is." Lawrence was obviously not interested in listening to his complaints. He directly knocked the silver tray twice with his fork and interrupted, "With your financial resources, can't you take out this money?" Mr. Montmartre was speechless. Even with his eloquent words, he couldn't help but feel very embarrassed at this time. 6 million livres is indeed all the cash flow he can raise in a short period of time. After all, Mr. Montmartre's assets are only more than 20 million livres, and this is when he made a fortune by using the insider information of the Corsica National Silver Company. However, if you really want to take out these 6 million livres, it is not as simple as taking money from the safe. Not only did he have to use the operating cash flow of the Bank of France, he also needed to conduct interbank lending, obtain several large-scale loans from other banks, and even sell some securities assets and real estate, all of which would have an adverse impact on the operation of the Bank of France. Not to mention that this was not a loan that could be recovered, but a free grant. Ha ha ha, Mr. Bonaparte, please stop joking. In a hurry, Mr. Montmartre had to laugh and change the subject. "Well, I'm really moved by the Crown Prince's love for the people. I decided to donate 500,000 livres to the Crown Prince for free to help those citizens in distress. What do you think?" Crown Prince Louis next to him seemed to be a little moved. The young Crown Prince felt that it was good to get 500,000 livres at no cost. After all, objectively speaking, this money is indeed a huge sum of money. In history, Louis XVI only took out 1 million livres from his private treasury to show his determination to help the American War of Independence. Moreover, Crown Prince Louis was no longer a novice who knew nothing about business and finance like he did a year ago. He also knew that the 6 million livres was a vital fortune for Mr. Montmartre. However, Lawrence did not wait for Crown Prince Louis to turn around and ask for his opinion. He shook his head decisively and sneered, 500,000? It seems that you are not moved by His Royal Highness the Crown Prince." Faced with Lawrence's accusation, Mr. Montmartre exclaimed in a very artificial way, "Please don't say that, sir. If I could, I would even like to cut out my heart and show it to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. There must be a few drops of bloody tears on that sincere heart. Don't do such a heart-wrenching thing." Lawrence glanced at Montmartre meaningfully, with a look of disappointment. "But you mean, you really don't have the ability to come up with these 6 million livres? That's such a pity." "What a pity." Mr. Montmartre keenly caught the word, pursed his lips quickly, and silently waited for Lawrence to continue. "It's not that Mr. Montmartre doesn't have the ability to come up with the 6 million. He just can't accept giving this huge sum of money to Lawrence for nothing, and in return he only gets something as illusory as the favor of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. In the final analysis, this is still a transaction of interests, and Mr. Montmartre is also waiting for Lawrence to come up with a bargaining chip that satisfies him. I just mentioned you to His Royal Highness." Lawrence turned his head and winked at Crown Prince Louis. After a moment of stunned, the Crown Prince quickly nodded, indicating that this was true. "I said that Mr. Montmartre is an outstanding banker, a well-known figure in the financial and business circles. It just so happens that His Royal Highness is still in need of a capable economic advisor. I was recommending you just now." "Economic advisor?" Mr. Montmartre's eyebrows subconsciously raised, and his eyes, which were as calculating as those of the Jews, also turned unconsciously. Obviously, he was instantly attracted by this proposal. Serving as the economic advisor to His Majesty the future king is undoubtedly a beautiful job with unlimited scenery. Although both of them knew that this was obviously just a nominal title, His Majesty the King had the entire Privy Council and the Minister of Finance to formulate the kingdom's economic policies, and would not deliberately ask for the opinions of an economic advisor who was paid for it. However, this undoubtedly gave Mr. Montmartre the qualifications to enter various high-end banquets and salons, and his relationship with His Royal Highness the Crown Prince could also win him a place in these social occasions. At the moment, what this wealthy banker pursued was to be able to integrate into the top society, and this proposal was exactly what Mr. Montmartre wanted. But 6 million livres, just for a title. And this shrewd and rational banker was not immediately overwhelmed. After a moment of excitement, he immediately calmed down and carefully weighed the pros and cons of the deal. In his eyes, the price of 6 million livres was still too high. If it was just for an admission ticket to the top society, he could spend money to buy a noble title like other capitalists, and the cost would be much lower than 6 million livres. Moreover, what worries Mr. Montmartre the most is that, even if he gets the admission ticket, he may not be able to integrate into the core circle of those nobles without noble blood, and will only be used as a weak fat sheep by those people. Looking at the hesitant Montmartre, Lawrence also put pressure on him at the right time. If you can't even take out these 6 million livres, it seems that your position in the financial world is not as high as I imagined. Maybe I have to find a more capable consultant for His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Haha, you flatter me. Mr. Montmartre gritted his teeth and decided to refuse this deal. That was not worthwhile at all, so he smiled bitterly and declined. I'm indeed not the best financier. I heard that there are several bankers with assets of hundreds of millions in France. I'm nothing in front of them. Upon hearing this, Crown Prince Louis at the table was a little panicked. Although his mind was not as sharp as the other two, he could hear that Montmartre was refusing the deal with Lawrence. The Crown Prince, who was inexperienced and had never experienced this kind of interest negotiation, thought that this lunch would end in vain and was at a loss. However, Lawrence was not discouraged at all, and his expression did not change. He knew very well that this kind of situation was nothing more than two people raising the price to each other until the deal was made. Well, it seems that the people I recommended will disappoint His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Lawrence shrugged his shoulders, shook his head and said self-deprecatingly, oh, by the way, there is also Lieutenant General Jacques Philippe. I'm afraid he will be disappointed too. Mr. Montmartre opposite was drinking white wine from a gold cup. When he heard Lawrence mention Lieutenant General Philippe's name, he hurriedly put down his glass and asked in confusion, General Philippe? Duke of Choiseul's brother? How could he be disappointed in me? I don't even know him. Ah, I almost forgot to tell you, Mr. Montmartre. Lawrence slapped his head in self-blame, smiled and waved his hand. You have a son, right? Mr. Montmartre nodded hesitantly, smiled and said, yes, sir, a useless son, a few years older than you, but he has accomplished nothing so far. I'm really worried about how to hand over my property to him in the future. That's right. Lawrence took a sip of sherry and said casually, I mentioned this to Lieutenant General Philippe the other day when we were chatting. He also has an unmarried niece who is already in her 20s and is worried about how to marry her off. Mr. Montmartre was stunned for a moment, then became excited. Are you talking about Miss LV? Lawrence couldn't help but roll his eyes and glanced at Montmartre as if he was mentally retarded. Haha, sorry, I'm too excited. Miss LV is the eldest daughter of the Choiseul family and the apple of the Duke's eye. How could she not get married? Mr. Montmartre touched his head and quickly apologized for his excitement and stupidity. She is a distant niece of Lieutenant General Philippe, a collateral branch of the Choiseul family. Lawrence looked at Montmartre helplessly and continued, although she is a collateral branch, her noble bloodline is beyond doubt. She is even a countess with a real fiefdom of an earldom. Of course, that fiefdom is not very big. A countess? Real fiefdom? And the bloodline of the Choiseul family. Mr. Montmartre listened to Lawrence's story, and the excitement that could not be suppressed once again filled his whole body. I mentioned it to Lieutenant General Philippe at the time, saying that a top banker just happened to have an unmarried son of marriageable age. Lawrence made up casually, Lieutenant General Philippe was very interested in you. Unfortunately, since you yourself admit that you are not a financially strong financier, I'm embarrassed to introduce your son to the Countess again. Wait a minute. Your Excellency, I don't mean that. A perfect version at 1619 book bar. Before Lawrence could finish, Mr. Montmartre had already interrupted him impatiently, completely disregarding etiquette. The civilian banker knew very well that due to his humble origins, he would never be able to fully integrate into the aristocratic society in his lifetime. But this did not mean that his descendants would be trapped in the third class for the rest of their lives. As long as his son could marry the countess, the blood of the noble Choiseul family would flow through the bodies of generations of descendants, truly achieving a leap in class. Mr. Montmartre himself would also be worshipped by future generations as the founder of this epic marriage, and be honored as the ancestor of the bloodline. And now, the only chance to achieve all this is right in front of him, in the hands of Mr. Bonaparte. Lawrence looked at Mr. Montmartre, who had bitten the fishhook, chuckled and said, "Oh, not that. Do you mean anything else?" I mean." Mr. Montmartre choked incoherently for a long time, and then suddenly glanced at the Observer Daily on the table. His eyes turned, and he picked up the newspaper, pointing to the illustration of the poor on it, and said in a heavy and sad tone, "I just thought about those poor people, who have no place to live, and no food to eat. Their situation really makes me sad. I think that 500,000 livres is definitely not enough to get them out of their predicament. I'm willing to do as Mr. Bonaparte said, and take out 6 million, no, 7 million livres to cooperate with His Royal Highness the Crown Prince to relieve them." Crown Prince Louis looked at Montmartre in surprise, then turned his head to look at Lawrence. He never thought that Lawrence could make this stingy businessman change his mind in just a few conversations, and even added an extra million livres. "Oh, that's a full 7 million livres. Can you come up with it within 3 days? Lawrence asked with a smile, while playing with the salad on the plate. Mr. Montmartre gritted his teeth and patted his chest hard. "Don't worry, Mr. Bonaparte. If I can't do it, I will go back to my hometown in Poitou to retire. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince can witness it. TSK, I can't believe you have the ability to come up with 7 million livres in 3 days. Lawrence cooperated and pretended to be amazed. "It seems that I said too much just now. You are fully capable of serving as His Highness's advisor. General Philip will definitely be very satisfied with you." No way. Mr. Montmartre still smiled awkwardly, and asked with some concern, "Well, sir, are you sure that General Philip really intends to marry his niece?" Lawrence chuckled and said, "With me as the introducer, aren't you still worried? Political marriages are common in those famous families. Although the woman had the title of Earl and a small fief, she was just a collateral and unimportant family member." If Lawrence personally came forward to talk to Lieutenant General Jacques Philippe, General Philippe would basically not refuse this marriage. After all, traditional nobles like the Choiseul family have never grown in financial resources. Because these traditional nobles refused to get involved in business and industry, their income basically relied on the output of fiefs and royal offerings. And these incomes certainly could not support their extremely luxurious lives. Many nobles actually lived off their family's capital. This is why, after the popularization of workshop production and the beginning of the Industrial Revolution, more and more traditional nobles were forced to file for bankruptcy and sell their hereditary land to industrial owners. Although the Duke of Choiseul enjoyed all the splendor and wealth on the surface, and could even give a large mansion on the Champs-Élysées to Lawrence, his net worth was very small or even negative. In history, the Duke of Choiseul did not even leave a penny of property after his death, but left his wife and family with endless debts. Under such circumstances, Lieutenant General Jacques Philippe would most likely not refuse to accept the son of a wealthy banker into his family, even if he was a commoner. At the dinner table, Mr. Montmartre, who had received Lawrence's approval, could no longer sit still. He poured himself a full glass of wine, drank it all in front of Lawrence and Crown Prince Louis as a sign of respect, and then said goodbye and left, saying that he would immediately raise the 7 million livres. What an anxious gentleman. Lawrence listened to the footsteps of Mr. Montmartre hurriedly leaving, shrugged and smiled. He hasn't even finished his bread before the meal. Chapter 292 How dare you take me? Prince Louis looked at Lawrence with admiration, and said excitedly, "You are so good, Lawrence, you are really my most capable friend." Asking himself, Prince Louis claimed to have a better status and connections than Lawrence, but he did not have the confidence to raise the 7 million livres of disaster relief fund so easily. "It is my honor to serve you, your highness." Lawrence smiled modestly. But, after praising Prince Louis also stared at Mr. Montmartre's empty seat and thought thoughtfully for a while, and said slowly, "These bankers are really rich. They can take out 7 million livres at once." And he said that there are many people who are richer than him. "Oh, your highness, what do you mean?" Prince Louis sighed. "I heard that the kingdom's financial problems have not been solved, and they are getting worse. If these people's money can be used to solve it, then it will be. Let's not do it, your highness." Lawrence forced himself to resist the urge to twitch the corners of his mouth. "Really? Why?" the Crown Prince asked curiously. Lawrence certainly couldn't say that it was this decision that led to the outbreak of the Great Revolution and sent your highness to the guillotine, so he patiently explained, "Your highness, this time we are touching the bourgeoisie's cake just for temporary expediency, but if you want to plunder the bourgeoisie's share of social wealth for a long time, it will be tantamount to killing the goose that lays the golden eggs. Industry and commerce will only wither under your suppression, and the wealth you plunder will also decrease. By then, with the economic crisis brought about by the decline of industry and commerce, the national finances will completely collapse." "That's terrible." Crown Prince Louis nodded, not quite understanding, and his fair face rarely revealed a bit of deep worry. Even for this pampered and carefree crown prince, France's fiscal deficit has become a problem that can no longer be ignored. He was stunned for a while with a heavy heart, and then continued to ask, "But France's fiscal problems? What do you think, Lawrence?" Lawrence did not speak rashly. He looked up at the rose window above his head, staring thoughtfully at the magnificent transparent glass, watching it emit a colorful hazy light under the afternoon winter sun. "I have also mentioned this issue to the Duke of Choiseul, your highness." Lawrence shook his head as he recalled and sighed with a smile. "At that time, I proposed to the Duke of Choiseul to impose the simplest per capita tax on the nobles and clergy. As a result, the Duke said that my idea was simply crazy, and that within 3 months, France would fall into a quagmire of civil war. Imposing taxes on nobles and clergy. Ha ha ha, this really doesn't seem like an idea that a smart person like you would come up with." Crown Prince Louis did not agree with Lawrence's meaning. Instead, he regarded it as a funny joke and couldn't help laughing. "I think the Duke of Choiseul is right. Tax exemption is their innate right, and the stable rule of the kingdom cannot be separated from their help. They are our own people. No one is our own person in the face of national interests, your highness." Lawrence gradually restrained his smile and said in a deep voice. Hearing this, Crown Prince Louis took a breath, frowned and asked, "Are you serious, Lawrence? I don't think I should offend the owners of those fiefdoms and churches. I need them to help rule France." Obviously, the Crown Prince who has lived in the Palace of Versailles since childhood does not want to infringe on the interests of the noble companions who live with him day and night. Just like Louis XVI in history, although he was diligent in government affairs at the beginning of his accession to the throne, and promulgated several drastic reform plans in a short period of time, none of these bills were related to the abolition of the interests of the First and Second Estates. In addition to Louis XVI's personal feelings, it is probably because he really does not have the ability to touch the two deeply rooted estates. Knowing this, Lawrence sighed silently and said nothing more. He did not expect that a conversation after dinner would change the traditional concepts formed by the court education that the Crown Prince had received for more than 10 years. Moreover, even if the Crown Prince cannot choose the right path in the future, the people of France will make the right choice for him. After all, if a reform cannot be carried out from top to bottom, it can only be carried out from bottom to top. Regardless of the form in which the reform will take place, Lawrence vowed to make himself the leader of it all. Ahem. Crown Prince Louis also noticed the slightly awkward and tense atmosphere, so he took the initiative to change the subject and said, "Oh, by the way, Lawrence, since the banker has agreed to fund, should we release the news immediately? I saw in the newspaper that the people of Paris are going to make a fuss over the subsidy these days. We have to announce this good news as soon as possible to reassure them. I understand your love for the people." Lawrence rolled his eyes and said with a smile, "But please don't be too anxious. This fund needs to be operated a little to achieve the best effect. Of course, this will not take long. I swear that this money will be distributed to all the poor people in distress before the cold wave arrives." Unlike Crown Prince Louis, Lawrence does not want the boiling public opinion in Paris to end early. After all, only muddy waters are good for fishing, and only dark and windy nights are suitable for murder and arson. Operation? Okay, I believe you, Lawrence, but please make sure that those poor people can get the money as soon as possible. After all, this huge sum of money was fought for by Lawrence, and Crown Prince Louis did not say much, but just kindly asked a few words. If you need any help from me, just let me know, Lawrence. I really want to do something for those people. Lawrence nodded and said with a smile, you are really a kind lord, and in fact, there is indeed something I hope to get your help with in a few days. More than half an hour later, this simple lunch for two was officially declared over. The two people who were full of wine and food got up from the table and chatted, talking and laughing as they walked out of the hall together. Rather than saying that this is a pair of lords and servants, it is better to say that this is a pair of truly close and intimate friends. Just as the two of them stepped out of the door of the side hall, they saw a servant in the palace coming up impatiently. He had obviously been waiting here for a long time. Mr. Bonaparte, one of your attendants arrived at the Tuileries Palace 20 minutes ago. He hopes to see you immediately, but since you are dining with His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, I asked him to stay in the waiting room in front of the garden. Attendant? Lawrence's face also condensed. He directly waved his hand to interrupt the long-winded servant and asked, which attendant? What's his name? It's a very strong Italian. He calls himself Grosso Bruno. Grosso? Is there anything urgent for him? Lawrence frowned slightly, but he didn't have time to think about it. After simply saying goodbye to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, he quickly went to the waiting room in the direction indicated by the servant. At the door of the waiting room not far from the gate of the Tuileries Palace, Lawrence saw Grosso with a serious face. Lawrence, your tabloid has a problem. As soon as they met, Grosso motioned Lawrence to go outside and explained with a grim face, the president sent someone to the Champs-Élysées for help, saying that they were being targeted by the police. Others don't know your relationship with the newspaper, so they can only wait for you to make the decision. Lawrence was slightly stunned, and then he immediately realized that this must be the extremely angry Madame du Barry who instructed the Paris police to retaliate against President Haytham. However, Lawrence did not have the slightest worry on his face. Instead, he chuckled and said to himself, it's just in time for them to come. I was worried that they wouldn't come. In this way, the overall plan can move forward one step. Almost at the same time, Main Avenue, the remote and barren street where the Observer Daily is located, has been surrounded by water at this moment. Hundreds of police soldiers with live ammunition have blocked the entire Main Avenue. There were even 3 large prison vans converted from freight carriages parked on the street, indicating the determination of the police force in this action. The people living nearby were all terrified and curious about the scene on the street from their windows. The police soldiers seemed to have only one target, the Observer Daily newspaper, which they loved very much. Because of its low price and ability to speak for the lower class people, the Observer Daily newspaper has been a favorite daily reading material for ordinary citizens in recent days. But now, the people on both sides could only watch the police soldiers rush into the second-story building of the newspaper office and listen to the heart-wrenching sounds of smashing and smashing coming from inside. The people sighed for a while, as if they were about to say goodbye to a rare friend. As for the brutal and rude police soldiers, residents and passers-by complained about their barbaric behavior. I don't know if it was because he didn't want to face the accusations of the people, but as the commander of this operation, Colonel Giovanni did not come to Main Avenue in person. He sat in a cafe on the corner of the street, looking depressed and waiting for the end of this absurd arrest operation. Although he knew that this was to protect his family, the feeling of doing things against his conscience still made Colonel Giovanni feel like he was living a year in a day. He had already authorized the command of the scene to a captain. After all, this time he was just arresting a group of harmless newspaper members. If it weren't for the Duke of Aiguilon's request to make a big fuss, Colonel Giovanni would not even bring more than 100 police soldiers. At this moment, inside the Observer Daily, President Haytham, who was tied up, stared at the mess in front of him, and 2 lines of tears unconsciously slid down his cheeks. The originally clean and tidy office had long since turned into a garbage dump with piles of shredded paper and sawdust. The printing area on the first floor was even more unrecognizable. The foul-smelling thick ink was all over the floor, and even the expensive large printing machine was smashed to pieces. Read the correct version in 1619 book bar. Even so, the policemen and soldiers still refused to give up. They searched the ruins and smashed all the usable items with their batons. As for the small valuables, they naturally went into their own pockets. Seeing that his hard work of more than 10 years had turned into a pool of mud and ruins, President Harrison could no longer suppress his emotions and buried his head in his knees and cried bitterly, "Damn it, crying, why are you crying?" The fat and big-eared Captain Police Officer glanced at President Hatham's tears, sneered, and directly put his baton against Hatham's chin and sneered, "Why didn't you think of today when you were using those reactionary remarks to attract attention?" Reactionary remarks. President Hatham's eyes were red, and he gritted his teeth and said, "Is there any deviation in our reporting? Isn't the harsh truth the truth? You just don't admit it. You don't admit that there are such a group of suffering people in this country. You can't even accept them appearing in black and white in the newspaper. Who the hell cares about you? I'm just following orders." The Captain Police Officer snorted coldly and kicked Hatham hard in the ribs, making him retch and curl up in pain. Seeing Hatham struggling in pain, the captain smiled and said happily, "Humph, you should save this kind of nonsense for your cellmates in prison, because you will stay there for the rest of your life. Oh, by the way, your employee just mentioned that this newspaper seems to have a shareholder." Hatham President lay on the ground, struggling, and asked back, "What shareholder? I don't know, damn it, don't play dumb." The captain swung his baton and hit Hatham on the back, threatening in a cold voice, "I have received an order to take away all the people related to this reactionary newspaper. That shareholder must be involved. Tell me, what is his name, and where does he live?" Hatham, who was suddenly hit hard, screamed loudly, but he didn't make any other sound. Although Hatham had asked for help from the Champs-Élysées, he didn't know whether Monsieur Bonaparte would really help his humble little president. Prior to this, President Hatham still kept his original promise to Mr. Bonaparte not to reveal the relationship between the newspaper and Laurence Bonaparte. President Hatham closed his eyes tightly and weakly said, "I don't know." What the hell? The president doesn't know who his shareholders are. The Captain Police Officer immediately got angry and swung his baton again, ready to hit Hatham on the head. At this time, a police soldier suddenly came upstairs and reported in a hurried tone, "Sir, a carriage broke through our blockade and stopped downstairs. The people on it claimed to be investors of this newspaper." "Oh. Ha 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 ha. They came to our door." The captain was stunned for a moment, then laughed and put his baton back on his waist, raised Hatham's chin and laughed. "Try to say you don't know that shareholder again. Hey, I've decided that I will put you and that shareholder in the same cell in the future, so that you can get to know each other well." After that, the captain waved his hand and signaled his subordinates to bring the person up. But President Hatham ignored the fat captain, just stared at the stairs with his eyes blankly, and a few tears welled up in the corners of his eyes again. Soon, Laurence and Grosso came to the second floor of the newspaper surrounded by several police soldiers. Seeing this increasingly prosperous newspaper turned into a ruin, and seeing the wounded President Hatham, Laurence's face instantly turned cold, and his sharp eyes stared directly at the captain. "Oh, you're still a young man." Since Laurence was only casually wearing casual clothes when dining with the Crown Prince, the captain looked at Laurence and Grosso's clothes and suddenly looked contemptuous, and mocked in a frivolous tone, "Kid, don't look at me with that kind of eyes. If I'm unhappy, you won't have a good time in prison." Laurence ignored the captain, and looked directly at President Hatham on the ground, frowning and greeting, "Mr. Hatham, are you okay?" "Nothing serious, sir." President Hatham smiled bitterly and nodded. "Hey, kid." The captain was so angry that he was ignored by the two prisoners and shouted, "Don't be so arrogant. I tell you, you're in big trouble. You are involved in many crimes of this newspaper. But since you are not the main culprit, I can let you go. It depends on whether you are sincere." Faced with this cheap bribery rhetoric, Laurence snorted coldly and spread his hands. "What if I'm not sincere? kid, think about it. You'd better think about it. Since you are a shareholder of this newspaper, you must not be short of a few thousand livres, right? If you go to jail. Humph. The captain's face became more and more gloomy, and he could no longer tolerate this arrogant kid who didn't know the rules. I've made up my mind. So what? Lawrence sneered. I'm standing here. If you have the guts, you can try to arrest me. Okay. The captain finally couldn't stand it anymore and shouted, come on. Tie these two people up and put them in the prison van with other prisoners. After giving the order, the officer didn't forget to sneer triumphantly, you idiot. The order to arrest people was issued by the Duke of Aiguillon. Even if you have a little background, what's the matter? How can you be more powerful than the Duke of Aiguillon? After that, the captain put his hands on his hips and laughed confidently at Lawrence. He bet that this ignorant kid would kneel down and beg for mercy within 10 seconds. However, he obviously didn't see this scene. Lawrence stood there calmly, allowing the police soldiers holding ropes to approach. Even Grosso, who subconsciously wanted to draw his knife to resist, was pressed down by him in time. The two were tied up by the police soldiers like docile lambs. Damn it, this kid is still pretending. Never mind. Let's see how he can pretend after he's put in jail. I have plenty of time to play with him. The captain spat in disappointment and gave orders while cursing. Listen up. Put the prisoners in the van. Seal this newspaper office. Also, go and inform Colonel Giovanni that our mission has been accomplished. Chapter 293 Control of the Paris Police Force. Report to the Colonel. Mission accomplished. The Observer Daily has been shut down, and we have arrested all the people involved. A police soldier ran into the cafe on the corner, stood at attention, and respectfully reported to Colonel Giovanni, who was in a daze. Colonel Giovanni was stunned for a while before coming back to his senses, but he still looked lost and depressed. No matter what, this kind of thing that goes against conscience is still unacceptable to the colonel. The customers in the cafe also noticed the two people here, and they all started to talk among themselves. Are they from the police force? Are those people from Main Avenue with them? It seems so. I just came from Main Avenue. They have ruined the Observer Daily like a fire. It's really annoying. Observer Daily. I like that newspaper very much. This is such a pity. Yeah, it's so rare to find a platform to speak for us in this era. Alas, it's a pity that this platform only exists for a few months. The people in the police force have done so many bad things. Colonel Giovanni smiled bitterly and nodded, indicating that he understood. Then he picked up the mocha coffee that had already cooled on the table and drank it all. Without even wiping his beard, he followed the soldier back to Main Avenue. On the muddy street, more than 100 police soldiers had lined up neatly, waiting for Colonel Giovanni's arrival. The captain police officer stood majestically at the front of the team, enjoying this rare command power. As for the newspaper employees, they were crammed into 3 cramped and crowded prison vans like hamsters. According to the plan, these people would be paraded through the streets and then taken back to the police force for detention. Colonel. As soon as Colonel Giovanni appeared on Main Avenue, the captain immediately became a different person and greeted him respectfully and humbly. The operation ended perfectly. Everything went smoothly. All the prisoners were arrested and controlled, and the machines used to spread reactionary information were also completely destroyed by us. Colonel Giovanni couldn't help pinching his nose. He could smell the stench of ink leaking from the newspaper office. Even when he was standing there, nothing went wrong, right? No, you can rest assured that I can do the job. The captain smiled flatteringly, secretly stuffed a small wallet into Colonel Giovanni's hands, and whispered flatteringly, we also found some cash and deposit slips at the scene. Sir, it's better for you to keep the money. Colonel Giovanni frowned in disgust, pushed the captain's hand away, and ordered unhappily, okay, you take the money yourself. Now take me to see the prisoners. Yes. The captain happily stuffed his wallet into his chest pocket and then led Colonel Giovanni to the front of the 3 prison vans. Many employees of the newspaper office still didn't understand what happened. They could only cry helplessly in the prison vans, trying to prove their innocence. The captain obviously wanted to show off and curry favor with Colonel Giovanni. He waved his baton arrogantly and shouted at the crying employees, be honest. Otherwise, you will have a hard time when you return to the cell. After that, the captain immediately put on a flattering smile at the corners of his mouth, as if he had changed his face, and leaned over to ask Colonel Giovanni, "Sir, everything is ready. All the relevant prisoners are here. We can parade them in the streets at any time. Well, let's go." Colonel Giovanni casually glanced at the prisoners in the prison vans, and was about to give the order to start the parade. But in the next moment, his words suddenly stopped, as if a machine suddenly broke its spring. "Wait." Colonel Giovanni murmured subconsciously. His pupils shook uncontrollably, his face was as pale as lime, and even his two strong thighs began to tremble at this moment, almost falling to the ground. He seemed to see a person who should not be here. Was he seeing it wrong? Exclamation mark. Who is that? Colonel Giovanni suddenly turned his head to look at the captain, pointing at the young man in the prison car who was calm and resting with his eyes closed, and asked in a roar, "Is he also an employee of this newspaper?" The captain was also frightened, and tremblingly looked in the direction of Colonel Giovanni's finger, and then stammered, "Sir, he is just a small shareholder of the newspaper." "Small shareholder? What's his name? Have you asked about his identity?" Colonel Giovanni's roar could be heard by half of the people on the street. The captain lowered his head, trembling all over and saying nothing. He didn't know why Colonel Giovanni was so abnormal and so angry. He looked like a little kid with some assets. When Colonel Giovanni's legs were weak and he walked towards the prison van, he wanted to take a closer look at the young man's face. Lawrence in the prison van slowly opened his eyes, glanced at Colonel Giovanni who was pacing nervously, and greeted him with a smile. "Ah, you are Colonel Giovanni, right? It's been a long time since we last met." Lawrence was indeed a little surprised. He didn't expect that an old acquaintance would come to this operation, and this ordinary greeting immediately made Colonel Giovanni, who was lucky enough, stunned in place, as if he was struck by lightning. "Sir Bonaparte." Colonel Giovanni's legs were weak, and he knelt directly on the ground. His expression was also confused and terrified, as if his soul had been taken away. At this moment, Colonel Giovanni had only one thought in his mind. The Paris police force arrested the Prime Minister of the Kingdom of Corsica and the first attendant of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince, and put him in a prison van. What the hell is this, a joke? Exclamation mark. As for the captain police officer beside him, his face was so bitter that water could drip out of it. He carefully walked to the colonel's side and prepared to help Giovanni up, and asked cautiously, "Sir, is this your acquaintance? I'm sorry, I really don't know." Before he finished speaking, Colonel Giovanni shouted angrily and slapped the captain's fat face with his backhand. With a snap, the fat, greasy face suddenly had 5 blood marks that penetrated into the wood, as if they were welded with a soldering iron. The burning pain immediately made the captain police officer cover his cheek and scream, and the scream lasted less than a second, before being interrupted by Colonel Giovanni. He tightly grasped the captain's neck, veins popping out on his forehead, and roared with fire in his eyes, "You bastard! You son of a bitch! Do you know what you have done?" The policemen and soldiers present were all shocked and looked at each other blankly, wondering what the captain had done to make the easygoing Colonel Giovanni so angry. As for the policemen, who had just escorted Lawrence and Grosso to the prison van, their faces turned pale. Could it be that they had really offended some big shot? The captain fell heavily to the ground, and the suffocation from his neck made him unable to say a word, and he could only helplessly let out a series of miserable wails. It was not until his fat face showed a hint of purple due to lack of oxygen that the other non-commissioned officers suddenly reacted and rushed forward to hold Colonel Giovanni. "Colonel, what happened? Don't be impulsive, sir." Colonel Giovanni barely stood up after being blocked by several people. He stared at the terrified captain police officer with a fierce look and seemed to be still unsatisfied. He raised his right foot and slammed it hard on the forehead of this bastard. Looking at the captain officer fainting, Colonel Giovanni growled to the people around him, "If this matter is not handled well today, we will meet on the guillotine." Several non-commissioned officers were stunned for a moment. They looked at each other in confusion, not knowing how closing down a newspaper would bring them death. Only Colonel Giovanni himself knew that he was not exaggerating. the prime minister of a kingdom, the favorite of the current king, and the confidant of the future king. These pig-like subordinates actually put such a big man in a prison car? Even if the highest lieutenant general commander of the police force encountered such a thing, he would have to be humble and try every means to seek forgiveness from the other party. But how can a small civilian colonel like me get forgiveness from the other party? What's more, this Monsieur Bonaparte had previously shown a letter of forgiveness for his foolish act of breaking into the Corsica embassy. Not only did I not repay this favor, but I offended him for the second time. When I thought of this, Colonel Giovanni's face instantly lost a trace of blood, and his whole body was as cold and weak as if he was in an ice cave. Well, Colonel, compared to punishing your subordinates, I think you should release me first. Lawrence's calm voice came from the prison car. Of course, if you think I'm an unforgivable prisoner, you can just take me back to the police station. A correct version at 1619 book bar. Colonel Giovanni was startled and quickly took the prisoner van key from the captain's waist and opened the latches of all 3 prisoner vans himself. Seeing Lawrence jump off the van with ease, Colonel Giovanni lowered his head in panic and said in a trembling voice, "Mr. Bonaparte, I really don't know what to say. This is definitely not my intention. I have no idea what the relationship between you and this newspaper is." At this time, Colonel Giovanni wanted to blame all this on the Duke of Aiguillon, but after thinking about it for a while, he gave up this idea. After all, he had no evidence to prove that this action was instigated by the Duke of Aiguillon, and he didn't even know the name of the steward who threatened him. The Corsica National Silver Company has invested in many industries, and this newspaper is just one of them. Lawrence shrugged and asked with narrowed eyes, "I would like to ask Mr. Colonel, is there any grudge between the Kingdom of Corsica and the police force? First, they broke into our embassy, and then they seized our industry. This is not very friendly." Hearing this oppressive question, a chill instantly ran from Colonel Giovanni's big toe to the top of his head. Everyone knows that the relationship between France and Corsica today can be said to be close and one. If he was accused of maliciously destroying the relationship between Corsica and France at this time, Colonel Giovanni knew that it would definitely be a capital crime. "Absolutely not, sir." The colonel's voice was already trembling. Lawrence looked at Colonel Giovanni, who was sweating and at a loss, and chuckled as he continued to put pressure on him. "Oh. Could it be that there is a personal grudge between you, Colonel, and me, Lawrence Bonaparte?" Although it was deep winter, Colonel Giovanni at this moment still felt like he was in the scorching heat of June. Throes of cold sweat flowed down his cheeks and neck, and his throat kept rumbling. He finally uttered a complete sentence. "No, sir, you have done me a great favor. How could I repay you with evil? God can testify that I, Albert Giovanni, am definitely not that kind of bastard." "Okay." Lawrence shrugged and said directly, "Then, I think there should be nothing for you and your subordinates here, unless you still want to carry out your mission." Colonel Giovanni was stunned for a moment, still hesitating to defend himself. But Lawrence did not give him a chance, but turned around and went to the weak President Haytham. Seeing this, Colonel Giovanni could only walk away in a daze, commanding his men to evacuate Main Avenue. "I really don't know how to thank you, Mr. Bonaparte." President Haytham, who was covered in bruises, coughed violently twice, looked at the police soldiers who were gradually going away, smiled bitterly and exclaimed, "I really didn't expect you to come here in person." Cough cough. Lawrence also quickly instructed Grosso to go forward to check and treat his injuries. Lawrence still cherished this brave journalist. "I'm fine, sir. You're just in time." President Haytham still smiled bitterly, looking down at the ruined newspaper building, but our newspaper is not so lucky, alas. Lawrence shook his head. "You can rest assured, Mr. Haytham, the newspaper will be rebuilt as quickly as possible regardless of cost." President Haytham's bitter and worried face finally flashed a touch of joy. "I thank you from the bottom of my heart again, sir. In this way, we can resume publication in less than 3 days. Recovering your health is more important than resuming publication." Lawrence smiled. "Serving you is the most important thing for me, sir." Lawrence and Grosso did not stay in Main Avenue for too long. After ensuring that President Haytham was fine, the two took a carriage back to the Champs-Élysées. After all, Lawrence did not want to expose his relationship with the Observer Daily too obviously. For now, it was enough to maintain the superficial identity of an ordinary investor. On the way back in the carriage, Grosso was thinking about what had just happened and asked in confusion, "I thought you would make a big fuss about the person behind the scenes who instructed that colonel." His closure of the newspaper this time was definitely not an order from within the police force, right? Of course not. I can basically guess who instructed Colonel Giovanni. Lawrence shrugged and said, "It's nothing more than those people from the Richelieu faction. At present, it seems most likely the Duke of Aiguillon." Grosso smacked his lips. "Then if it is found out that this matter was instructed by that duke, wouldn't it be a handle?" But Lawrence smiled and shook his head. "The Duke of Aiguillon is not like Count Falconet. He is much more cautious in doing things and will not leave handles so easily. In the last incident of breaking into the Corsica embassy, Count Falconet was convicted of manipulating the Paris police force. After all, thousands of onlookers saw him come to the scene in person and order Colonel Giovanni around. But the Duke of Aiguillon would not risk his life like the young and energetic Count Falconet. If he could leave a clue even when instructing a police colonel, Lawrence felt that he was not qualified to be the leader of the Richelieu faction. In fact, this was true. Colonel Giovanni had no written evidence that the Duke of Aiguillon had instructed him, and he didn't even know the identity of the steward who had instructed him to threaten him. And Lawrence was not sure that he could point the blame of this incident to the Duke of Aiguillon, based on Colonel Giovanni's one-sided statement. This was while Lawrence knew who was behind this incident, but he didn't make a fuss about it with Colonel Giovanni. "Really?" Grosso listened to Lawrence's explanation, nodded in understanding, and sighed with a smile. "That's really a pity. You made a trip in vain. This kind of trivial matter can be solved by anyone." "No, on the contrary, I have gained a lot this time." Lawrence smiled mysteriously. He went to Main Avenue in person not to find any handle on the Duke of Aiguillon. "The police colonel is now obedient to me. I originally wanted to use this incident to create a handle, but I didn't expect to meet an old acquaintance. Now he has two fatal handles in my hands." "A police colonel? What's the use of him?" "There are 4 colonels in the Paris police force," Grosso said with a sneer. "Grosso, you should know that the highest lieutenant general and 2 major generals of the Paris police force are in a state of retirement. They basically don't deal with the tedious affairs of the force in person." Lawrence counted on his fingers and smiled. "That is to say, the command power is usually exercised by these 4 colonels, and due to the recent impact of the citizens' protests, the Paris police force has been under martial law, and these 4 colonels have been on duty to ensure that they can respond to abnormalities in the city at any time. Do you know what this means?" "What does it mean?" Grosso couldn't help swallowing. "As long as I control Colonel Giovanni," Lawrence said softly, "I can control the Paris police force for a full 6 hours on a certain day, and during this time, there are many things I can do." Chapter 294 A grain of sand in the storm. 2 days later, at dusk on January 7th, the calm Seine River flowed slowly westward, and the silver mirror-like water surface reflected the orange and yellow sunset. A few crows that had not yet returned to the south circled on the roofs of the houses on both sides of the river, making noisy chirping sounds. Number 28, Rue de Tagus, on the riverside, was the residence of Colonel Giovanni. "Hey, honey, come downstairs for dinner." The colonel's wife brought a large pot of fragrant potato stewed beef to the dining table, tasted her exquisite cooking with satisfaction, and then called gently, "Today is your favorite beef stew, Giovanni." However, there was no response from upstairs for a long time. It was not until the wife frowned that she heard a long and decadent shout, "I won't eat, honey, just leave me some white bread." Hearing this heavy nasal sound, the wife immediately realized that her husband might have been drunk again. She went upstairs carefully, opened the door of the study, and saw empty bottles all over the floor. Even the air was filled with a faint smell of alcohol, which was the smell of the drunken person's breath mixed with alcohol. Rum, champagne, brandy, gin. These empty bottles are so complete that they can run a tavern. Colonel Giovanni, who was drunk, fell unconscious in the middle of the pile of bottles, holding a bottle of unopened Scotch whiskey in his hand. "Oh my god. How much did you drink?" The wife covered her mouth in shock and screamed in reproach and distress. "Dear, what's wrong with you? You've been talking nonsense and drinking these 2 days, and you don't even go to the army." "Got, if this continues, I'll find a psychiatrist for you." Colonel Giovanni mumbled a few words incoherently, turned over and burped, but still wanted to open the whiskey in his hand and put it in his mouth. His wife couldn't stand it any longer, so she stepped forward and snatched the bottle from his hand, biting her lip slightly, and then frowned and said, "Giovanni, what happened to you? You have become like this since the day before yesterday." In his wife's impression, Colonel Giovanni seemed to have changed after returning home the afternoon before yesterday. As soon as he returned home, the brave and strong Colonel Commander couldn't stop crying loudly and kept repeating to his wife and son, "I'm going to die, dear little Jack, I'm going to die." After crying, Colonel Giovanni began to order his wife to do some incredible things like a mental disorder, asking her to get him paper and pen, to leave a suicide note, and then asking her to pack her belongings and prepare to leave Paris immediately. Less than half a minute after these instructions were issued, he would withdraw them on his own. "Forget it. What's the point of writing a suicide note now? There's no need to pack your things. You can't escape, no matter where you go." After saying these crazy words, Colonel Giovanni began to drink, just like today. God knows how much alcohol he drank in the past 2 days. His wife only knew that the liquor stored at home for the winter was drunk by Colonel Giovanni on the first day. At this time, Colonel Giovanni, who was drunk and unconscious, lay on the ground with his arms and legs spread out, covering his forehead and sobbing, shaking his head and saying, "There's no need to explain, dear. I don't want to involve you and the children. At least I have to know what happened to you, dear." His wife said worriedly, "What happened?" Colonel Giovanni was still sobbing, but a self-deprecating smile rose at the corner of his mouth. "In the final analysis, I was too stupid. I was caught in a storm. I was like a fisherman driving a small boat, and I plunged into the raging waves of the Norwegian sea monster and the North Sea giant monster fighting." The wife obviously didn't feel anything about these metaphors. She shook her head, squatted down and sighed. "Don't talk nonsense, dear. Go eat something." Just as the wife was about to help Colonel Giovanni get up, she heard 2 knocks on the door downstairs. The wife was still stunned, wondering who would come to visit at this time. Colonel Giovanni was very sensitive to the knock on the door. He sat up suddenly and said to himself angrily, "It must be the Duke of Aguilan's men. He dared to send someone to find me. Damn it. I will shoot that damn beast." After that, Colonel Giovanni stood up staggeringly, rushed to the desk, opened the bottom drawer, and took out a well-maintained silver-plated pistol from it. "Oh my god, Giovanni, don't be impulsive." His wife shouted in surprise, "Maybe it's not the man last time. Maybe it's just your friend in the army. After all, you haven't been to the army for the past 2 days. It's normal for them to worry. I don't have such a friend." Colonel Giovanni muttered and put the pistol into his belt and then began to look for bullets and gunpowder. "Hey, honey, listen, I'm going to open the door to see who's here, okay? Put your gun away and don't do anything stupid." After that, the wife rushed downstairs and came to the entrance. She carefully opened the door a tiny crack and looked out through the crack. Standing outside the door was an old man with gray hair on his temples. He was waiting politely 6 feet away from the door, standing elegantly and firmly. His clothes were also quite decent. The black woolen windbreaker was solemn and elegant, and he wore a well-kept tall round hat on his head. In his right hand, he was holding a peach pine wood cane with a gold tip, which looked like a custom-made style. In the wife's impression, such an elegant and dignified temperament and dress made him look like a personal butler of a duke. Seeing that the door was slightly opened, the old man outside took off his hat slowly, bowed slightly with the support of his cane, and greeted, "Good night, ma'am. Is Colonel Giovanni at home?" The wife licked her lips hesitantly and asked vigilantly, "The colonel is at home, but it may not be convenient to receive guests at this time. Can you leave your name and contact address?" "No, ma'am. Please tell the colonel that I'm from number 10 Champs-Élysées and hope to meet him." "Champs-Élysées? Okay, I'll go ask him. Sorry to ask you to wait here for a moment." The wife closed the door puzzledly, wondering where number 10 Champs-Élysées was. She returned to the living room, only to find that the drunk Colonel Giovanni had rushed down with a pistol in his hand, yelling, "Is that the bastard from that day? Is he outside the door?" No, no. Giovanni, put the gun down. The wife hurriedly dissuaded him. I don't know who he is. He just said he came to see you, but he looks like a gentleman. Colonel Giovanni was stunned for a moment, like a deflated ball, sighed and put the pistol back into his belt, walked upstairs and waved his hands. Let him go. I don't want to see anyone. By the way, he said he was from number 10 Champs-Élysées. The wife reminded. HMPH. I won't see him, even if he's from Versailles. Wait. Colonel Giovanni froze in the middle of his words. He turned his head and looked at his wife. His eyes, which were numb by alcohol, suddenly became clear. You mean number 10, Champs-Élysées? That's the residence of Monsieur Bonaparte and Monsieur Bonaparte's people. Before his wife could react, Colonel Giovanni rushed down the stairs immediately, without even changing his clothes. He ran to the door in his pajamas and opened it. The old man outside the door looked at Colonel Giovanni's pajamas and the pistol on his waist with some surprise, and couldn't help but greet him. I saw a correct version in 1619 book bar. Hello, Colonel, I'm sorry, did I disturb your rest? Colonel Giovanni swallowed hard. He recognized that the old man was the butler of Monsieur Bonaparte's residence. He had seen this old butler when he broke into the Corsican embassy. No, no, sir, please come in. At this time, even the drunk Colonel Giovanni knew very well that, since Monsieur Bonaparte sent someone to see him, it meant that he still had a chance of survival. Otherwise, it would not be this old butler who knocked on his door, but officials of the Paris High Court and the executioner. Thinking of this, he hurriedly and enthusiastically invited the old butler into the house, as respectfully as serving a king. The two sat face to face on a sofa next to the fireplace in the living room, and his wife also thoughtfully brought hot tea, and placed it on the tea table in front of them. There was a roaring fire in the fireplace, stretching the shadows of the two people very long on the floor. The living room was very quiet, and the only sound that could be heard was the crackling of firewood. Sir, are you here on behalf of Mr. Bonaparte? After thinking for a moment, Colonel Giovanni asked nervously, I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to offend Mr. Bonaparte, but things have come to this point. If that gentleman wants to punish me, I can only accept it willingly. Don't be so nervous, Colonel. Mr. Bonaparte is kind and has not punished you. The old butler slowly picked up the cup and saucer and drank a sip of hot tea. Before Colonel Giovanni was happy, he continued, however, it is a proven fact that you led people to smash the gentleman's property and injured his employees. Therefore, Mr. Bonaparte hopes that you can do something for him to make up for these losses. Mr. Bonaparte promised that after the matter is done, you will no longer owe him anything. Do things? Just open your mouth. I swear, as long as it is within my ability, I will go through fire and water for Mr. Bonaparte. Before he knew what to do, Colonel Giovanni was already a little restless, patting his chest and swearing a pledge. Very good. The old butler glanced at the colonel calmly, nodded, took out 2 envelopes from his arms, and placed them solemnly on the coffee table. If you are aware of it, please open the envelope on the left. That is what Mr. Bonaparte wants you to do. Only you and them asked to know the content. Colonel Giovanni knew that he had no other choice, so he had to grit his teeth and pick up the envelope on the left and open it. Inside was a handwritten letter from Lawrence, and the content of the letter was only 5 short lines. Colonel Giovanni read it by the light of the fireplace. However, as he read more, the colonel's eyes opened wider and wider. After he finished reading the letter, Colonel Giovanni was so shocked that he couldn't say anything. After a long while, he raised his head and stared at the old butler and said in embarrassment, This, how is it possible Mr. Bonaparte would do such a thing? And in this way, wouldn't I also be in danger of death? How could His Majesty the King spare me? The old butler shook his head and said in a deep voice, Please don't mention the contents of the letter to me. I don't know and don't want to know what Mr. Bonaparte asks you to do. Now, if you have remembered the contents of the letter, please throw it into the fire. Colonel Giovanni was stunned for a moment, so he had to bite his lip, lower his head and scan the contents of the letter several times again. He soon engraved the 5 lines of text in his mind, and then threw the letter into the fireplace next to him. Staring blankly at the letter paper turning into ashes in the surging flames, Colonel Giovanni held his forehead and said dejectedly, "So Mr. Bonaparte still didn't leave me a way out." Ahem. The old butler looked at the dejected colonel, gently pushed the second envelope in front of him, and said, "No, this is your way out, Colonel." Colonel Giovanni looked at the envelope, which was obviously much heavier, and after hesitation, he still opened it. There were 3 things stuffed inside: a ticket from the United Shipping Company, with the destination being Ajaccio, Corsica, an identity certificate with the official seal of the Corsican government, with the name on it being Grossgoodman, a common and typical Corsican name, and finally, an unnamed deposit slip from the Marseille Industrial Bank, with a face value of 50,000 livres. This is. Colonel Giovanni looked at the things in his hand, and couldn't help but be stunned. "Colonel, after completing your mission, Monsieur Bonaparte will buy you enough time. You will immediately leave Paris with your family, and go to Ajaccio in Corsica." The old butler pointed to 3 documents in turn and explained, "After arriving in Ajaccio, you will be Grossgoodman. No matter how the king sentences you at that time, all the charges against Colonel Giovanni will have nothing to do with you. The last 50,000 livres should be enough for you to spend the rest of your life in Corsica in wealth and stability." Colonel Giovanni listened silently, lying limply on the sofa, his eyes unfocused, unable to utter anything for a long time. "I know it's a difficult decision, Colonel, to give up your current status and go to a distant foreign country." The old butler sighed, his voice very gentle, "but from the moment you intervened in the struggle between those big men, such an ending was doomed." "Yes." Colonel Giovanni smiled bitterly, and finally accepted his fate calmly. "I'm a grain of sand in the storm, and I will go wherever the wind takes me. Please tell Mr. Bonaparte or the Prime Minister that I, Grossgoodman, will not let him down." Chapter 295. People's hearts are like water. Half an hour later, at number 10, Champs-Élysées, the old butler returned to the mansion, without taking off his clothes or hat, and went straight to the study, to report to Lawrence, who was writing at his desk. "As you expected, Colonel Giovanni agreed to your request. A wise choice." Lawrence smiled and nodded. He believed that the colonel was not an extremely stupid fool. Although this must be a painful choice, giving up the status and power in Paris that he had fought for most of his life, and running to remote Corsica to become a rich man. But all this is better than becoming a headless ghost on the guillotine, in which case even the colonel's own family might be implicated. Lawrence stopped what he was doing and asked, "By the way, is there any news from Montmartre of the French commercial bank these days?" "Strictly speaking, he has made a lot of moves, sir. One of the old butler's responsibilities is to collect intelligence. He is well aware of all the big and small affairs in Paris." He answered without hesitation. He sold a number of properties, listed several shops and land for sale, and even sold a lot of his shares. He also applied for interbank loans from several other banks. Investors thought that Montmartre had some inside information. The stock price in the stock exchange was very low yesterday. Since leaving the Tuileries Palace that day, Mr. Montmartre has been working non-stop to raise the 7 million livres that Lawrence asked for. After all, this is a real opportunity to achieve a family class leap. The wealthy banker can't tolerate any carelessness and devotes all his energy to raising funds. Everything is handled by him personally. He is really diligent. Lawrence chuckled and shook his head. He also knew that Mr. Montmartre would not miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and the 7 million livres could be raised within 3 days, as he said. However, as Lawrence said to Crown Prince Louis that day, compared to directly starting to distribute winter subsidies, he still had to use this huge sum of money for political purposes, to make a small operation. After all, although doing good deeds without leaving a name is noble in terms of morality, it is not a wise approach in politics. For such a great opportunity, to win the hearts and minds of the people under the spotlight, Lawrence would not be willing to act as a simple behind-the-scenes promoter. And Lawrence also believed that the towering silver mountain piled up by the 7 million livres would eventually be able to crush the greedy Countess du Berry to pieces. "Please send these 2 letters to the Palace of Justice and the City Defense Garrison, and make sure that Chief Justice Maupeou and Lieutenant General Philip receive them personally." Lawrence leaned over and opened a secret drawer at the bottom of the desk, took out 2 envelopes from it, and handed them to the old butler solemnly, and instructed, in addition, send someone to the Tuileries Palace and His Royal Highness the Crown Prince to inform him to prepare to attend a folk event at the Paris Comedy Theatre. A few days later, the wind and frost in Paris on January 12th were more unbearable than in the past few days. The white snow covering the entire city of Paris was a completely different scene in the eyes of citizens of different classes. The wealthy middle-class citizens would snuggle up to the warm fire on a snowy night, sipping tender tea, while admiring the moonlight shining on the white snow. It was a pity that such a beautiful scenery could only be seen in winter. The poor people who huddled in the leaky shacks could only wrap themselves tightly in linen coats and pray that the snow covering the streets would soon melt into warm spring water in the constantly invading snow and wind. But in fact, many poor people could not wait for the day when the snow melted into spring water and the winter wind turned into spring wind. Hunger, fever, frostbite, dysentery. In the slums of Paris, there were too many things that could kill these poor people, so that for most of the poor, being able to see the sun tomorrow was their biggest goal today. But in the final analysis, there was only one thing that killed them: poverty. As long as there was money, even if it was only 2 or 3 silver coins, fire and bread were not an unattainable luxury. Even so, even if you searched through the dry wallets of those poor people, you could only find a few plates of patinated copper coins at most. In every tormenting winter night, the common people would curse the damn bitch Du Barry, and curse this vicious woman who embezzled the subsidy funds, to be called back to hell by Satan, as soon as possible. However, just as the poor were struggling to survive in the metropolis of Paris, a sudden and pleasant news spread throughout Paris. Mr. Lawrence Bonaparte will hold a charity auction at the Paris Comedy Theatre, and all the proceeds from the auction will be donated to the citizens of Paris. The finale of this auction will be the diamond necklace of Countess Du Barry. In an instant, this news immediately became the focus of the lower class citizens. After all, it was a major event related to their vital interests. Because mid-January was coming soon, most citizens had given up the fantasy of receiving winter subsidies, and they almost acquiesced and accepted this cruel reality. No one could have thought that things would turn around when the cold wave was about to come, especially that this turn came from a Corsican from another country. For these small citizens, unlike the upper class, they were not very concerned about this Corsican political star from the beginning. In their eyes, this foreigner from Corsica was just an ordinary member of the dignitaries. Many of the poor people at the bottom even heard of the name of Lawrence Bonaparte for the first time. After all, whether it was the gambling game between Lawrence and Madame Du Barry or the various performances in the Palace of Versailles, these were all affairs of the upper class politics, and had nothing to do with the poor people at the bottom. Only when the citizens heard the news did they suddenly realize that Mr. Bonaparte seemed to be different from those dignitaries who pretended to be deaf and dumb, and took human lives lightly. At least, in their opinion, among the thousands of nobles and ministers, only Monsieur Bonaparte was the one who really stood up to do something practical for them, instead of turning a deaf ear to the plight of the lower classes like the officials of the Ministry of Finance and the royal family. For a time, whether in the streets or in taverns and brothels, one could almost hear the joyful discussions of the ordinary citizens. I really didn't expect it. I never thought that the person who cares most about people like us would be a Corsican. I haven't heard of this name before. It seems that he was the one who gambled with Countess Du Barry last time. It seems that it was this Corsican who participated in the Battle of Malta. That's right, and Monsieur Bonaparte is going to auction off the $1 million trophy, the diamond necklace. My god, what a generous person he is. Hiss, seriously? That necklace is worth 2 or 3 million livres, right? Even the Duke and Prince would be heartbroken to take out all this money at once. How can this be fake? Wow, it's unbelievable. He is really a saint. Oh my god, in this case, the money for winter subsidies may be settled. Almost everyone was shocked that Mr. Bonaparte took a diamond necklace worth 1 million to a charity auction. After all, it was the spoils that Lawrence obtained openly. It was difficult for the citizens to understand why Lawrence would use such a huge amount of private property for charity. In the end, they could only interpret it as a great gentleman who was truly generous, kind. But this did not prevent the poor people at the bottom from rekindling their hope of life after hearing the news. While they were praising the name of Laurence Bonaparte, they were looking forward to the start of the charity auction with joy. However, it is conceivable that not all Parisians were surprised by this charity auction. 2 days ago, in the Medici garden of the Tuileries Palace, Countess du Barry was very rare not to accompany Louis XV, but stayed in the garden and invited the Duke of Aiguillon to discuss alone in the name of a tea party. Of course, it was not so much a discussion with the Duke as it was Madame du Barry questioning the Duke of Aiguillon over and over again with her shrill voice. Emmanuel Armand, what is going on? I heard that damn newspaper is still publishing newspapers. Didn't I ask you to send people to smash that place to pieces? As soon as the Duke of Aiguillon walked into the garden, Madame du Barry screamed at the top of her voice, totally unlike the enchanting charm she showed beside Louis XV. The Duke sat helplessly on a rattan chair and couldn't help sighing. Madam, this is my mistake. I didn't expect that the newspaper was actually an investment of the Corsica National Silver Company. That is, it was an industry under the name of Laurence Bonaparte. Although the general public still does not know the relationship between Laurence and the Observer Daily, upper-class figures like the Duke of Aiguillon, after learning about the closure of the newspaper a few days ago, also know that the newspaper is actually controlled by Laurence Bonaparte. It's that damn Bonaparte again. I knew it. Madame du Barry was slightly stunned, and then she became furious again. He must have ordered the newspapers to publish those rumors. This bastard who deserves to go to hell. I will go to His Majesty the King to sue him. The Duke of Aiguillon rolled his eyes slightly and persuaded slowly. Look at the correct version in 1619 book bar. Please calm down, madam. We have no evidence that it was Laurence Bonaparte who ordered it. It is normal for a wealthy silver company to invest in some industries across borders, and the Duke paused and added cautiously, I heard that His Majesty the King does not want to take action against the press. This rash closure of the newspaper has already made him a little unhappy. Does His Majesty the King know that it was you who ordered it? Madame du Barry calmed down and asked with a frown. Of course, she did not want Louis XV to know that these things were related to her. That's not the case. The King thought it was an independent action of the Paris police force. Duke Aiguillon smiled and spread his hands. Anyway, that newspaper has caused a lot of trouble to the police force these days. Their reasons are very sufficient. His Majesty the King only verbally reprimanded the police lieutenant general, but we can't think of doing anything to that newspaper for the time being. Madame du Barry knocked on the table in a very upset manner. Since she became the King's mistress, she has never encountered a situation like this where her will could not be implemented. She had heard of the name Laurence Bonaparte for less than a year, but this damn Corsican had made her feel this unprecedented frustration more than once. Looking at Madame du Barry's irritable look, Duke Aiguillon also changed the subject at the right time. Compared to that tabloid, I think Bonaparte's other action is more worthy of attention. Huh? What is that damn kid going to do again? Madame du Barry frowned slightly. She was in the palace and naturally did not have as much information as the outside world. He is going to hold an auction, a charity auction, to raise funds for winter subsidies for the citizens of Paris. The Duke of Aiguillon also slightly restrained his relaxed expression and said seriously, he is going to auction your diamond necklace as the finale. When she heard about her precious necklace, Madame du Barry screamed, my diamond necklace? Who is he going to sell it to? Who knows? The Duke of Aiguillon shrugged, it's nothing more than some rich banker or property owner. The auction invited only such people. Madame du Barry was stunned, and the anger that had not yet been extinguished was rekindled. She grabbed the ends of her hair on her shoulders and growled hatefully, what did you say? How could he sell my treasure to those now Vaurish? Although Madame du Barry had lost the priceless necklace to Laurence, this arrogant woman did not think that the barbaric Corsican was worthy of such a treasure. In her eyes, the diamond necklace always belonged to her, and she would wear it around her neck again one day. Moreover, as the saying goes, the less you have, the more you care about it. Madame du Barry, who was born a prostitute, attached more importance to class concepts than anyone else. She could never accept that the treasure of a countess and the king's mistress fell into the hands of those lowly upstarts. It felt like a fragrant matzo cake was washed in a cesspool. Even if it was fished out intact and returned to her, Madame du Barry would still feel sick. This is a disaster. We must stop that Corsican. Treasures like that don't belong to the untouchables at all. We must stop him, madam. The Duke of Aiguillon rarely agreed with Madame du Barry's opinion. Of course, what he cared about was not the diamond necklace, but the reputation that Lawrence had won with the help of this auction. The Duke of Aiguillon knew very well that Lawrence had only two sources of power. One was the support of the Duke of Choiseul, and the other was the attention of Louis XV. In other words, Lawrence's power and status all come from his superiors. His political foundation in France is quite weak, and there are not many people and grassroots who support this strange foreigner who has been in Paris for less than a year. However, if this charity auction is really successful, the Duke of Aiguillon can conclude that the citizens of Paris will have full praise and support for this Corsican in the short and long term. After all, donating a necklace worth millions of livres to the lower class citizens at one time is enough to be called a big deal in the eyes of the Duke of Aiguillon. In this way, Lawrence Bonaparte's political shortcomings can be compensated to a large extent, and the Duke of Aiguillon does not want to see his enemies grow up quickly anyway. But what should we do? Force someone to cancel the auction? Madame du Barry asked thoughtfully, pinching her chin lightly. Of course, the Duke of Aiguillon would not adopt such a naive plan. He smiled confidently and said, "No, no, no, madam, I will attend the auction in person and take back the diamond necklace that should belong to you. As for you, madam, I hope that, when you are with the king, you can mention this auction more often to his majesty, so that the king will understand that this so-called charity auction is just a cover for Lawrence Bonaparte to gain fame and reputation." "Ah, I see." Madame du Barry also smiled knowingly. She was already familiar with this kind of behavior of whispering in Louis XV's ear. She knew how to use sweet words to coax Louis XV to think of the result she wanted. After receiving the assistance of Madame du Barry, the Duke of Aiguillon's smile became even brighter. He tightly grasped the white porcelain teacup in his hand and murmured confidently, "Humph, Lawrence Bonaparte, I really want to see if this grand auction only donated a few thousand livres to the citizens in the end. How will those who praise you curse you with the same mouth?" Chapter 296 No Comparison, No Harm. January 12, 7 p.m. In the main hall dining room of the Tuileries Palace, His Majesty the King was enjoying his luxurious private dinner with melodious orchestral music. There were not many people dining with him. In addition to his mistress, Madame du Barry, there were only a few servants and secretaries who were ready to meet all the needs of Louis XV. To be honest, Paris is really a good place. It may be, because I have stayed in Versailles for too long. Louis XV took a piece of tender steak and put it into his mouth, immersed in the performance of the royal band, and said with relish, "It can be seen that the king is in a good mood these days. Although the palace of Versailles gathers the delicacies and treasures of the whole of France, it is still too solemn and solemn. Paris, a metropolis with a population of 600,000, can undoubtedly bring more fun and enjoyment to Louis XV, who has lived in the palace for a long time. Just from the perspective of watching plays, the old theaters in Paris with hundreds of years of history are much better than the Royal Opera House in Versailles." This also made Louis XV decide to stay in the Tuileries Palace for a while, after watching the gambling game between Lawrence and Madame du Barry. "Dear Jean, what should we do tomorrow?" Louis XV looked at Madame du Barry beside him with a smile. "How about taking a cruise on the Seine? I haven't taken a cruise in winter yet." Madame du Barry tilted her head slightly, her eyes charming, and nodded with a smile. "Great, Your Majesty, it's really exciting." "Very good, we can also invite some old friends to come along." Louis XV used a silver fork to scratch the matzah sauce on the plate, and planned seriously, "Oh, by the way, Lawrence must be called too. After all, he is Auguste's first attendant. In addition." At this time, Madame du Barry suddenly interrupted. Her tone was very calm, completely unlike her usual arrogance and aggressiveness, as if she was commenting on a person who had nothing to do with her. "Your Majesty, there is no need to invite Mr. Bonaparte. He is very busy these days." "Huh? What's wrong with him recently?" Louis XV frowned in confusion, and turned to look at his press secretary. Seeing this, the press secretary also hurriedly stepped forward and leaned forward to answer. "Mr. Lawrence Bonaparte recently announced that he would hold a charity auction to raise subsidies for the poor in Paris. If nothing goes wrong, the auction has already started at the Paris Comedy Theatre. Charity auction? HMM. Louis XV did not seem to be interested in this news. After all, as a king, he was not very concerned about the affairs of these low-class people. Not bad. Clarence is indeed doing good deeds. But since he has something to do, there is no need to send him an invitation tomorrow. After that, Louis XV raised the crystal glass and took a sip of white wine and waved his hand to signal the press secretary to leave. He felt that there was no need to learn more about this ordinary charity auction. But Madame du Barry obviously did not think so. After all, there was a treasure she loved most at the auction, and she also received instructions from the Duke of Aiguillon, asking her to do something about Clarence on this incident. Madame du Barry secretly winked at the press secretary, suggesting that he should not leave yet, and then interrupted and said, "Your Majesty, you just said that Mr. Bonaparte was doing charity? What's wrong? Is there something wrong?" Louis XV wiped his mouth with a silk scarf, a little puzzled. "It's a charity auction. Donating money to my people in need. What's the problem? I think Clarence is a really noble man." A hint of triumphant smile flashed across Madame du Barry's eyes. She put on a worried face without any flaws, and said hesitantly, "Noble? I'm really confused by your use of this word to describe Mr. Bonaparte. Your Majesty, in my eyes, this auction is just a means for Mr. Bonaparte to gain fame and reputation." Growing fame and reputation? Madame du Barry nodded heavily and said sincerely, "Yes, Your Majesty. Think about it. Mr. Bonaparte has a whole mountain of silver in his hands, and his Corsica National Silver Company has a lot of wealth in its account. Why doesn't he donate directly to the poor? Why does he hold a grand auction? This?" Louis XV nodded hesitantly and felt that what Madame du Barry said made sense. If Clarence really wanted to help the poor in Paris, there was really no need to hold an auction and hold it in a place like the Paris Comedy Theatre, where everyone was paying attention. Okay, Jean, everyone is more or less greedy for fame and fortune. Louis XV shook his head. Although he now felt that Clarence was seeking fame, it was a good deed after all, so the king did not intend to pursue the matter further. But anyway, Clarence did a good thing to do good, and it is normal for him to want to gain some fame, so let him do it. However, Madame du Barry did not obey the king's wishes to change the subject. The secret smile on her lips became even stronger, and she suddenly said, "Your Majesty, what Mr. Bonaparte did may be a good thing for the lower class, and it may also be a good thing for him, but it is not a good thing for you." Louis XV was even more puzzled after hearing this, so he put down his knife and fork with a smile, looked at Madame du Barry, wanting to know what she was going to say. "I heard that the citizens of Paris are excited about this auction and they are all praising Mr. Bonaparte." Madame du Barry deliberately slowed down her tone and said with a sigh, "But in contrast, I have also heard some bad voices. Many people say that the French ministers are just sitting there doing nothing. In the end, it is a Corsican foreigner who cares most about the French people. What's more, some people even point the finger at the royal family members, including you." Louis XV at the table was stunned for a moment. His face suddenly became ugly, and even his strong hands clenched into fists unconsciously. The king turned his head again to look at his press secretary and asked in a deep voice, "Is this true?" The press secretary seemed very embarrassed, but as a loyal press officer directly under His Majesty the King, he still bit the bullet and reported truthfully, "There are indeed some citizens who say this." "Say what?" Louis XV's tone was a little irritable. "It is said that the royal family has been sucking their blood out of them for thousands of years, but never stood up to say a fair word when they needed it. Instead, a Corsican who had just arrived began to spread his enthusiasm and kindness to the land of France." At this time, Louis XV fully understood what Madame du Barry meant. Originally, the government and the royal family had no intention of issuing this year's winter subsidies. Anyway, as long as this winter was over, the protesting and shouting untouchables would gradually calm down. Even if the people were dissatisfied, it would be completely fine. As long as the government and the royal family turned a deaf ear to the subsidy and ignored it, after the spring, the matter would just pass. After all, the petty bourgeoisie was a very forgetful class. Except for those innocent souls who died in the wind and frost, no one would remember the winter subsidy in 1771 for a long time. However, at this time point, Laurence Bonaparte actually held a charity auction. This almost indicated that he, a Corsican, was the one who really cared about the people of Paris. In such a contrast, the deaf and dumb city hall and the royal family seemed so incompetent and indifferent, as if they didn't care about the poor people in Paris, who accounted for more than half of the total population. Although they didn't care, no government in any country would want their indifference to the lower class to be exposed. In the eyes of Louis XV, after Madame du Barry's reminder, Laurence's behavior this time can be summed up in one word: too much merit to shock the master. Laurence held an auction to win a large number of people's hearts, but correspondingly, Louis XV's status in the hearts of the people also fell a lot. The King of France didn't care about his hungry and cold people, but a Corsican took the initiative to stand up, which was really sad. Seeing Louis XV's embarrassed look, Madame du Barry became even more proud, but her expression was still worried, and she continued to add fuel to the fire. In my opinion, if Mr. Bonaparte really cares about your majesty, he should transfer the wealth to your majesty and distribute it to the people of Paris in your name. I think, with Mr. Bonaparte's intelligence, he could not have not thought of doing this. Hearing this, Louis XV's face also showed a trace of annoyance. Why is this Laurence so inconsiderate this time? It's really not his style. Your Majesty, philosophers say that human nature is gradually revealed. You have known Mr. Bonaparte for less than a year. Madame du Barry slandered indirectly. Anyway, I have to give him a warning. Louis XV ordered with a grim expression. Schedule secretary. Cancel the cruise tomorrow. I want to invite Laurence Bonaparte to the Tuileries Palace. A perfect version at 1619 Book Bar. After hearing Louis XV's arrangement, Madame du Barry proudly puffed out her chest, like a general who had returned victorious. Stupid Corsican country bumpkin, the Duke of Aiguillon should have already arrived at the Paris Comedy Theatre. I really want to see with my own eyes how miserable that kid will be after he is not liked by both the royal family and the people. Madame du Barry thought to herself, and drank up the white wine in the glass with pride and high spirits. Almost at the same time, the Paris Comedy Theatre. This is a theatre where paintings, marble and gold ornaments complement each other. The ancient Greek and Roman columnar corridors are perfectly integrated with the Baroque and Rococo architectural styles. Both the interior decoration and the exterior architecture are extremely gorgeous. Since the day it was completed, this has been a place for the upper class to appreciate top opera art. However, today, the packed guests are naturally not here for opera art. They are basically wealthy financiers or industrialists around Paris, who are invited to attend this highly anticipated charity auction. Since it is the invitation of Mr. Bonaparte, the bourgeoisie who received the invitation has almost no reason to refuse. After all, this is also a good opportunity for them to show off their elegance. It is said that many of the items in this auction are from the collections of the Choiseul family and the royal family. Moreover, if you can deliberately buy the collections provided by a great noble at a high price, you may be appreciated by the other party. There are many bourgeoisie who want to squeeze into the aristocratic circle like Mr. Montmartre, which is why they are full of expectations for this auction, and they have already prepared their wallets and checks. At this time, outside the door of the theater. Invitation? Do I, Emmanuel Armand de Venero du Plessis de Richelieu, need that kind of thing? The Duke of Aiguillon looked down at a trembling doorman and scolded coldly, "No one can stop me from stepping into the gate of the Palace of Versailles. How dare you stop me outside a theater?" The guard had no choice but to lower his head and repeat over and over again, "I'm very sorry, Your Excellency the Duke. There is a charity auction going on in the theater. If you don't have an invitation to the auction, enough, get out of here." The Duke of Aiguillon didn't want to waste any more words and directly ordered his personal guard to throw the blind doorman aside. At this moment, a calm voice was heard from the door. "Your Excellency the Duke, there is no need to be so rude." Laurence, dressed in a black tuxedo, walked out slowly from the door, as if he had expected the Duke of Aiguillon to come, and had been waiting here for a long time. The Duke of Aiguillon looked at the tuxedo on Laurence and sneered sarcastically. "Why, it seems that Lord Bonaparte is going to go on stage himself." It's really not right for the Prime Minister of a kingdom to stand on the stage as a host. Lawrence smiled faintly and hit back mercilessly. I heard that one of His Majesty the King's interests is to hold masquerade balls. Do you also want to say that it is not right for a king to be an actor? Huh. Smooth talker. The Duke of Aiguillon snorted disdainfully, raised his chin, and pointed at the Paris Comedy Theatre behind Lawrence. But since you are holding a charity auction, if I want to express my kindness, I should be able to enter and participate, right? Lawrence narrowed his eyes and stared at the Duke of Aiguillon, smiled and said nothing. What do you mean? Duke Aiguillon said loudly and unhappily, his voice loud enough for the people around the theatre to hear. Sir, don't you want to show your kindness to the poor people? Are you depriving me of the opportunity to show my kindness just because you and I have different political views? If you really care about others, why do you stop me from participating in the auction to donate to the citizens? The people around also immediately cast concerned eyes, many of whom were poor people who came to watch the auction on purpose. For these people, they didn't know who Duke Aiguillon was, they only knew that he was a wealthy lord. Therefore, not only did they not reject Duke Aiguillon's participation in the auction, but they welcomed and looked forward to it. After all, the higher the auction's transaction volume, the higher the subsidies the poor could get. However, in the face of this naked moral kidnapping, Lawrence nodded without changing his expression, followed the Duke of Aiguillon and stepped aside, smiling and extending his hand to welcome him. No, Your Excellency, I welcome your arrival very much. I'm so glad that you also want to show your kindness. Then please follow me. The auction will start soon. The Duke of Aiguillon was slightly stunned and looked at Lawrence suspiciously. However, he came here to ruin the auction, so he would not miss this opportunity. The Duke of Aiguillon only thought that Lawrence allowed him to participate in the auction because he succumbed to the pressure of the masses, so he followed Lawrence into the theater with his head held high and was complacent about his successful trick. Chapter 297. Are you going to attack me? In the magnificent main theater, as Lawrence and the Duke of Aiguillon walked in, the attention of the guests was instantly focused on the two. Although almost none of the wealthy businessmen present had the honor of seeing the Duke of Aiguillon in person, the Duke's clothing and family emblem still made these keen guests immediately aware of his noble status. That Duke, red inverted triangle emblem on a white background. Is he from the Richelieu family? A Duke of the Richelieu family in his prime, no doubt. He must be the Duke of Aiguillon. He actually came to this auction. His Excellency Bonaparte is really powerful. That's not right. Isn't His Excellency Bonaparte quite at odds with the Duke of Richelieu? He has made Count Falconet, the heir to the family, into a eunuch. How could the Duke of Aiguillon come to His Excellency Bonaparte's auction? That's right. Could it be that the Duke of Aiguillon is here to cause trouble? But if that's the case, why would His Excellency Bonaparte let him in? I can't figure it out. I really can't figure it out. The whispers of groups of 3 or 5 instantly resounded in the Paris Comedy Theatre. The guests carefully observed the uninvited guest, the Duke of Aiguillon. From his unkind and ferocious face, almost no one believed that the Duke was here to support Lawrence. What made the guests even more curious and worried was how could Mr. Bonaparte allow this mortal enemy to openly participate in his auction? Lawrence, who was the center of attention, seemed to have not heard these discussions. He took the Duke of Aiguillon to the seats near the front row and pointed to an empty seat for him. Please take a seat quickly, Your Excellency. The auction will start soon. The Duke of Aiguillon frowned and glanced at the sofa chair with great disdain. He ignored the frightened expressions of the guests around him and said coldly, Your Excellency Bonaparte, are you humiliating me? You want me to sit with these moles that emit a rancid smell? In the eyes of this pampered duke, only those lowly citizens would sit in the theater seats. No matter which theater he entered in France, he should have his own box. Sitting with these lowly people was simply a great shame. The guests around him listened to this straightforward insult, but they dared not speak out. They had to timidly lower their heads, fearing that the Duke would vent his anger on them. Lawrence shrugged, pointed to the only box above the theater, covered with crimson curtains and said, Sorry, there are no vacant boxes. Please bear with it. No? Humph, come here. Duke Aiguillon curled his lips, waved his hand, and called one of his personal attendants, pointed to the box upstairs and ordered, Tell them that the Duke Aiguillon of the Richelieu family wants to borrow their box. and ask them to pack up their things and get out within 1 minute. Yes. The attendant responded without hesitation. This was not the first time he had done such a thing. However, Lawrence did not mean to stop him. He just folded his hands in front of his chest and smiled as he watched the attendant climb up to the second floor with ease. Duke Gillen looked at his subordinate proudly, watching him swaggeringly lift the curtain and break into the box, just like a domineering tax officer inspecting his tax farm. In his past experience, the middle class or petty nobles in the box would quickly roll out of the box with humility and respectfully invite him into the box. Some smarter ones would even take the opportunity to say a few flattering words, saying that it was their greatest honor to have the great Duke of Gillen use their box. The guests in the theater could not help but look at the servant who relied on his power with complicated expressions, and they all sighed that he was worthy of being a distinguished duke. Such privileges and power were not available to everyone. The Duke of Gillen listened to the guests' discussions mixed with envy and fear, and a smug smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. However, in the next second, the smile on the Duke of Gillen's face was completely frozen. Less than 20 seconds after the servant entered, he was pushed and beaten out by the people inside, without even a trace of mercy. The servant even lost his balance in his haste to escape, and rolled all the way from the second floor to the first floor. After he stood up, he was still staggering like a drunkard who couldn't even tell east from west. Seeing the servant's miserable appearance and the Duke of Gillen's dumbfounded expression, I don't know which guest was the first to burst out laughing. This joy soon spread to the entire theater. For a moment, the theater was filled with a happy atmosphere. Those who didn't know thought that an impromptu comedy was being performed here. Ha ha ha. I really didn't expect to see that expression on a duke's face. Did you see it? The speed of his face changing. Ha ha ha. I really hope there is a pain to present. It would be great if I could record that scene. But who is in the box upstairs? It's probably not a good ending to offend the Duke of Gillen like this. Who knows? It's probably the richest bankers. I don't know how they have the confidence to throw out the Duke of Gillen's servants. The Duke of Gillen, who was treated as a joke, immediately felt a surge of anger in his heart. He took 2 steps forward, grabbed the servant's ear and growled, "You waste. Didn't I ask you to tell me my name?" The severe pain in his ear made the servant grin, and he could only reply with tears in his eyes, "My lord Duke, I told them that I will go in and tell them that his lordship the Duke of Gillen demands that they get out immediately, and then." "What did you say?" The Duke of Gillen laughed in anger, let go of the servant, and looked towards the box upstairs with a ferocious face. "Well, I really admire those people. They dare to make me accept such a great humiliation. I think they have lost their heads just because they have a few silver coins in their pockets. Do they think they can do whatever they want in France? I will teach them a lesson." After that, the Duke of Gillen was ready to go upstairs himself to teach those ignorant wealthy businessmen in the box a lesson and make them kneel in front of his boots and cry for mercy. "Forget it, Your Excellency the Duke." Lawrence then put his hand on the Duke of Gillen's shoulder, shook his head and said, "You'd better sit still. As the organizer of this auction, I don't want to see anyone making trouble here." The Duke of Gillen suddenly exhaled a breath of anger and shook off Lawrence's hand. Then, he looked at Lawrence, glared at the box upstairs with a fierce look, and said fiercely, "I'll just give you face, Lawrence Bonaparte. Humph, it won't be too late to deal with those rebellious idiots after the auction is over." As the Duke of Gillen sat down, the heavy dark curtains on both sides of the theater were slowly pulled up, and the crystal lights on the stage were also lit up at the same time under the control of the mechanical ignition device. The guests also refocused their attention on the bright and beautiful stage, watching Lawrence walk out from behind the curtain again and stand solemnly in front of everyone. "Good evening, gentlemen and ladies of goodwill." Lawrence bowed slightly and spoke skillfully. "I'm honored to welcome you to the Paris Comedy Theatre tonight to participate in this charity auction held for our compatriots in need. I'm very happy to see that even in this cold winter, Paris has never lacked warm and beating hearts." The Duke of Gillen, who was sitting in the seat, was obviously disgusted by this hypocritical cliché. He wanted to expose the true face of this little devil who was seeking fame and reputation. However, the Duke of Gillen's reason told him that he had a better way to turn this auction into a disaster for this Corsican boy. After a thunderous applause, Lawrence officially announced the start of the auction and signaled the theater assistant to bring the first item to the stage. Soon, a beautiful woman with a charming figure came up with a beautiful officer's sword on a red silk, and then she held the sword high under the light so that the guests could clearly see the details of the golden sheathed dagger. This is the sword used by Lieutenant General Jacques Philippe during the 7 Years' War. Lawrence also explained in a loud voice, according to the general himself, this long sword accompanied him on the Eastern Front battlefield for several years. The general also used this sword to slit the throats of 12 British men. Putting aside its commemorative significance, this sword itself is also an excellent sword. It was made by the best swordsmith in Vienna. Except for the pure gold scabbard being a little heavy, it has no flaws. However, I think its powerful new owner will definitely not care about this small flaw. The guests in the audience were immediately attracted. It must be said that an officer's sword from the former Austrian Marshal and current French Lieutenant General is undoubtedly an excellent collection and ornament for the men present, especially those young men who are full of vigor and vitality. General Jacques Philippe's sword? That's great. I'd like to make an offer. Well, the sword itself is worth 1,000 livres, not to mention that it's the sword used by General Philippe. It's probably worth about 5,000 livres. As long as it's less than that, I will buy it. The guests excitedly estimated the value of the items in their own wallets, ready to bid for such a rare collection. After waiting for a moment, Lawrence announced, then, ladies and gentlemen, there is no starting price for General Philippe's sword. Bids will be accepted now. Just as Lawrence finished speaking, and the guests were still hesitating about bidding, a powerful but somewhat playful voice resounded throughout the theater. I'll bid 100 livres. 100? It's better not to bid. Who is this? That's right. 100 livres can't even buy a hilt. Wait. The person bidding seems to be. The guests subconsciously looked at the speaker and found that it was the Duke of Aiguillon who had just arrived at the auction. The Duke of Aiguillon sat on his seat with his legs crossed, glared at Lawrence provocatively, and then scanned the other guests in the theater with his frightening eyes. The guests who were about to bid were stunned for a moment. Go and bid against the Duke of Aiguillon. The reputation of this duke is not very good. What if he thinks that he is deliberately going against him? At this time, a visitor who seemed to have not figured out the situation saw that no one had made a bid, so he casually said, I'll bid 500. However, before he finished speaking, the Duke of Aiguillon turned his head and stared at the bidder without any concealment, just like a wolf staring at a weak fat rabbit. Although the Duke did not say anything, his fierce eyes had already made his meaning clear. Anyone who dared to raise the price with him would have to be careful. After leaving the Paris Comedy Theatre, the atmosphere instantly dropped below freezing point, and the slow bidder finally reacted at this time. He was so anxious that his whole body was sweating, and he shouted to Lawrence, Sorry, Mr. Bonaparte. I haven't decided yet. Lawrence said nothing, but just nodded slightly. The guests were even more silent, fearing that any noise would anger the notorious Duke. Small merchants like them could not stand the revenge of a duke from the Richelieu family. Suddenly, the Paris Comedy Theatre was silent, and people could only hear the whistling wind outside, and their own heartbeats. At this moment, in addition to fear and worry, the guests were filled with infinite doubts. Why did Monsieur Bonaparte bring this notorious duke to the theatre? Didn't Monsieur Bonaparte know that he would ruin the entire auction? 50,000 livres. At this moment, a melodious and loud bidding voice suddenly came from the second floor of the theatre, instantly breaking the silence. People looked at the box on the second floor, covered by crimson curtains in shock. It was a servant outside the box who called out a high price of 50,000 livres on behalf of his master. 50,000? This sword is worth at most 5,000, right? Is that man really here for charity? The key is that he accepted the price from the Duke of Aiguillon. He is so bold. Who is that person who dares to look down on the Duke of Aiguillon? This. Damn it. The Duke of Aiguillon was stunned at first, and then he punched the armrest in anger. The Duke knew very well that the sword was only worth a few thousand livres. He never thought that the owner of the box would dare to accept his price and call out a provocative high price of 50,000 livres. How dare you to challenge me like this? I really want to see how you are going to walk out of the Paris Comedy Theatre tonight. The Duke waved his sleeves, gritted his teeth, and forced himself to calm down, and vowed to show this ignorant guy the power of the Richelieu family tonight. Soon after, Lawrence symbolically confirmed twice that no one had raised the price. The bidding for the first item was declared over. The next item to be brought onto the stage was a women's bracelet woven with gold wire, which came from the collection of a count, and was a cultural relic with a history of hundreds of years. Although the ladies on the scene were all fascinated by this gorgeous ornament, none of them dared to speak first this time, and they all kept silent and stared at the Duke of Aiguillon in the front row. As expected, as soon as Lawrence finished his introduction, the Duke of Aiguillon immediately quoted the same extremely low price as last time, 100 livres. The owner of the second floor box seemed to be in conflict with the Duke of Aiguillon, and still quoted a clearly inflated price of 50,000 livres. This time, the Duke of Aiguillon said nothing, but his purple face and clenched fists showed that the Duke's anger was still rising. For the audience invited to participate in this auction, this was definitely the most bizarre auction they had ever participated in. Every time a new item was brought to the stage, the Duke of Aiguillon would call out a very low price, and the box upstairs would immediately call out a very high price to directly take the item. These guests had no chance to interrupt and raise the price, or they simply did not have the courage to raise the price. This repetitive process lasted for nearly 20 times before it was declared over. By this time, the auction had come to an end, and it was about to usher in its grand finale. Ladies and gentlemen, the last treasure to be presented next, I believe everyone has already known it in advance. Although the guests present had no sense of participation in this auction, Lawrence still introduced it enthusiastically, a tassel necklace inlaid with 22 diamonds. It is said that it took the craftsman 3 years to collect the materials, and the whole necklace was polished for 7 years before it appeared in front of the chest of Countess du Barry. I dare say that the brilliance of this necklace is enough to make it worthy of any princess. As this finale was carried onto the stage in a crystal box, the already tired guests at the scene regained their spirits. A correct version in 16:9 book bar. It can be said that most of the people present came for this diamond necklace. After all, such treasures rarely fall into the hands of the people, let alone appear in an auction. For these shrewd profit-seeking businessmen, if they could buy the necklace at a suitable price, even if they had to go bankrupt, as long as they could find a buyer willing to take it over, whether it was an Austrian princess or an Italian queen, they could make a fortune. In front of this auction item, even if the Duke of Aiguillon still did, they didn't care. When the naked interests were in front of them, these bourgeoisie could even ignore the guillotine. As for the Duke of Aiguillon, who was already numb with anger at the moment, his eyes were also fixed on the diamond necklace. He knew how much Madame du Barry, that crazy woman, cared about the necklace. If he couldn't bring the necklace back to her intact, who knows what kind of crazy woman she would go in the future. This time, the Duke of Aiguillon could even accept paying for the necklace. Anyway, Madame du Barry would not hesitate to pay for the necklace again in the end. After all, if she wanted to get the money, she only needed to make a few entries in the royal family's financial accounts. Moreover, in the Duke's original plan, he only needed to lower the transaction amount of the other items and deliberately delay the payment for 1 or 2 years after buying the necklace, which was enough to make Clarence's attempt to gain fame through the auction fail. Duke Aiguillon took a deep breath, glanced at the box on the second floor unconsciously, and whispered sarcastically, "Stupid, you almost spent 1,000,000 livres on those garbage in front, and you still want to compete with me for this necklace?" Lawrence on the stage also finished praising the necklace and officially announced the start of the bidding. "I'll offer 500,000 livres. Don't be embarrassed, I'll offer 750,000. Add another 50,000, 800,000 livres. 1,000,000, 1,000,000 livres." In just a blink of an eye, the price of this diamond necklace was driven up to 1,000,000 livres, which was still a long way from its estimated value of 2,000,000 livres. Duke Aiguillon listened to the noisy bidding like a vegetable market, and he couldn't help but feel irritated. He shouted loudly and reported his psychological threshold, 2,000,000 livres. With the Duke Aiguillon's shout, the theater suddenly became quiet. People were surprised that Duke Aiguillon actually joined the bidding this time, and they were also surprised that he was worthy of being a duke, and he actually quoted a high price of 2,000,000 livres at once. Enjoying the surprised and admiring gazes of the people, Duke Gillen suddenly felt much better. Although the plan to lower the auction turnover failed, Duke Gillen felt that being able to bring the necklace back to Madame du Barry was a good gain. In the Duke Gillen's view, as long as Louis XV had a grudge against Clarence under Madame du Barry's persuasion, it would be useless for this Corsican to gain the support of the people. In the theatre, as the Duke of Gillen said 2 million livres, the voices of those bidding disappeared immediately. Firstly, it was because the Duke of Gillen's offer was very close to the real price of the diamond necklace, and secondly, it was because continuing to raise the price might really offend the Duke. After all, the Duke was already bidding seriously, which meant that he was determined to win the necklace. Then, 2 million livres, from the gentleman in the front row. Clarence smiled and raised the gavel in his hand. 2 million livres once. 2 million livres twice. The Duke of Gillen smiled confidently, waiting for the gavel to hit the table with a crisp and pleasant sound. At this moment, a loud voice of bidding came from the box on the second floor again. 5 million livres. As soon as this voice came out, the whole theater seemed to be immersed in a state of shock. 5 million livres? For this diamond necklace? The guests were shocked and covered their mouths, looking up at the box on the second floor. If it weren't for the determined expression of the attendant, people would have thought that it was a fool who didn't understand auctions at all and was joking. What a joke. Duke Gillen's face was dull. 5 million livres was a huge sum of money even for him. No matter who was in the box, it was impossible for him to take out 5 million livres to buy such a diamond necklace. Before Clarence could speak to confirm, Duke Gillen stood up and pointed at the attendant who was bidding outside the box and shouted, "Go ask your master. Does he really have 5 million livres to buy this necklace?" The attendant glanced at Duke Gillen slowly, as if he was not afraid of the Duke's reputation at all, but he still nodded, leaned into the box to confirm a few words, and then announced loudly, "Sorry, everyone, Mr. Bonaparte, our bid is not 5 million livres." Duke Gillen breathed a sigh of relief and cursed. What a fool, making such a joke. The attendant continued, "It's 6 million livres." After this, not to mention the full house of guests, even Duke Gillen was speechless for a long time. This was the first time they saw someone bidding against them at an auction. Could it be that the owner of the box really had too much money and needed to spend some in the slums of Paris? But after all, who has the financial resources to spend 6 million livres to buy a necklace? Not to mention that he had spent 1 million livres to buy a bunch of second-rate collections. Almost all the guests present were thinking about this question. There were not many people in Paris who could afford such a large amount of wealth. Who was the owner of the box? Just as everyone was thinking hard, a loud roar suddenly came from the front of the seats. "I understand, Clarence Bonaparte." The Duke of Gillen, who was stunned, suddenly came to his senses. His anger filled his cheeks. At this moment, he pointed at Clarence's nose and shouted, "What charity auction? This is just a play directed and performed by you. You hypocrite." The people in the seats were even more shocked. They didn't expect that this auction would be so full of twists and turns. The Duke actually confronted Mr. Bonaparte face to face again. Clarence smiled without changing his expression and asked slowly, "I don't understand what you are saying, Your Excellency the Duke." "Don't play dumb, I've seen it all. I'm afraid you donate all the sales to the citizens of Paris." Duke Gillen sneered, as if he saw through everything. He pointed to the box on the second floor and said, "The people in that box are actually your people. You deliberately directed and acted to drive up the sales of this auction so that you can spread the news that you donated a huge sum of money to the poor. The so-called donation of the diamond necklace for auction is just a transfer from one hand to the right hand." Listening to the angry accusation of Duke Gillen, the faces of the people present also became solemn. After careful consideration, everyone found that Duke Gillen's words actually made some sense. There were only a handful of wealthy businessmen in Paris who could take out millions of livres to participate in such a charity auction. And those people seemed to have nothing to do with Mr. Bonaparte. Even Mr. Montmartre, who was closest to Clarence, did not have enough assets to spend such a huge amount of money on a charity auction. In this way, the people in that box were probably not invited to the auction, but Clarence's own people. Only in this way could it be explained why the owner of the box did not give the Duke of Aguilin any face. After sorting out this logic, the guests looked at Lawrence with a bit more complexity. They were 50% sure that this auction was a complete show. Lawrence, who was at the center of the storm of opinions, remained calm and asked with a smile, "Your Excellency the Duke, I really don't know what gave you that unrealistic idea." "Huh? Unrealistic? It's easy to verify what I said." Duke Aguilin looked like he had won. He stood on the stage confidently and confronted Lawrence face to face. "Please invite the owner of the second floor box out. I don't think I have never heard of the name of someone who has the financial resources to spend 6 million livres to buy a diamond necklace." Lawrence shook his head secretly, thinking that the Duke of Aguilin was worthy of being the leader of the Richelieu faction. In such a short time, he had already figured out his intentions. However, the limit of what he could figure out was just this. Lawrence spread his hands and explained helplessly, "I'm sorry, Your Excellency the Duke, the owner of the box does not want to show up today." "Haha, what did I say? You don't even dare to let the person inside show up. In this case, I'll help you." Upon hearing these words that hit the mark, the Duke of Aguilin immediately laughed heartily. At this time, he was 99% sure that Lawrence was playing tricks. Immediately, his face sank, and he ordered loudly, "Come here." As the Duke of Aguilin's order was issued, a dozen guards waiting outside the door quickly rushed into the theater, respectfully waiting for the Duke's order. "Go and throw out all the people in the second floor box. Did you hear me? Throw them out." The Duke of Aguilin obviously had not forgotten the humiliation his servants had just suffered, and specifically ordered a bunch of clowns pretending to be ghosts. "Wait and see how I will deal with you today. I advise you not to be so impulsive. The owner of the box will be very unhappy." Lawrence sighed and watched with hundreds of guests as the dozen or so Duke's guards with swords rushed upstairs aggressively. The Duke of Aguilin couldn't stop smiling. He walked to Lawrence, patted Lawrence's cheek contemptuously, and said sarcastically, "Do you still want to pretend at this time, Monsieur Bonaparte, little Lawrence? Well, I'll make you give up." "Guards, listen to my order. Take out all the bastards in the box and bring them to the stage for everyone to see." "Yes." A dozen guards responded loudly and then rushed into the spacious box one after another. However, within half a minute, the dozen-strong guards actually fled from the box one after another, with extreme fear and shock on their faces, as if they had encountered a ghost on the street at noon. Duke Aguilin was stunned for a moment, and hundreds of guests also lost their minds for a moment. They didn't understand why the dozen sword-wielding guards retreated from the box in such fear. Before Duke Aguilin could ask a question, the owner of the box finally spoke for the first time tonight. His voice was a little childish, but at this moment it was full of anger. "Emmanuel Armand, do you want to attack me?" Duke Aguilin's mind went blank. This voice seemed familiar, as if he had often heard it in a place filled with the fragrance of champagne and cologne, accompanied by dazzling fireworks and singing and dancing. Oh, Duke Aguilin remembered that he often heard this voice in the Palace of Versailles. As for the owner of this voice, it was under the watchful eyes of the crowd. A white and slightly sturdy arm lifted the crimson curtain of the second floor box, and a very young couple walked out. Everyone couldn't help but open their mouths wide. Few of them knew this couple, but the blue and golden iris emblem on their shawls could explain everything. Duke Aguilin staggered back 2 steps and almost fell to the ground. The wanton smile on his face disappeared in an instant, replaced by a bloodless paleness. After a long while, the Duke squeezed out a word from between his teeth with difficulty. "Please forgive me, Your Highness the Crown Prince, Your Highness the Crown Princess." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 298, Her Highness Mary's Favor. Your Highness. Duke Aguilin felt as if his brain was being torn by some kind of claws, and even his vision was blurred like that of a hypoglycemic patient. He had thought of everything possible, but he had never expected that Crown Prince Louis and Crown Princess Mary would attend the charity auction in secret, which had always been considered to be detrimental to the dignity of the royal family. However, the two people standing at the door of the second floor box at this moment were undoubtedly Crown Prince Louis of France and Crown Princess Mary of Austria, the future king and queen. When Duke Gillen thought of what he had just done, he felt even more scared. Of course, as a powerful duke of the Richelieu family, he did not need to be too afraid of these two young crown princes and princesses in politics. Both Duke Richelieu and Duke Choiseul took it for granted that they were on an equal footing with His Highness the Crown Prince. However, this did not mean that Duke Gillen could threaten to throw His Highness the Crown Prince out of his box, let alone that he actually took action. Once the old king in the Tuileries Palace learned about this absurd offense, the Duke of Aiguillon could not imagine the fury of His Majesty the King at that time. Thinking of this, the arrogant duke also felt his legs slightly weak. Lawrence still had a helpless expression, sighed and patted the Duke of Aiguillon on the shoulder. "Your Excellency, don't blame me for not reminding you. You despicable man." The Duke of Aiguillon's brows were twisted into a mess, and he gritted his teeth and cursed. "You did this on purpose, didn't you, Lawrence Bonaparte?" The Duke of Aiguillon did not lose his mind despite his fear. He also vaguely realized that his offense to Crown Prince Louis this time was definitely not a coincidence. "Intentionally? I really don't know what you are talking about. I didn't even invite you to this auction." Lawrence spread his hands innocently and said, "Besides, instead of arguing with me, you should think about how to explain it to His Highness." We'll see." Duke Aiguillon clenched his fists, and his knuckles were crackling, but he also knew that now was not the time to talk nonsense with the Corsican boy in front of him. At this moment, he had to immediately explain to His Highness the Crown Prince that this was a misunderstanding. Whether Crown Prince Louis accepted it or not, Duke Aiguillon had to at least let the hundreds of witnesses present understand that this was a complete misunderstanding. The Duke looked at the Crown Prince Louis on the second floor with sweat on his forehead. He knelt on one knee in front of hundreds of guests, or hundreds of untouchables in his eyes, feeling humiliated. He gritted his teeth and said, "Please believe me, Your Highness, this is all a joke of fate, a complete misunderstanding." Misunderstanding? The Crown Prince Louis' face was indifferent. This young and kind Crown Prince rarely showed such a serious expression. "You sent people to drive me away several times, even sent out guards. Is this also a misunderstanding?" Although the Crown Prince was known for his friendliness and easygoing, he could no longer tolerate the Duke of Aiguillon's repeated provocations. The Crown Prince did not have a good impression of the nobles of the Richelieu family. They were proud of being born in the Purple Room and relying on the glory of the ancestors of Cardinal Richelieu. They could be said to be the most arrogant group of people in the Palace of Versailles. Her Royal Highness the Crown Princess on the side also frowned slightly, pouted her lips, and complained in German. "How barbaric." The Duke of Aiguillon opened his mouth and tried to say something with his eloquent eloquence, but Crown Prince Louis interrupted him with an impatient wave of his hand. "Enough, Armand. I will tell my grandfather everything that happened today. If you want to say anything else, go to the Tuileries Palace and tell him in person." Hearing the extremely cold voice of Crown Prince Louis, the Duke of Aiguillon trembled all over, then lowered his head, and responded unwillingly but helplessly, "Yes, Your Highness, I will follow your orders. I dare not disturb Your Highness any further, so I will take my leave first." After that, under the surprised gaze of everyone, the Duke of Aiguillon stood up with difficulty, turned his head slightly, and glared at Lawrence, and then did not dare to stay for a moment, and fled the Paris Comedy Theatre with his dozen or so guards. Seeing the confrontation between the Duke of Aiguillon and Mr. Bonaparte ended in this way, even the guests at the scene were a little stunned for a while. And when they reacted, they suddenly realized that the mysterious buyer who spent 7 million livres at the charity auction tonight was actually the Crown Prince of the royal family? Exclamation mark. That makes sense. The owner of that box is His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. No wonder they showed no mercy to the Duke of Aiguillon before. I never thought that the Crown Prince and his wife would attend an auction. This seems to be the first time for members of the royal family, right? Everything makes sense. Only members of the royal family can come up with these 7 million livres. Wait, does this mean that the reason why His Royal Highness the Crown Prince deliberately bid high prices for all competing items is to donate more to the poor? That must be the case. My god, what a kind-hearted prince. 7 million livres is not a small amount. Even for His Royal Highness, he is really, oh my god, I'm so moved to tears. It will be a great honor for us to have such a kind and benevolent monarch in the future. After a heated and noisy discussion, people finally realized that this His Royal Highness the Crown Prince was different from the foolish and corrupt noble ministers in the Palace of Versailles who were living a life of drunkenness and debauchery at the top of the pyramid. Even during his trip to Paris, His Royal Highness still cared about those who were suffering, and His Royal Highness's concern was not just a false influence, but he actually took out a full 7 million livres. Even the richest bankers would gasp at this amount, and if they knew that the money was going to be thrown into the sewers of the slums, these shrewd rich people would definitely curse the decision maker as a complete fool. But His Royal Highness was a fool, donating all this coveted, fascinating, and crazy wealth to the poor, to those scum who were not worth mentioning in the eyes of the aristocracy. In the eyes of these bourgeoisie, money is their life, and His Royal Highness's action is simply to divide a part of his soul and life, to support those who should support him. Even though these wealthy citizens could not get any direct benefit from this donation, when they saw that the future king was such a saint worthy of respect, any French citizen would feel joy in their hearts. For a moment, people looked at Crown Prince Louis with eyes full of praise and admiration, and the most exquisite words could not describe the respect and support of the guests at this moment for His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. A middle-aged investor even burst into tears. He excitedly waved his tricorn hat with feathers and bowed exaggeratedly. "Your Highness. I greet you, Your kind Highness." Crown Prince Louis was slightly stunned, and a shy blush appeared on his tender cheeks. Then he scratched his head a little embarrassedly. He had lived in the palace for a long time, and had hardly experienced the feeling of being supported by the people at such a close distance. "You are too much, sir." The shyness and humility of His Highness made the guests love this noble monarch even more. They rushed to imitate the first investor, waving their hats exaggeratedly, and then bowed to Crown Prince Louis in unison, expressing their support for His Highness with actions. Oh my god. Crown Princess Mary looked at the people who bent down in unison, and covered her mouth in surprise. She didn't expect that a somewhat weak and incompetent husband could get such enthusiastic support from the people. But it's also thanks to His Excellency Bonaparte. Crown Princess Mary subconsciously looked at Clarence, who was smiling on the stage, and couldn't help blinking twice. She knew that the driving force behind all this must be the beloved His Excellency Bonaparte. The guests' cheers and greetings lasted for more than 10 minutes, and Crown Prince Louis was immersed in it, and felt very happy. He even lowered his status to shake hands, and talk with some guests around him. It was not until Clarence announced the end of the auction for the second time that the guests reluctantly left the Paris Comedy Theatre and began to relay the wonderful process of the auction to the reporters and onlookers who were waiting outside the theatre and in the backstage of the theatre. "How does it feel to be so popular, Your Highness?" Clarence smiled and looked at Crown Prince Louis, who was still a little proud. Read the correct version in the 16:9 book forum. Crown Prince Louis' expression still showed his excitement. He nodded repeatedly and said, "I can only say it's wonderful, Clarence. I didn't expect these people to love me so much. Maybe I can really become a great king. It's just that the Duke of Aiguillon is too annoying. I also want to experience what an auction for civilians is like." Crown Prince Louis, despite his excitement, did not forget the Duke who dared to offend him. Crown Princess Mary rolled her eyes habitually. "Don't be so narcissistic, Auguste. You still have to thank Monsieur Bonaparte. He organized this auction, and he should have raised the 7 million livres, right? You can't say that, Your Highness Mary. Your Highness Louis also contributed a lot to this auction, and this is the fruit of his victory." Clarence flattered just right. Anyway, despite the disruption caused by the annoying bastard Duke of Aiguillon, the auction was still very successful. "By the way, since you bought this diamond necklace in public, I will give it to you directly." As he said that, Clarence casually took out the priceless and sparkling diamond necklace from his pocket and handed it directly to Crown Prince Louis. Prince Louis hesitated for a moment, but did not reach out to take it. He hesitated and said, "This is too valuable, and it is also your trophy. You should keep it for yourself, Clarence. But I have already promised the public to donate the necklace for auction, so it is naturally not good to keep it. But if you don't mind." Clarence smiled and shook his head, turning his eyes to Crown Princess Mary beside him. The little Austrian princess was already fascinated by this extremely exquisite diamond necklace and did not even react to Clarence's question at the first time. If there is anything in common between her and Madame du Barry, it is that these two women are extremely fond of luxurious jewelry and residences. This is why Queen Mary in history was crowned the title of the deficit queen. The expenses she spent on maintaining her luxurious life were not much inferior to those of Madame du Barry at this time. However, the current crown Princess Mary is not the French queen who controls the financial power and has seen countless rare treasures. At this moment, as a girl of only 15 years old, she only thinks that the diamond necklace in front of her is a rare treasure. I think I can give it to Her Royal Highness Mary. Clarence handed the necklace to the Crown Princess Mary. As long as your Royal Highness does not mind that this was once Madame du Barry's jewelry. As soon as the voice fell, the Crown Princess Mary immediately took the necklace with surprise, and the girl's joyful smile was displayed on her elegant jaw without reservation. Are you serious, Mr. Bonaparte? Of course I will not mind it. It is too beautiful. That woman can't defile such a string of pure and dazzling gems, and she is not worthy of this necklace at all. As she said, the Crown Princess Mary quickly tied the necklace around her neck. The 22 diamonds reflecting the soft halo and the creamy white on Her Royal Highness Mary's chest were simply natural, as if they were tailor-made. Princess Mary walked briskly to a floor-length mirror used by actors, admiring her reflection and the mirror against the backdrop of the dazzling jewels. I don't know what to say. Are you really going to give me such a precious gift? I'm so happy. I owe you a big favor, Mr. Bonaparte. Rather than giving it away, it's better to return it to its original owner. You are the natural owner of this necklace. Clarence praised without servility. Clarence didn't have much interest in these so-called luxury goods. The diamonds and colorful gems on them were just a pile of carbon and mineral salts in his eyes. Moreover, the current financial situation was very affluent, and Clarence didn't need to sell the necklace for cash. So instead of putting the necklace in a safe to collect dust, it would be better to take this opportunity to give it to Princess Mary as a favor. After all, Princess Mary's influence is not limited to her identity as the future Queen of France. As the youngest daughter of the Habsburg dynasty, Crown Princess Mary was doted on by her brothers and sisters in her childhood, and maintained a very close family relationship with them. As time passed, the new generation of children of the Habsburg family gradually emerged in Europe. Crown Princess Mary's brother Joseph II had been crowned as the new emperor of the Holy Roman Empire 6 years ago, and ruled the empire with the assistance of his mother Maria Theresa. Her sister Carolina also married the Spanish Bourbon royal family 2 years ago, and became the Queen of the Kingdom of Naples. In addition, Crown Princess Mary's brothers and sisters can also be seen frequently in the royal families of Germany and Italy. Therefore, if a good personal relationship can be established with Crown Princess Mary, relying on her family ties with family members, it can provide Clarence with many diplomatic conveniences. Of course, the current focus of Clarence is naturally not on the personal relationship with Crown Princess Mary. Eliminating Madame du Barry, and thus gaining the assistance of Chief Justice Morp to control the entire Provence province, and then the entire southern France, is what Clarence is most concerned about at the moment. With the successful conclusion of this charity auction, the countdown of Madame du Barry's life has also moved forward in Clarence's mind. Next, he only needs to wait for the supporting actors to take their positions, and this finale can be staged throughout Paris. Chapter 299 The Guilty King. The next day, on the morning of January 13th, in Paris, breakfast time had just passed at the Tuileries Palace, and His Majesty the King and Madame du Barry enjoyed a very sumptuous breakfast as usual: smoked salmon, omelette, freshly baked croissants, and a small bottle of Metternich Blanc Sling champagne. However, Louis XV obviously had a poor appetite today. When the servants walked into the king's suite and began to remove the plates, the food on the silver plate in front of the king was almost into shade. Only the closest attendants to Louis XV knew that the reason why His Majesty had a poor appetite, in addition to his own old age and physical weakness, was because of Clarence Bonaparte from Corsica. Since Madame du Barry said those words to Louis XV last night, His Majesty the King had almost not slept well all night. Louis XV was very confused. How could Clarence, who was so outstanding and wise in his eyes, make such a low-level mistake? Didn't he know that holding a charity auction at this time was a naked slap in the face of the royal family and the government? In the king's view, Lawrence was either too stupid to realize this relationship at all, or too ruthless to commit the crime knowingly. But no matter which truth it was, Louis XV felt that the image of this loyal and intelligent minister in his heart had collapsed a little. Did I really make a mistake? Lawrence is either loyal but not smart, or smart but not loyal. How could he be such a person? Even at breakfast time today, Louis XV was still confused by this tangle, and even the sumptuous feast on the table was completely ignored by him. In contrast, Madame du Barry on the side seemed extremely happy. Looking at the sad expression on the king's face, Madame du Barry knew that Louis XV had begun to be suspicious of the damn Corsican boy. Next, all she had to do was wait for Louis XV to summon Laurence Bonaparte to the Tuileries Palace for face-to-face questioning, and then she would fan the flames a little. Madame du Barry believed that the name Laurence Bonaparte would not make Louis XV happy for quite a long time. Although Madame du Barry was eager to see Laurence Bonaparte's embarrassment, she still patiently hinted, "Your Majesty, breakfast is over, and it's a bit boring to stay in the suite all the time. Why don't we go to the garden to play some chess?" Louis XV came back to his senses after a few seconds, and shook his head seriously and rejected it. "No, Jean, there are more important things today. I must talk to Laurence Bonaparte." After that, Louis XV supported his chin and pondered for a while, and then slowly sat up from the gold silk armchair, called an envoy, and ordered in a deep voice, "Come here, summon Laurence Bonaparte into the hall immediately. I want to see him now." Looking at the serious and stern appearance of Louis XV, Madame du Barry finally couldn't suppress her inner ecstasy, and the corners of her mouth unconsciously raised an obvious arc. Less than an hour later, a court attendant walked into the king's suite respectfully and solemnly and reported, "Your Majesty, Laurence Bonaparte has arrived at the Tuileries Palace. In addition, your press secretary also requests an audience with you, saying that he has important matters to report." Louis XV waved his hand a little impatiently and ordered, "Press secretary, let him wait a moment. Let Laurence Bonaparte in first." "Yes." After a moment, Laurence was led by a royal envoy to the top floor of the main hall of the Tuileries Palace. The king's suite here was also the palace or bedroom of several generations of French kings, overlooking most of the city of Paris. Louis XV was sitting in a sandalwood armchair by the balcony window. He watched Laurence come in and greeted him in a deep voice before Laurence bowed. "You are here, Laurence. Please sit down casually." Madame du Barry was standing beside the king. Although she said nothing, her gloating eyes were staring at Laurence's face with a playful look. Laurence silently glanced at the king's expression. Although Louis XV told him to sit down freely, Laurence still knelt respectfully and saluted. "Good morning, wise majesty. I wonder why you summoned me?" Louis XV glanced at Laurence, who was kneeling on one knee, and did not let him stand up. He said directly with a somewhat unhappy tone, "Laurence, I thought you were a thoughtful and loyal minister, but I didn't expect that you would make me so worried this time. I'm willing to take all the blame, but please point out my sins, Your Majesty." Laurence secretly glanced at Madame du Barry and said as if he knew nothing, "Mr. Bonaparte, I don't believe you really didn't realize it." Madame du Barry said casually, and the sarcasm was already overflowing, "You should have held a charity auction last night, right?" "I did organize an auction, madam, to raise money for the poor around Paris." Laurence responded coldly. "Huh, are you really wholeheartedly doing this for those poor people?" Madame du Barry exposed mercilessly, "I think you are doing this to hype your own reputation, right? Your Majesty, I think Mr. Bonaparte did it on purpose. He wants to tell the citizens of Paris that he, Laurence Bonaparte, is the only good man and saint in France, and the rest of the nobles and ministers are bastards who take human lives lightly." "Okay, Jean, there is no need to say it so harshly." Louis XV looked at Laurence on the ground, then sighed, and said earnestly and somewhat disappointedly, "Laurence, I know you want to enhance your own reputation in Paris, but you don't need to be so anxious. What you are doing is equivalent to damaging the reputation of the royal family to boost your reputation. This is not what a loyal minister should do, Your Majesty." Lawrence suddenly raised his head and looked at Louis XV earnestly. I, Lawrence Bonaparte, have a clear conscience and have never had the slightest intention of being unfaithful to you. If I really went against my conscience and had such a rebellious idea, it must be that the devil has manipulated my mind, and I'm willing to go to the stake for this. Louis XV and Lawrence looked at each other, and after hesitating for a moment, he shook his head and punished. Alas, it's no use saying these now. Lawrence, you have made a mistake, and I must punish you to show justice. Madame du Barry was waiting for these words. She bit her lip excitedly, looking down at Lawrence, who was kneeling on one knee, like a victorious conqueror, expecting King Louis to bring the axe of judgment down on the neck of this Corsican. Please wait a moment, Your Majesty. Lawrence finally put on a righteous expression and said firmly, I'm willing to accept all the punishments you bestow, but I beg you to make a decision. After investigating all these events, I swear that I have never used this auction to damage your reputation. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince can testify for me that he participated in the auction throughout. No, I have to make a decision now. Wait. Louis XV was about to show his resolute side, but suddenly frowned and asked, you said the Crown Prince? Auguste also participated in the auction? Madame du Barry was also stunned. As the auction ended at nearly 10 o'clock yesterday, she had been with the king, and the Duke of Aiguillon had no chance to send someone to inform her of what happened in the auction. However, when she learned that Prince Louis actually attended the auction, Madame du Barry's brows were even more happy, and she pointed at Lawrence and reprimanded him righteously. Oh my god, Mr. Bonaparte, you actually let the Prince of Wales attend a civilian auction? This is simply trampling on the noble status of the royal family. I think you might take the Prince of Wales to roll around in the pigsty in the future. Your Majesty, how can you let such a person continue to serve as the Prince of Wales's attendant? Louis XV's face became even uglier. He also felt that this Corsican had taken the Prince of Wales to do too many things that were not in line with the royal status. King Louis even felt that he had to consider whether Lawrence, the first attendant of the Prince of Wales, was competent or not. Lawrence ignored Mrs. du Barry's sarcasm and looked directly at Louis XV and said, Your Majesty, don't you know the whole process of the auction? The whole process? Louis XV frowned and repeated. He didn't think that a charity auction could have any surprising process and ending. It was just an auction of some second-rate and third-rate art collections. At this time, a waiter in the suite hurried forward and added in Louis XV's ear, Your Majesty, the press secretary was eager to see you just now, and it seemed that he wanted to report about this auction. He reported this as well. Louis XV looked at Lawrence doubtfully, nodded and ordered, call the press secretary in immediately. Just 2 minutes later, the private press officer who was deeply trusted by Louis XV hurriedly trotted into the king's suite with a large leather briefcase under his armpit. However, when he saw Lawrence kneeling on one knee and Louis XV with a serious face, the press secretary was still shocked. Check out the correct version at 1619 book bar. Don't worry about him. I heard you want to report about the auction at the Paris Comedy Theatre? Louis XV looked at the press secretary and motioned him to go on. The press secretary quickly withdrew his gaze from Lawrence, cleared his throat and said loudly, Yes, Your Majesty. Yesterday's auction, I bet it will definitely become the most watched event in Paris during this period of time. Don't keep us in suspense, just tell us what happened. Louis XV interrupted unhappily. The press secretary chanted solemnly and exaggeratedly, as if singing a eulogy. Yes, Your Majesty, just last night, a mysterious buyer spent a full 7 million livres to buy all the competing items in that auction. This was beyond everyone's expectations. 7 million livres? Madame du Barry couldn't help but screamed, except for my necklace. The auction was full of some rubbish collections of inferior quality. Which idiot would spend so much money to buy them all? Madam, I beg you to take back what you said, because it is not an idiot who bought all the collections. The press secretary looked at Madame du Barry with embarrassment, and then continued to chant, and it was our great crown prince who spent a full 7 million livres in this charity auction. Madame du Barry opened her mouth in a daze, but was speechless, and could not say anything. Louis XV was also shocked for a long time before he came to his senses, muttering to himself, August. He spent 7 million livres at the auction? Where did he get so much money? After that, Louis XV suddenly realized something and looked down in astonishment at Clarence, who was still kneeling on one knee. In the suite, the press secretary was still loudly describing the wonderful auction. The citizens soon realized that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince deliberately bought these collections at a high price in order to donate more funds to the poor, but no one dared to believe that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince actually took out such a huge sum of 7 million livres. After they believed this fact, it is said that the entire Paris Comedy Theatre was filled with the sincere praises of the citizens. They bowed to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince in unison, praising him for being a benevolent and great monarch in the future. Louis XV was stunned for a moment and subconsciously asked with joy, "Are you talking about August?" People bowed to him and said that he would become a great king. "That's absolutely right, Your Majesty." The press secretary opened his briefcase and took out several newspapers that had just been printed this morning and still smelled of ink, and reported excitedly. In fact, all the newspapers this morning made this the front page news. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince spent 7 million for the poor of Paris. I took a special walk around the city this morning, and almost everyone was talking about this news. And almost everyone's mouth was full of praise for His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. Kindness, enlightenment, holy heart, and love for the people. I dare say that except for the dictionary, I will never see so many praise words anywhere else. Oh my god. Give me the newspaper. I want to see it myself. Louis XV listened to the press secretary's narration and heard his most beloved grandson praising him from mouth to mouth among the citizens. A surge of ecstasy suddenly surged up in the old king's heart, rushing straight to his crown. "August, my good grandson, heir to France, you are great. I dare say that I have never been so supported in my life, but Augustus, he did it so easily. It is really a gift from God." Louis XV eagerly read the praises of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince in the newspaper. Whenever he saw a word of praise, the joy in his heart was like adding a handful of firewood to burn more vigorously, which was even happier than seeing the praise for himself. After all, for this old king who was about to run out of energy and was already over 60 years old, what he cared about most was the future heir. He valued the Crown Prince Louis even more than himself. Seeing that his grandson had become a saint in the mouths of the people, Louis XV's excited heart simply had nowhere to rest. That's right. Halfway through reading, Louis XV suddenly remembered something and hurriedly threw away the newspaper in his hand, stood up suddenly, and rushed to Clarence, who was kneeling on the ground, and helped him up with an apologetic face, and said with guilt, "Lawrence, my dear Clarence, I want to apologize to you, the most sincere apology. Please accept it, otherwise my conscience will be condemned by God." At this time, Louis XV also understood it completely. The main purpose of Clarence's charity auction was not for his own reputation, but for the public opinion of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. In this way, there is no such thing as this charity auction showing that the royal family and the government are incompetent and corrupt. Instead, it has made Crown Prince Louis gain a lot of public support. Moreover, Louis XV is also very clear that, whether it is the auction of the Paris Comedy Theatre or the 7 million livres, it must have been prepared by Clarence himself. Crown Prince Louis himself does not have these abilities. In other words, the Corsican who was kneeling on the ground was the hero behind all this. When Louis XV thought that he was still treating him coldly and even wanted to deprive him of his position as a punishment, he instantly felt a sense of guilt floating in his blood vessels, tormenting his conscience like a burning phosphorus fire. Chapter 300. Now is the time when I need you. As for Madame du Barry, she stood there with a pale face, as if she had lost her soul and didn't know what she was thinking. This charity auction was not a means for Napoleon Bonaparte to gain fame and reputation. No, Madame du Barry suddenly realized at this time that Clarence did gain a lot of support and admiration from the lower class citizens from this auction, but he wisely transferred the bulk of the credit to Crown Prince Louis. In this way, Clarence not only achieved his personal goal, but even the royal family praised his behavior without any complaints. Damn it. How could this happen? Did he plan it a long time ago? Madame du Barry suppressed her slightly trembling body and restrained herself from losing her composure in such an occasion. But even so, Madame du Barry still found it difficult to accept the contrast before and after. The Corsican boy had clearly knelt on the ground, and His Majesty the King had clearly prepared to punish him, so why did all his beautiful fantasies turn into a bunch of bubbles at this time? Madame du Barry suddenly felt dizzy and almost couldn't stand. She only held onto the back of the chair with both hands to avoid fainting. However, before she could calm down, a more terrible idea suddenly popped into Madame du Barry's head. Wait. If yesterday's auction was a success, then what happened to the Duke of Aiguillon? Didn't he stop the auction? In the King's suite, Clarence stood up with the help of Louis XV. He glanced at Madame du Barry from the corner of his eye and said sincerely, "How can I accept your apology? It is my duty to serve you. This is a terrible misunderstanding. I almost made a big mistake and wrongly blamed such an outstanding and loyal minister. I knew you would never do those unfaithful stupid things, dear Clarence." Louis XV laughed and patted Clarence on the back. He hadn't been so happy in a long time. Seeing Prince Louis accepting people's worship was even more pleasing to him than Louis XV himself being cheered by the people. Moreover, after learning the truth of all this, Louis XV's suspicion and doubt towards Clarence were also swept away. The sorrow that troubled him all night was also solved by this pleasant news. Louis XV looked at Clarence in a good mood and said with a smile, "Tell me more about that auction. Are there any other interesting things in the middle?" "Not really, but the performance of His Royal Highness the Crown Prince is simply amazing." Clarence smiled slightly, praised Prince Louis as usual, and then said meaningfully, "In addition, there were some unpleasant things that happened in the auction, but let's not talk about them." Hearing this, Madame du Barry's heart tightened immediately, and she subconsciously cast her eyes towards Clarence. Unpleasant things? Which bastard is so blind? Louis XV couldn't help but frown slightly. He would never allow any blind bastard to almost ruin August's good thing. Clarence opened his mouth, as if he wanted to say something but stopped, then smiled and sighed and said, "I think, Your Majesty, it would be better for you to ask your secretary, so as not to appear to be maliciously slandering someone." "You." Madame du Barry couldn't help but scream. Of course, she could hear that Clarence was implying her. However, Louis XV's attention was not on Madame du Barry. The king looked at the press secretary with a serious face and motioned for him to continue. The press secretary seemed a little embarrassed, but after brewing for a moment, he still reported truthfully, "Mr. Bonaparte should be referring to the Duke of Aiguillon. He also attended the charity auction of the Paris Comedy Theatre yesterday. However, the Duke of Aiguillon seemed to have a conflict with His Royal Highness the Crown Prince at the auction." Conflict? Louis XV's tone was almost cold. "Yes, Your Majesty. It is said that the Duke of Aiguillon tried to send people to seize the Crown Prince's box as soon as he entered the venue. During the auction, the Duke also threatened the Crown Prince many times not to continue raising the price." The press secretary looked at Louis XV's gradually darkening expression, and his tone became cautious involuntarily. At the end of the auction, the Duke of Aiguillon accused the auction of being just a show jointly performed by His Excellency Bonaparte and the Crown Prince, and even sent his own guards to drive the Crown Prince out of the box. This may be because the Duke of Aiguillon did not know the identity of the Crown Prince at first. Although the press secretary had already made some excuses for the Duke of Aiguillon, Louis XV's expression, which was so cold that it could drip water, still revealed the king's anger at the moment. "Are you talking about Emmanuel Armand? How did he go to that auction? To join in the fun? Who gave him the courage?" Madame du Barry almost fainted when she heard the king's roar. Just by listening to the press secretary's story, Madame du Barry could already imagine what a disaster the Duke of Aiguillon had caused at that time. Although objectively speaking, this was indeed a misunderstanding, this statement would not reduce Louis XV's anger in the slightest. Perhaps it was because of Mr. Bonaparte. "Your Majesty, there is some disagreement between the Duke of Aiguillon and Mr. Bonaparte." The press secretary lowered his head and explained cautiously. "Disagree? Humph." Louis XV snorted coldly, looked at Clarence on the side and asked, "Dear Clarence, how do you think this bastard should be dealt with?" Seeing that the king threw the topic to himself, Clarence did not speak rashly, but brewed it for a while. After all, Lawrence believed that Louis XV must have an answer in his mind, and the reason why he asked himself was just a formality. Moreover, although this was a good opportunity to pursue the Duke of Aiguillon, it was by no means a fatal handle. Lawrence also understood Louis XV's mind very well. What the king hated most was the factional struggles among his ministers. Whether it was the fight between the Duke of Choiseul and the Duke of Richelieu and the government, or the discord between the Crown Princess Mary and Madame du Barry in the inner palace, Louis XV tried his best to reconcile the contradictions between the two sides, rather than favoring either side. Therefore, kicking someone when he was down at this time would probably not achieve any good results. Even if the punishment proposed by Lawrence was very different from what Louis XV himself wanted, it would embarrass the king himself. After considering all this, Lawrence nodded slightly, smiled generously and said, "I'm also sorry that I have not established a good friendship with the Duke of Aiguillon, but since His Excellency the Duke does not like me very much, I think it is better for me not to meet him." After hearing this, Louis XV immediately cast an admiring look at Lawrence, secretly sighing that this minister was indeed smart enough, and did not propose a punishment plan that would make him lose face. After all, the Duke of Aiguillon was the person in charge of the Richelieu family, and it was not so easy for Louis XV to take action against him politically. "Okay, Lawrence, I also think that he should not be allowed to harass you anymore." Louis XV waved his hand and directly called an envoy and ordered, "Go and tell the Duke of Aiguillon now to go back to Versailles. I don't want to see him again during this time in Paris. Tell him what I said." Hearing the king's order, Madame du Barry was relieved, fortunately that the king did not impose too heavy a punishment, and that the Corsican boy did not take this opportunity to bring disaster to her. However, after hearing the king's order, Lawrence nodded with great satisfaction, and then looked at Madame du Barry meaningfully. He knew that, as long as the Duke of Aiguillon was expelled from Paris, and left Madame du Barry, this woman was like a vulture with its wings clipped, and falling into a quagmire, helplessly watching herself drown in the endless muddy water. Although there was an unpleasant episode of the Duke of Aiguillon in the middle, it did not affect Louis XV's good mood as a whole. The king warmly invited Lawrence to stay in the Tuileries Palace for lunch, and even the Crown Prince Louis and the Crown Princess Mary, who were visiting an art exhibition outside, were called back by Louis XV to accompany Lawrence to the banquet. When Madame du Barry saw the sparkling diamond necklace on the neck of the Crown Princess Mary, she almost fainted on the spot. She could not accept that her favorite treasure appeared on the woman she hated the most. Princess Mary also noticed Madame du Barry's jealous and crazy eyes. From time to time, she deliberately teased the necklace on her chest and showed the gift given by Mr. Bonaparte with a smile. Under this multiple blow, Madame du Barry left the table early on the grounds of feeling unwell after just 2 sips of broth, and then locked herself in the palace room. A perfect version of the book in 16:9. Louis XV, who was in high spirits, did not pay too much attention to his mistress at this time. After all, the king also felt that Madame du Barry's performance these days was a bit excessive, and almost made him wrongly accuse Lawrence Bonaparte, a rare loyal minister. The lively royal banquet lasted for more than 2 hours before it ended. Even the 61-year-old Louis XV was drunk today, and was excited about the support for his grandson August. At the end of the banquet, Lawrence also took the opportunity to make a request to Louis XV, hoping to meet with his court financial director, Director Jonah. The reason was simple and legitimate. Lawrence planned to distribute the 7 million livres from the royal accounts to the citizens in the form of winter subsidies, and this process naturally required the assistance of Director Jonah. Louis XV's trust in Lawrence had already risen to a new level, and of course he agreed to this reasonable request with confidence. At around 2 p.m., in a round office in the west wing of the Tuileries Palace, "Mr. Bonaparte, please come in." Director Jonah, who was still wearing a blue robe, saw that it was Lawrence outside the door, and a hint of joy flashed across his face. He took Lawrence's arm and led him into the room, solemnly and respectfully inviting Lawrence to sit on the sofa chair next to the fireplace. Director Jonah probably got the news of the auction faster than anyone else in the Tuileries Palace. After all, he could be said to be the royal high-ranking official who was most concerned about whether the winter subsidies could be distributed. When he learned that the charity auction had raised a full 7 million livres for winter subsidies, the financial director almost suspected that his ears and eyes were hallucinating. When he was extremely excited to confirm that this was a beautiful reality, Director Jonah's heart instantly rose with infinite gratitude to Mr. Bonaparte, and he repeatedly said that this gentleman was really a good man. In Director Jonah's original expectation, Lawrence could only raise 2 to 3 million livres for him at most to barely alleviate the urgent needs of the poor in Paris. He did not expect that the huge sum of 7 million livres would be handed over to him in the end, which was almost enough to barely pay for 2 years of winter subsidies. In the office, Lawrence did not hold back and sat directly on the sofa chair and asked with a smile, "You seem to have received the news?" Of course. I really don't know how you did it." Director Jonah nodded with a smile and quickly brought Lawrence a cup of hot coffee, saying, "In this way, I can finally spend this winter safely. Thank you very much, sir. To be honest, when I didn't get any news from you a few days ago, I was worried all day long. After all, you also know that the cold wave in mid-January will soon come." Lawrence took a sip of coffee and said slowly, "But you should not have forgotten the agreement between us, right?" Our Director Jonah's face also became solemn in an instant. He subconsciously glanced at the closed doors and windows to ensure that their conversation would not be heard by a third party. Then, Director Jonah nodded solemnly, walked to his desk, and opened the bottom drawer. There was a small interlayer hidden in that drawer, and a small and exquisite brass key was hidden in the interlayer. Director Jonah took out the key, walked to a row of bookcases on the left side of the office, accurately opened one of the dusty windows, and took out an inconspicuous paper package from the depths of the bookcase. "Mr. Bonaparte, all the records and vouchers of Madame du Barry's embezzlement of royal property that you requested are inside." Director Jonah did not dare to be careless at all, and solemnly handed the paper package to Lawrence. "In this case, our transaction is completed, right?" Lawrence took the paper package, opened it carefully, and took a look. Inside was a large stack of account books and accounting vouchers, all related to Madame du Barry, and stamped with the royal seal. "Very good, Mr. Director." Lawrence nodded with satisfaction and said, "You will soon receive the check and deposit slip for the 7 million livres." Hearing this, Director Jonah finally breathed a sigh of relief, and a smile returned to his face. "Great. I will immediately distribute the money to the poor who need help. It's already this time of the year and we can't delay any longer." However, Lawrence stuffed the paper bag full of evidence tightly into the inner pocket of his coat, and then shook his head, and said in a deep voice, "No, Mr. Director, I would rather you don't distribute the funds immediately." Director Jonah was stunned for a moment, and asked repeatedly in confusion, Why? Mr. Bonaparte, the eyes of all Parisians are now on this sum of money. If it is not distributed in time, some rumors will inevitably arise." Lawrence smiled and asked back, "What if the object of these rumors is a person that you and I hate?" "You mean Countess de Berry?" Director Jonah asked in shock. He was vaguely aware that he seemed to be involved in a bigger conspiracy. "I told you before, Mr. Director, I might ask you to help me with something." Lawrence lowered his voice. There was no pressure in his tone, but he did not allow Director Jonah to refuse at all. "Now is the time when I need you. Delay the payment of winter subsidies and put all the blame on Madame du Barry. This is your task." End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.